Hello and welcome to another edition of Media Wars. This is the fourth one in the series. This is a series where we get 7 content creators together and all play a game of diplomacy. In this edition, I am playing France. And I'm actually a bit disappointed about this. Which is a weird one. I don't think I've ever been disappointed to draw France before, but in Media Wars 2, Ezio drew France, in Media Wars 3, I drew France, and in Media Wars 4, I've drawn France again. And I'm the kind of person who likes variety, so... well, I hope this isn't too samey for you all. But once again, I will be commentating the France position. I'm gonna be doing this video as a series of video diaries, essentially, one covering every phase of this game. They may be a little bit less common towards the end, because I am going to America for 2 weeks in the middle of this game, so I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to handle that, but I'll figure it out as we go. So the players in this game, let's go ahead to the info screen here so that I can remember who everyone is. I am CaptainMeme, I'm from DiploStrats, that's the YouTube channel you are on. I am playing France. In England we have BobZeBuilder, who is best known for running the Olympus Diplomacy Tournament. We've covered it on our channel a couple of times. He is also a YouTuber. He's made one video thus far, but it is an incredible video. It's a very, very long video, and it's in the style of Media Wars 1. So, a fun fact about this, Media Wars 1 was actually what got him into diplomacy in the first place. That's, like, super cool for me to hear, that my videos are having that kind of impact. And he liked it so much he wanted to make his own version. He commentated a game called Buffalo Diplomacy. I very highly recommend you check it out. It is a very good video. So in Germany here, we've got FloridaMan Diplomacy. He's been on the DiploStrats channel a few times. He runs his own very great channel, mostly focused on play diplomacy games, but he does lots of variants and such like as well. Highly recommend you check him out. He has been in the last 2 editions of Media Wars. Both of them didn't go all that well for him, so we'll see whether this turns around for him this time around. Admittedly, the last one was Blitz Diplomacy, which he absolutely hates. So he is probably very thankful that this one is back to being a normal 48-hour phase diplomacy game. Okay, so over here in Russia, we have someone I'm incredibly hyped to be in a game with. This is Oliver Lugg. He made the the Diplomacy Game of Knife video on YouTube, which I still view as the best diplomacy video on YouTube. Very highly recommend you check it out. He's a video essayist, he covers all kinds of things. He also invented 5D diplomacy with multiverse time travel, which is something that no one has ever been able to play, but which would probably make for a very cool video if anyone ever does. Right, so over here in Turkey we have Superstition, or Keith. He is part of the Diplomats podcast. They have played in, I think, all of the previous Media Wars. And it's mostly been Ed Sullivan, who is, like, their host, who plays. This time it's one of their co-commentators. So, on their channel, they tend to go into extreme depth on diplomacy games. They cover tournament games, specifically Nexus and Olympus, probably a few others. And they cover each phase in detail, so they do one video per phase. And it's actually fantastic content. Highly recommend it, especially if you like more long-form analysis. So, Austria here, this is Zotan. So, Zotan is an editor of the Diplomacy Briefing. I think he's actually the only non-YouTuber in this game this time around. It's showing that we are moving to videos these days. So, he edits the Diplomacy Briefing. It's a weekly newsletter that is mostly distributed via email that just tells about what's going on in the diplomacy hobby. It's a pretty awesome resource. I'll have links to all of these in the video description. And finally we have AudaciousHand here in Italy, who you might also know as Milkman from some of our earlier videos. He's been in a lot of tournament finals and such like. He is part of the Diplomats podcast, but he also runs his own YouTube channel. Sorry, my mind is going a little bit. He runs his own YouTube channel called The Moral Metacist, which is like vlogs about diplomacy, and then the most recent video he's released has actually been like half commentary and half going up to players and interviewing them mid-game, which is excellent. Highly recommend you check that out as well. And with that, we should be able to get to the game itself. So as France, my immediate thought is, I'm France. I don't really want to be France because I've played France so many times before, but hey, I mean, it's still a fantastic nation to draw just from a power perspective. I'm very, very defensible. My main concern is making sure people don't attack me, because pretty much the only way you get cracked as France very early on is if all three of these neighbors come for you, right? So as long as you're kind of agreeing to do what they want to do, hopefully they won't come for you. So that's pretty much been my experience, and I actually want to start by looking at the Italian press here. I apologize for a little bit of the left of the map being cut off, by the way. This is the best way I can fit this onto one screen. But yeah, so the Italian, we opened up just having a fun little chat. But interestingly, they noted, if you have any fun ideas, I'm open-minded to a fault. Which made me think, okay, this is the kind of player who likes a fancy opening, right? And that's an interesting one. I used to be that kind of player. It's kind of like the, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but there's like the versions of Magic players, right? The type of there's a specific type of Magic the Gathering player who will just play the most awesome thing, regardless of whether it's actually good or not, right? And I very much used to be that. I would play Key Lepantos as Austria all the time just because they were fancy. And I know, because of that, the best way to get one of those people on side is to go along with their ideas, right? Is to go and say, hey, yeah, let's do a fancy opening. Let's do something particularly impressive off the bat. I'm not 100% sure whether AudaciousHand is that kind of player, but this immediately gave me the impression that he is. Because you don't raise, like, the idea of doing fun things in the opening unless you really want to do something different, because a lot of diplomacy openings are quite well studied, and so you wouldn't really call them fun, right? They're very, very similar, especially with powers like France and Italy, who can't really do all that much together. So I went ahead and said, I'll think of some fun ideas. I used to be full of them, but I've kind of settled down in my old age and gotten into routine openings. That is true. The better I've gotten at diplomacy, the more I've kind of settled into these more normal openings, because they are just more consistent, right? You can do fancy things off the bat, and it will get you a tiny advantage, and then the rest of the board will see, oh, this person and this person are really closely aligned, and so we need to deal with them, and so it doesn't actually give you a long-term advantage doing something like this, right? So I tend to do more standard openings. But in this case, I figured, well, if I agree to do something interesting, he is absolutely not going to come to Piedmont, right? And I figured the interesting thing we could do is potentially put pressure on Munich together. That has two advantages for me, of course. First off, it means that he doesn't go to Piedmont because he needs to go to Tyrolia to put pressure on Munich. And second, it makes the German a bit weaker, which is probably in my interest. It depends a bit on how negotiations go in the north, but initially my negotiations in the north were saying, hey, England, you know, I was talking a fair bit to England, but Germany wasn't here off the bat. And so I was thinking, Germany is probably going to be the target here. I think it's kind of safe to agree something that will annoy Germany, because they'll have enemies on a lot of fronts. So, yeah, we had this discussion about supporting Inter Munich. He seemed pretty pro the idea. He did also realize he forgot to title the thread, and we had a little joke around that, but yeah. And this part of the discussion comes a bit later. after I'd kind of talked a bit more to England and I'd realised what England was saying. So I probably need to exit out of this conversation now and have a look at the English one just to give some context here. So England, BobZeBuilder is a very talkative person in chat. As you can see here, lots and lots of just long paragraphs, right? And it's full of content. And this is going to echo something that I say in whenever I'm giving advice on press, which is that if you're talking to someone, you should try and echo their press style, right? So if someone is giving you one-line responses, you should not respond like this, for example, right? But if someone is clearly into typing lots and lots and lots every phase and discussing as much as possible, you should also give them long answers. And so this is what I've done in this one. I've given much longer answers to England than to anyone else in this game, because England is the person who wants to talk more, right? Although I haven't actually sent that many messages total to them, which is a bit of an interesting thing, and I think it might come up later, but we'll get to that in a second. So, I initially asked how he's feeling about the country draws. I have a little jokey, it appears we've swapped nationalities for this game because he's part French, and I am of course English, and it's always nice to have that little icebreaker off the start, just something to talk about that's not the game. And then I point out that FloridaMan is our neighbor, and it's actually really nice for me to have FloridaMan as a neighbor, because FloridaMan is notoriously a very good player. And that means I can kind of shift the attention off the fact that I am a reasonably good player as well, by pointing at him and saying, hey, look at him, he's more scary, right? So I was saying this West is quite an impressive West, and I was trying to kind of push the idea, hey, it's gonna make this part of the board very, very competitive. We probably need to work together just to neuter how good this player is, right? So I also mentioned here, I really doubt FloridaMan is the kind of Germany to accept a Western triple. I think that's absolutely true, right? Western triples are the alliance between England, France, and Germany, where you just try and roll over the rest of the board, and they tend to be really bad for Germany in the long term. Not always, they can work out quite well, especially if Germany and France stab England at the same time. But because Germany is committing so hard to sending units across this line, right, it tends to leave them quite open on this front. And England is always going to have the ability to capitalize on that, because England's attack on the Eastern powers tends to be through a very narrow funnel over here, right? And so a lot of their units will be stuck behind the lines. So I think FloridaMan is a good enough player not to bite for a Western triple, so I just dismissed the possibility off the bat. You know, we probably aren't going to go for that, so actually the England-France alliance is the one that we should be discussing here. And we do have quite an interesting discussion. One of the most interesting things to me, if I can find it here, he quite liked the idea of him being in Belgium. Maybe it's not at the start here. Oh, he asked about some of the other players, because I'm probably the person who knows the most about the other players on this board, which is an advantage to me, but it's also a bit of a disadvantage, because everyone knows that I know pretty much everyone here, and a lot of the other players don't know each other. So I think that might put a bit of a target on my back. I guess we'll see as we go ahead. Here we go. I personally, as Britain, would like to get into Belgium with an army so we can pop Germany open like a soda can. I was kind of interested to hear that off the bat, because I'm not used to people immediately asking for Belgium anymore, especially not England's. It's generally thought that you get more out of an alliance if you get more out of the early game if you offer to support someone else to Belgium, right? But even if you want Belgium, because so many other people know that you get more out of it if you support another person and you're locking in an alliance in that way, someone will usually offer you support without you asking for it. Right? That's my experience anyway. So if I was England and I really wanted Belgium, I don't tend to really want Belgium. I think Belgium is a painful place for a British army to be. It can increase the power that you have in the area, but Norway is just such a better province for an army to be in. Like, you have much more ability to back it up here. Down here, you have to rely on your ally. And I mean, that absolutely can work, but I'm not the kind of person who relies on my ally very much. But yeah, if I did want Belgium for some reason as England, I would probably just raise the discussion point of what do you think about Belgium, and then wait for a response, see if they offer me support, and I would raise that with both of my neighbours. Because that also lets you judge, okay, which of these neighbours is actually offering me support, which of these neighbours maybe isn't, and might be a bit more selfish about it, right? But BobZeBuilder going straight off the bat and asking for it. And honestly, it's fine. I am more than happy to give it to him. I've got my 2 safe centres down here, Portugal and Spain. I have no real need to get into Belgium. And if he really wants it, and that locks in an alliance with him, more than happy to let that happen, right? So he sent this. I sent a reply quite a bit later. I'm not really fussed about Belgium in 01. I completely forgot to talk about this one. I'll come back to that in a second. So, I do think that the natural continuation is England pushing that army forward into Holland and France taking Belgium behind them, that is very much what happens in the England-France alliance, because if England stays in Belgium, then France gets trapped behind them. They can't really force much into Ruhr and Munich without going through Belgium. You've just got the choke point in Burgundy otherwise. So I think that's a really important thing to have happen. And Bob actually mentions it at the end of his message. I'd give Belgium up as I go to Holland, provided I know that French fleets will not come into my back door. That's an interesting point. I want him to expand on that, because I don't know what he's asking for there. He's obviously asking for French fleets not to come up here, which is completely fine, but is he asking for a Mid-Atlantic Ocean DMZ? That I might not be as happy about. So I do ask him about that in the following message. But yeah, we generally agree that the correct way to play this is to push the English army into Holland and have me take Belgium behind. And he offers the idea of a spicy play, which is in the same vein as Italy was saying earlier, like fun openings, something different. I wasn't sure whether he was serious about that, because he'd already discussed like the kind of traditional line of coming into Belgium and then forcing into Holland, which is not a spicy play. That is like the basic EF play, right? Well, okay, so sometimes France will just take this and support England as a Holland, but England coming to Belgium and forcing Holland is not unusual in any sense. So I go ahead and I say I like spicy plays, just in case he is the kind of player who will want to do something like that, but I can't immediately think of one. I'm interested to hear suggestions if you have any. And he also says, and I also ask him about the fleets front thing. Before I move on here, I should mention the balance of power thing. He mentioned something that I really dislike in his message here. It's just one sentence. I know you're a balance of power player. So if you watched the Imperial Diplomacy video that, as I'm talking now, came out a couple days ago, but probably by the time this video comes out, it will have been months. I mentioned quite a lot that I play balanced power play, so I try and keep neighbours on roughly the same power level as I expand. Now, it's a very valid way to play diplomacy. It's not a very good thing if your neighbours know that you are a balance of power player. And I was kind of relying on the fact that I think a lot of content creators don't watch other content because they're kind of exhausted having to edit their own content, right? If that makes any sense. I know it's the case with me. I do catch up on diplomacy content quite often when I get the chance to, and, you know, for example, the Veilfist video was amazing. I watch a lot of, I watch some of the FloridaMan videos, but not all of them. I watch some Diplomat podcasts, but again, not all of them. It's like, at some point, the amount of time on YouTube just becomes a little bit too much to bear. So you back off a little bit, and of course I watch DBN, right? But everyone watches DBN. But again, not all of it. Right, so I'm kind of counting on these people I'm playing with don't know that I'm the kind of player who plays Balance of Power. Because if they know that I'm the kind of player who plays Balance of Power, they just won't trust me, right? Because if they're ever getting strong, I will come for them. They know that. And this is why I normally play Anon as well. Unfortunately, BobZeBuilder is someone who watches a lot of YouTube content on diplomacy, I think, and who knows probably the most amount about me out of everyone on this board. So, yeah, I looked at this and I was like, oh, well, that is not good. That does not bode well for the Alliance. He is trying to, like, pitch the Alliance in a way that will be most appealing to me as a Balance of Power player, saying that he'll limit himself to not grow too large in comparison to you and make sure that we're relatively balanced. Which is perfectly fine, and I think that's a good way to pitch it. I just wish he hadn't included this line, because this just makes me think he is not going to trust me going forward. And so I try and dismiss it a little bit in the next message, saying I'm a balanced power player in some circumstances, but not always. I'm capable of running alliances to the end of the game where we're gaining at roughly equal rates. And this is what I really want to give the impression of, even if it's not something I actually end up doing. I want whoever I go into an alliance with off the bat to be my friend, to like trust me and not to think this guy is gonna stab me the moment I get too strong, right? So yeah, moving on ahead, he actually pitches a super interesting strategy. This goes back to the spicy plays thing. The moment I say I'm kind of interested in the idea of a spicy play, he links this game, which is a game in the Olympus tournament. And if I go ahead here... Right, this is the full 1901 turn. He's pitching that I go into the English Channel and pretend to Germany that I'm going to Sea Lion. And so the Sea Lion is this idea where you go into English Channel and Germany sends a fleet up to Denmark, and then English Channel supports Denmark out into the North Sea, and Germany follows that unit up with an army. And the idea is you just kill England as quickly as possible here, right? And the idea that Bob had, that he saw played in this game, was that you pretend to Germany, hey, I'm going to support you out into the North Sea here, and then you use that to manipulate Germany into only getting one build, or getting 0 builds if you get into Munich here, which is, you bounce Holland out with North Sea, you give England Belgium by convoying them in, and of course, you just don't support this move, so it doesn't go anywhere. And if you can get into Munich, that's a bonus. This is a super effective opening, right, if it works. But it is also a bit of a risky opening. So it relies on some things. First off, it relies on me convincing FloridaMan to go for a sea line. And the emphasis is it relies on me doing that. Of course, this is something England isn't involved in. England is kind of against Germany by default in this opening because, like, Germany is planning to play a line that's aggressive towards England. So I have to convince FloridaMan to go for that. I think that would have been possible, but I don't like the idea of hard pitching a very fast opening like this off the bat. If you've seen my older videos, especially the Can This Alliance Really Work one, I emphasize the concept of momentum a lot, and of going super fast off the bat, and of taking down your side of the board, and then crossing the stalemate line, right? These days, I don't do that as much. I don't value that as much, the momentum, because the problem with that amount of momentum is that the other side of the board often speeds up to match it just because they can see what's going on, right? So the idea behind having a very fast momentum opening and doing something like this, where you completely cripple the German off the bat, is that you then speed up compared to the other side of the board. You will resolve your theatre early, and then you can cross over before they've resolved theirs. But what actually tends to happen is that people see that this is going super fast. They then unite in some kind of mega alliance and come up to your border. Or at least they'll ease off, for example, Italy, to allow Italy to come up to your border while they're resolving the East over here. So I don't value that very highly. As England, I would value it quite highly, because England can't really be dealt with by any of the Eastern powers, right? But as France, I think I prefer a slower opening that doesn't scare the rest of the board so much. Right, and that was my main problem with this. The other problem I had with this was because I would have had to be the one to convince FloridaMan to do it, and then I'd be the one stabbing FloridaMan. England's attack here isn't really a stab, right? Because they were already under attack. So then FloridaMan would be angry at me specifically, and I don't want that to be the case. I think that would result in a situation where England has power over the side of the board. And that's why I end up declining it. I say, hey, you know, I'm going to let you into Belgium. We can go with the more traditional line. Even though I was saying earlier, if someone wants to do a spicy opening, the best way to get them in your pocket is to do the spicy opening with them. I think this one is too spicy. At least for me. And I can totally see why he's pitching it. I think it's really good for him. I think it would also be really good for me if I wanted to stab England, because I could go into English Channel and his orders rely on Wales to Belgium, which then means I can just go straight into London, right? But again, that powers me up tons off the bat and makes me a big target. So I was not a fan of going along with that. I actually took a little while to respond to this, and so he mentions the clock's ticking down, but I go ahead and say it's an impressive opening. I just compliment the idea, but I say no, I'm not going to go with it. And then I discuss a bit about what's happening in Burgundy, which relates to the German conversation, which is what we're going to next. So the German conversation started super late. And this is the one I'm least pleased about my performance in, because it feels like I was gunning for a certain type of negotiation, and I did not get that at all. So I go ahead and start off by giving like an icebreaker here. How are you feeling about drawing Germany? Completely irrelevant to the state of the board. It's just like, hey, this gives you something to talk about. And then I say, do you have a preference on what happens in Burgundy on this turn? I also have that line about I'm a big fan of FG, but like, with me, I'll say that to everyone. I'll say to Italy, hey, I'm a big fan of France-Italy alliance. I'll say to Austria, hey, we can work together in the long term, right? This is a throwaway line. It's just to make someone happier about the message and to pad it out a little bit. So his preference is a DMZ in Burgundy, which is super interesting. I don't like demilitarizing Burgundy at all as France. So I can see why he would want that. It makes his centers much safer, right? And it means that we establish some baseline trust off the bat. If I go to Picardy, he goes to Ruhr, we've got this demilitarized, and then we can support one another in. I don't like it for two reasons. First, it basically allows for that immediate attack on France that I'm so worried about. If Germany decides to stab, they can just come into Burgundy. I'm not going to English Channel either, so England can come down this way. And suddenly I've lost quite a lot of my defensive position just through not protecting this extremely vital center, right? Well, not center, non-supply center province. So I don't like that. I also don't like the signal that it gives to the rest of the board. I don't like the fact that even though it establishes some trust between us early on, it also shows everyone else these two players are establishing trust together, and that includes England. So England will suddenly be less happy about me, just in general. And I would like to keep them both as potential ally options until I'm ready to decide who to go for. And at this point, I'm leaning towards going for Germany, especially considering that Italy wanted to go that way. But I'm not set on that, right? It might not be in my interest to do that. So, yeah. I go ahead and say I don't usually DMZ it. I tend to be quite paranoid, so my preference is a bounce. But I do mention that England has been insistent about going to Belgium. And that if we bounce here, we do give him Belgium. There is the option, of course, of me going to Paris and us bouncing with these units, which would give me some influence on Belgium, but it wouldn't give Germany any. Unless he goes to Holland with Kiel, which I think is quite a suboptimal move, and I don't think is one he'd generally be willing to play. So I go ahead and basically say, how do you see Belgium playing out? How much do you value it? Are you okay with England being there? Right? And then us knocking him out in the next year, because that's not a particularly hard thing for us to accomplish. So we could go for the DMZ if we're denying him it immediately, but my preference would be to bounce and then take it out later. And he says, I would rather not give Belgium to England. If you prefer a bounce in Burgundy, I'll do that. I'm more interested in establishing trust than anything else, and England is easily dislodged, as you note. So this is a bit of an interesting one, right? Because he's basically saying, okay, yeah, I'll do what you want, but it's not my preference. And that is not the vibe I want to give off the bat. I would really like him to also want a bounce. Or to go along with what he's wanting, right? Because that's just the better way to establish an alliance. But it doesn't end up being the right play for me here, I think. I really do want this bounce. So I want to kind of convince him that I have his best interests at heart, but I'm kind of... I feel like the bounce would be the best for us as a partnership. So I go ahead and try and write a message that points towards that by saying... But I go about it in completely the wrong way, right? I go about it by trying to appease him by discussing the DMZ option a little bit more before I settle on the bounce, so that it sounds like at least I'm considering it, right? So I go, what do you envision the plan is if we DMZ it? Go up to Picardy and Ruhr. But then I mention, you know, I'm kind of tempted to go to that old opening where I convoy an RB to Portugal. I'll talk about this in a second. But this is basically saying, hey, a bounce would work really well for this opening that's quite good against England. And I was hoping to, like, discuss that a little bit further and then resolve it. But I didn't get a reply until after I was planning to go to bed. So he goes ahead and, like, sends a response saying, if we DMZ, then yes, that would be the logical plan. And this thread is not really resolved, right? Because the last message here was sent right before the deadline when I woke up in the morning. He wasn't going to have time to respond to that. I was like, let's stick with the bounce. And if anything, the fact that this thread didn't get resolved, I think is going to make him a little bit... dislike me a little bit more, right? Because I was, like, playing with the idea of DMZing it, but I wasn't actually committing that way, and I only confirmed, 100% confirmed the bounce in the morning, which means that he might have not entered the move. I think he absolutely did enter the move, and that was why I was okay to do this. In fact, I think I actually did confirm I'll put in the bounce. But the fact that I was playing with the idea of DMZ means that I might have been playing with the idea of sneaking into Burgundy basically through miscommunication, through him not entering the bounce here. And if he thinks I did that, I think our alliance possibilities are not great. So, as a result of this though, because I'm bouncing here, I can't support Italy into Munich anymore. So I went ahead and told Italy, you know, that we're not going to be able to do this. I have a message from him. He wants either a bounce or a DMZ in Burgundy. This would be very risky if we were doing that. And Italy had mentioned to him, to me even, that he didn't really like the Austrian press very much. There was something going on here. I didn't get an impression of what it actually was, but there was something going on here that made him uneasy. So I went ahead and said, okay, in that case, let's call it off. And I didn't get a response from him, which was a bit painful, but I hope that my negotiation here is reasonable. Like, I guess I didn't need a response from him because I'm just saying, hey, let's call it off, when he's probably called it off anyway because of the Austrian press. So, you know, it's been left in limbo a little bit. I think I'm still kind of confident that he's not coming this way, which is the important thing to me. So, yeah, that's great. Last press to talk about before we go. Well, obviously these three powers. I barely talked to Austria. I didn't really talk much to Turkey, but both of them were just like opening discussions, and with Turkey a little bit of jokiness, mainly because I'm not going to be interacting with them immediately. I did have some longer discussions with Russia, specifically about the fact that despite us being so distant, it's probably in our interest to work together long term, right? Because whatever power one of us is attacking here, or if these guys go, if one of these guys gets eliminated, we can work together against the other. It's generally the case that if France does well, Russia does well, and if Russia does well, France does well. Just because of who... Like, the fact that if one of them is doing well, it requires these two powers to be quite weak. And therefore the other one gets a benefit as well. So I go ahead and make that case, right? He's going ahead and sharing some information. England seems to be very much in favour of an England-Russia alliance, which is interesting to me, but also that is absolutely fine. I don't know whether it's England just pitching alliances to everyone. I think it probably is. But if he goes England-Russia, I'm super happy with that, because the natural target of that is Germany. And I can just go for England, right? Or I can jump in on Germany, and as long as I have Russia on side in the long term, we can go for whoever the survivor is together at the end. So, we go ahead and discuss a little bit more. We generally don't come to any conclusion, and that's because I failed to respond to this last message because I didn't realize I'd gotten it, if I'm totally honest. But I'll be discussing things further with him and just coordinating a bit with him going forward. The idea is, if we make an England-Russia-France alliance happen, we can absolutely just turn that into a France-Russia alliance at the end. And even if we don't, if it's like France-Germany versus England-Russia, or Germany-Russia versus England-France, it's still in our interest to work together in that situation. We can make good stabs on our respective allies in order to resolve the West to both of our advantage. Right, so let's talk about this, which is my opening here. I'm planning to bounce Burgundy, and you'll notice after this turn I will end up in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, Gascony, and Marseille, assuming everything goes well. Now, this is a specific opening, I think called the Lisbon Leapfrog, and it's one I don't actually like very much, but it's one I've never played, and therefore I figured I should try it out at some point, right? Especially since I've drawn France 3 times in a row, I want to try something a little bit different with them. And so the idea of this opening is, leaves you in position to convoy Gascony across to Portugal, and to move Marseille into Spain. And what's important about that is the Mid-Atlantic Ocean unit stays in Mid-Atlantic Ocean this year, while you still pick up 2 builds. Which means you can build Fleet Brest, or you can build Fleet Marseille, and you're very immediately in position to go against England. Right, you can move into English Channel, you can move into North Atlantic. From here, you have 2 fleets on this front. So, it's good in the sense that you can very easily mobilize against England with it. It's bad in the sense that it's very visible that you can very easily mobilize against England with it. So, I am a little concerned about that, about England raising the possibility, hey, you know, this is a really worrying position you're in, and teaming up with Germany as a result of that. I think if I have Russia on side, I can afford to take that gamble, because Russia can harass England up here, so I need to talk more to Russia, I need to talk more to Germany and make sure that he's on side. But also, this opening is a very flexible one, right? So if I decide, oh no, actually I don't want to convoy over to Portugal, I can easily just take it with the fleet. right? And then that also leaves my two armies. I can take Spain with either of them and do whatever else I want to with the other one. The only major weakness of this opening is that if England opens to the English Channel and to Wales, I have nothing in place to protect Picardy, so he can very easily convoy across. But in that case, I think I would just take the risk that he might convoy to Picardy and take as many centres down here as possible so I can rebuild and defend myself. In that case, again, I'd be heavily reliant on Russian support, but I think as long as I have Russia's support and as long as Italy doesn't come against me, I'm fine. So that is my thinking right now. So this game has just progressed. It progressed actually about an hour and a half ago. As I say this, I had not refreshed the page yet because I wanted to see the moves live on video, which is what I'm going to do now. So let's reload this. Oh my god. Okay, well, this is not great. This is not good at all. So, well, let's go ahead and look at what the results of that phase were, right? So, Italy has gone into Piedmont, which is really bad off the bat, and I should probably have expected this given he didn't send a reply to my message, right? Maybe I should have committed more heavily to trying to get him to go up to Tyrolia, to promising him support into Munich, even if I knew I couldn't have given it. Maybe that would have been the way to do this. But, I don't know, if someone's making these kind of moves, I kind of assume that this was discussed between the three of them from the start. So I'm very glad that I decided to try and force the issue on the bounce here. Right, because otherwise I think I may have a German unit in Burgundy at the same time here, and that would be especially painful. So the nice thing about my opening in this context, of course I can easily lose Brest, I can easily lose Picardy, I could defend Brest here, and the fact that I have the ability to defend Brest here means I think England might not go for it. I think they might just convoy into the guaranteed Picardy, or even better, into the guaranteed Belgium, right? And leave me alone to take these centres here. Even though they are preparing an attack on me, that would still be fine. The fact that I still have a unit in Marseille means I can take Spain with Gascony here, and I can keep the units in Marseille and bounce this unit out, which is also great on my front. God, this is such a bad opening. I failed and pressed so badly here. Oh my god. I think maybe I should have just bitten on the English suggestion of the spicy opening, right? Of moving to English Channel. This was probably the reason that this didn't work, because if he proposed that idea, that means he wasn't planning to go to English Channel at the time, because this would have just bounced. So, maybe I should have accepted, I don't know. Good thing I am France. France is very defensible. It's not very defensible if everyone is attacking you at once. That is a bit of a problem. But I think I can hold this, right? So, the main concern to me, I need to get Austria maybe to attack Italy. I need to get something to happen that makes Italy turn around. I need to keep Germany on side, or try and get Germany on side here, because they have the least to gain from attacking me. So if I can convince them to get extra fleets down and go for England, maybe England will stop here. I need to have Russia on side in the north, because again, the pressure that Russia can put down on people is immense, and it's fantastic for France, right? And I need to try and talk England into maybe convoying to Belgium instead of to Picardy or Brest. If I can get them to turn around, if I can say to them, hey, the thing that would make this opening even more awesome for you is if you pivot, if you do something completely unexpected, right? Get the jump on FloridaMan, you're still in a position to do it, and you have power over me in this alliance. I think this is a fantastic way for you to make your mark on the game. So I'll see if I can push that angle. Yeah. I think in both of the previous two media wars, right, when we drew France, when I drew France, and when Ezio drew France, we both did quite well off the bat. This is going to be a very different game by the looks of things. This, I'm going to have to show how you can play France on the defensive. I hope I can play it well. The really important thing is going to be convincing someone to turn around. Alright, well, I'll end the recording there. We'll see you on the next phase. Okay, so here we are, full 1901 still. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to do the same kind of rollover commentary as I did for SO1, because I am going to Gloucester to see the cheese rolling this weekend. That is not a statement I say very often. So, this time I'm going to have to do a mid-phase commentary, and then the next one will probably be in SO2 retrospectively covering what happened. This is not a good situation for me. I mean, as you can see, Piedmont, Munich, English Channel, and Wales. I mean, Munich isn't so aggressive, but from the press, I've been told that Germany was in on this, and in fact, England and Italy are both pinning Germany as, like, the instigator of all of this. So, I'll go over that a bit more when I get to the press, but for now, I'm treating all three as hostile. Never a situation that you really want to be in. Let's start by going over some tactics here. We'll get to the press in a bit, but French defensive tactics are actually quite interesting, and in this scenario, in fact, I think this opening that I've made is one of the best that I could have possibly made against this. At least, instead, if I wasn't, like, bouncing English Channel or Piedmont, which would have been better. It would have halted this before it started, kind of, or at least delayed it. But in terms of where I'm not making those kind of moves, I'm predicting this opening is pretty good. And the reason for that, let's go to a sandbox to have a quick look here. There are lots of potential options for me to take these centers, right? I can potentially go to Portugal from Mau, I can go to Spain from Mau, I can go to Spain from Gascony, I can go to Spain from Marseille, I can do that to bounce Piedmont out, I can do that to bounce English Channel out, I could in fact do that to bounce English Channel out. There's a whole range of options here, none of them are incredible, right? They don't they don't immediately gain me very much. If I'm doing something like this, I'm only gaining one center and I'm still leaving Burgundy open. In fact, best case scenario in this, I mean, this would be Wales coming over here, not English Channel, but yeah. Best case scenario is probably something like this, right, where I gain exactly one build. In fact, it would be better doing that because it puts me in a better position to take Spain in the next year. But it's not the worst case situation, right? If I had, for example, this unit in Burgundy, if I'd forced it there, I'd be in a far worse situation because I would then have to bounce with Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I would basically be forced to move Burgundy to Marseille and Marseille to Spain to gain a build. And that is a situation where Italy can just hold Piedmont and Germany can slip in behind me, right? So there are much worse ways this could have gone. If I'd have bounced from Paris, so I'd still be in Paris here, and gone into Spain from Marseille, I would then have to make a guess over Marseille, over whether this unit is going in or not. As is, it's still not great. This Piedmont unit is almost certainly going to attack Marseille. There's no real reason for it not to do so, except if he thinks I'm going to do something like this to try and get the build here. In which case I'd be bouncing Brest, or maybe hoping England is going to Belgium and going to Portugal here. But, like, in this scenario, he can hold Piedmont to allow me to cover up this center and therefore not be able to build a fleet in the south. But I don't think that's particularly worth it for him, right? Specifically, it's not really worth it for me to focus this many units on trying to get a fleet build in the south. I'm on the defensive. A fleet build on the south is okay in that it can bounce Lyon out, that is nice, but it also can't protect Burgundy, it can't protect the north, right? And it's kind of stuck there because rotating it out is really difficult. when you're under threat. So I don't personally think it's worth doing something like this. So I think he would agree. So I think he's probably tapping Marseille to pin it there, which means I cannot do something like this, for example, because he will always get into Marseille if I'm not protecting it. So I need to keep Marseille where it is, or at least do something that keeps it where it is, like this. Which leaves me a couple of options on the defensive. I could try and cover Brest here, and hope England is going for Brest, basically. And then this will bounce and I'll get one build, which is not great, but it's something. Or I could go for the two builds, hope England is not going for Brest. And, you know, this is best case scenario if this happens here. Absolute best case scenario. But I think the fact that this is very obviously best case scenario means they're not going to let me get away with something like this, right? So yeah, I have to debate over whether I want to do this or this, basically. I think this is how I'm gonna defend myself, probably. One of these two move sets. So, the weird part about France, right? Usually if you're in a position like this and you're getting crushed by all of your neighbors, it happens quite regularly with Turkey, for example, or with Austria in the early game, where you're getting ganged up on by 3 people at the same time, and you're kind of dead if you can't get them to split up. There is zero possibility for you to remain alive by just defending yourself. You need a change in the alliance structure. And that is exactly what's happening here as well. And usually in that scenario, the advice would be try and unbalance the alliance that's attacking you. If, for example, you are Turkey, you're defending yourself against AIR, perhaps the best possible option for you is making sure that one of those powers is very clearly gaining faster than the others. If you're Turkey, that's usually Austria. You want to be making progress fast, because Austria can't gain anything more from you easily once they get into Bulgaria, right? So they'll then have incentive to turn and attack someone else. And once that attack happens, you're not in a great situation still. You've probably lost Black Sea at that point, or there's Italian fleets in here, and you're just bunkered down in your home supply centers or whatever's left of them. But it forces people to turn around. Once someone breaks that alliance structure, the other people will turn around. You'll get your chance to break out of your box again, right? It's a bit more difficult with Austria if you're trying to defend Austria, because unbalancing these powers is, well, it's kind of really difficult. It's why Italy's often don't go for the attack on Austria, just because the main way Austria tends to deal with it is by throwing everything at Italy to make sure that Italy doesn't get any kind of foothold. They have to back off, and then you can try and keep whatever's left, but you're kind of screwed at that point, right? You will have a much harder time getting back into the game than a Turkey will. So it's mostly just a deterrent, the fact that Austrians do that. It's more like, okay, in future games, this Italy power will know not to attack me as an Austrian neighbor, or other people will know not to. So, anyway, that was a long ramble. The main point of this is, usually the way you deal with this is you try and unbalance the other powers. As France, that's a bit different. Because as France, you are an immensely defensible power, right? If you're getting attacked by 3 people, yes, you're going to fall. But unlike something like Turkey or something like Austria, you won't fall in the first 3 years of the game. You will be able to hold out that long at least. I really hope that's true. If that ends up not being true, I will be a little bit embarrassed here. But yeah, you can hang on for a bit longer than that. And because of that, the problem is, if you start trying to unbalance the other powers by giving someone centers, right? That person might just continue. Well, that person will almost certainly continue going for you, because they can gain more from continuing to attack you. And the other powers, seeing a weak France, might just think, this is the opportunity to get rid of the weak France, right? Because a France is dangerous. Everyone in a high-level game knows that a France is dangerous. It's kind of similar to a Turkey situation in that a lot of people, even if they get stabbed by Austria, they might try and negotiate Austria back into attacking Turkey just because they view Turkey as the biggest threat in the East in the game, right? But it's even worse than that because France is considered significantly stronger than Turkey at a high level of play. Well, maybe not significantly, but like the strongest power at the very least. So there's significant incentive for these players just to follow through, and if you give up ground to try and unbalance them, you are lowering your lifespan, right? If they all keep attacking you. And that's pretty huge. As an Austria, if you throw a couple centers to Russia, you're not really lowering your lifespan by that much if you're getting attacked by 3 people, because you can't hold out for very long against 3 people as Austria. But as France, you can hold out significantly longer. And holding out that long actually brings in an alternate method of getting these players off your back, which is just having other players get strong enough that they have to turn around to deal with them. Which is, in a sense, the same thing, right? It's unbalancing the alliance. Like, in unbalancing the alliance, you're trying to make one person much stronger than the other two. In this situation as France, you're still trying to make one person much stronger than the others, but you're not trying to make one of these 3 powers much stronger than the others. You're trying to make sure that Austria or Russia becomes a big threat in the East. And particularly in this scenario, where Italy is opened this way, if they decide to convoy Rome over to Tunis in the first year, which I think is a possibility, but I think would be a mistake in this circumstance, the main advantage to it is that they then get to move to Lyon in the spring turn, whereas if they move the fleet here, they would not be able to. But the disadvantage to it is that you're stranding your army in Tunis, right? Usually that's kind of okay if you're keeping a lot of fleets around here and if you've got the army in defense just against Austria, just in case, right? But in the scenario where you're attacking France, this army is otherwise occupied. You have to build a fleet to go into Western Mediterranean as well. And so you're kind of reliant on getting a build before Austria just walks into this center. And particularly here, where Russia and Turkey are at war, Austria walking into Venice is a very real scenario. Like, especially in combination with Greece, this will be in Greece at some point, going into Ionian Sea because you've sent all your fleets west. So as long as I can keep Italy from making a gain for the time being, I think there is a significant possibility that Austria will feel confident enough to go into Venice in '02. And that is really all I want, because the moment that happens, Italy kind of has to turn around. They don't have to. They could just try and suicide into here thinking they're already dead, which would be worst case scenario for me. But in that scenario, I just have to hold my lands long enough for them to die, right? Which will be my goal in that situation. So I'm really hoping, this is where my negotiations have been focused, I'm hoping that Austria will be willing to go for Italy, and I've raised that possibility with him, and he seems receptive to the idea of doing it next year or the year after that. And that's music to my ears. I really need that to happen. I've also been discussing the situation with Russia and seeing if he'll be willing to throw in some help in the north, but really, given the situation down here, and the fact that England, Germany are likely aligned, I don't think Russia will be able to do all that much to help me. So that one's a little bit more far-fetched. I'm more just establishing a relationship with Russia in case we can both survive this, that will hopefully be useful further on in the future. So I don't want to throw centers to people. This is like what it all comes down to. I want to hold my land as long as possible, and therefore I'm going to make the tactical plays that let me do that. Now, going over to the press. Right. So, as mentioned, Italy and England have both told me that this was all Germany's idea. And actually, Italy messaged me right off the bat saying, sorry, I was missing in action last night, you know, and gave an excuse for it, although I mean, I know he was making a video, I saw the video, it was a nice video, but I don't really buy that was the reason that he didn't message me at all. I think the reason that he didn't message me at all was that he was going to Piedmont, right? That just makes sense. But he's immediately shifting all the blame onto Germany, saying, oh, this is all Germany's fault, I'm a follower, I'm just doing what Germany told me to. I don't really respect that at all, right? I think if this is your move, you should own it, and if it's not your move and you're just going along with something that someone else has proposed, you should still own what you're doing, right? You should say, I was very much in favor of this idea. I'm going to keep attacking, rather than saying, oh, I must keep attacking because it's what I've told this other guy that I'm going to do. It's yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what's a better message that he could have sent me, to be honest. It's always a bit awkward messaging someone when you've just stabbed them, right? So I don't disrespect him too much for this, but I don't think this opening message really changes my view on him at all. I do respect him being a bit honest with me. He does say, I don't want to lie to you, I'm moving Piedmont to Marseille, but like, I could have predicted that anyway, of course he's gonna do that. I'm not one to betray agreements once they're set. Which is an interesting phrase, given that he just did that to me. But yeah, I'll go with Germany's plan until he doesn't meet his end of the bargain. So he's basically telling me, yeah, he's going to go ahead and attack me for as long as he wants to. I threw out, like, some random idea of, hang on. Here, right, I'd said initially, I'm open to whatever deal you want to put on the table. He kind of threw out something that's possible is France ceding Italy to Spain, but he didn't offer anything in return for that, and he didn't give a solid plan for that. So I think it's just him, like, feeling like he needs to respond to this point, but not actually being willing to do anything. So I'm honest with him here. I say, hey, you know, I'm not going to give up Spain when you're not offering me anything in return. Especially since you've said you're going to stick with Germany unless Germany betrays you. Which certainly sounds like, even if I did give you Spain, you are just going to keep attacking me here. So, yeah. We have a little bit of a discussion about the Hearts. So the Hearts were a group on Nexus, in the Nexus diplomacy tournament, who all had the same profile picture, or like very similar profile pictures of two hearts stitched together. There was some discussion about this at the start of the game, because both of these two players are hearts, and therefore there was like some worry, are these two people going to align specifically because, you know, they're good friends with one another. And I've actually been told in the past by this player, by Superstition, that the Hearts were a group who had agreed never to stab one another, which is something that I didn't like the sound of particularly, but in those Nexus tournaments, there is a lot of metagaming like this that does occur. But yeah, he denied that. He basically said this guy is, did like to used to get on people's nerves, basically, by saying that, but this group is not a metagaming group, it's a group that just are friends, right? And I think that's probably true. My experience with the Hearts in the past has been that they're generally pretty stabby, especially in the Nexus Season 4 finals, when I played there, the Hearts were kind of an interesting factor. But they don't really come into this very much. The rest of this is kind of just discussion about whether Turkey is going to be too strong, but I'm fairly certain at this point that he's committed heavily against me. He's not going to turn around, right? There's not really anything that I can say to him to get him to flip. And yeah, there's a bit more. Just mainly joking around, right? So then we've got, I don't know who to go to first. I'll go to Germany first, right? Because Germany hasn't said very much. Here, so initially I said this isn't looking great for me off the bat, right? How are you feeling about events here? I'm looking for a lifeline. So even immediately off the bat, I was fairly certain Germany was in on this, because you don't make moves like this as England without expecting both of these neighbours. Well, not necessarily Italy, but like, you have to have Germany on side if you're making this move, because Italy is not an ally who can help you very much. You need Germany on side so that you can push in the north. Italy just coincidentally weakens France a little bit, but it doesn't stop you from being steamrolled up here if Germany chooses to go against you, right? So I thought that Germany was going to be on side with them. Initially, he said that he heard from England last year seeking alliance against you. I was skeptical. I didn't commit to anything. That's kind of interesting to me to hear, and not something I'm sure I believe. Russia said that England seemed to be afraid of you. Looks like that was correct, and it looks like... and the Italian player was also willing to commit against you. And he said his feelings are mixed. I imagine you'll be a better partner for me than England, which is an important factor in your favour. How would you suggest we handle this? And now I'd heard at this point from both England and Italy that Germany was actually the instigator of this plan, had set up the three-way chat between them, and had said, hey, how about we jump in on France here, right? And I'm much more inclined to believe that than I am inclined to say that this is true, that he wasn't committing to anything. Because I really don't think this order set is one that happens when you aren't committing to anything. So I kind of wanted to make it clear to him that, hey, let's just be honest with each other here, right? I know that you are part of this. There's no need to have this kind of pretense, right? We can talk this out, and, like, we both know that we're good players. We can talk this out with the honest situation in mind instead of trying to, you know, obfuscate our own intentions. So I go ahead and just tell him outright, hey, both England and Italy have told me that it's your idea and they were following your lead. And if so, bravo, that's fine, it's a good, effective opening. But it doesn't change anything about my pitch here, right? Because I'm on the back foot. I need an ally, and you are the best placed person to be that ally, because you are not actively attacking me. You don't have very much to gain by pushing into my lands right now, so I want you on side. So can we just please be honest about this and like make this plan knowing full well that you were intending to attack me? So I said, I think the way you do that is you play how you would anyway. In Fall 01, you consolidate Holland and Denmark, you build a fleet, and then you stab England. And this isn't a big ask for me to make of him, right? It's saying, hey, you know, you take the centres you were going to take anyway, you put down a fleet, which isn't suspicious. Germany generally has 2 fleets. If you are building entirely armies as Germany, you're leaving yourself very open to an English stab. And so... you know, it's what he would be doing naturally anyway, and it only requires commitment from him in late 1902, when he has to then make the move against England. Up until then, he can still make the choice to back out of doing that and come for me. So I'm really asking very little of him here. I'm basically saying, hey, you know, do what you were going to do anyway, leave open the possibility of working with me. And he replies with a really weird message, right? He says, I wish I could be a participant in those conversations. This is about England and Italy, telling me that it was his idea. Even more, I wish they could be face-to-face. I'm such a mastermind that I changed their plans even after arriving late to the game. I wonder if they could say that with a straight face. Anyway, I'm happy to claim the credit. I might claim that it's true in my AAR, because I think that England and Italy make me sound like a persuasive genius. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. So he's sticking to his initial message, like initial words, saying that he wasn't part of this. To me, this is insanity, right? I know full well he was part of this. And like, this kind of message doesn't make me want to work with him. It makes me hate the idea of working with him because he's still lying to me. There is a tiny chance that it's true, maybe, and that England did something completely insane without his approval, and Italy went all in as well, and that these two are coordinating to try and make it look like his fault, so that I don't believe that. And, you know, if that is true, massive respect to those two. It's a very unique strategy. But I see that as being less than 1% chance, right? And so this message just makes me distrust Germany, because I don't think he's being honest with me. But he does say, the tactics you're contemplating interest me. I did say here, if you come into Burgundy, you don't really make any gains yourself. It just enables England and Italy to take stuff. That's not in your interest. Maybe we can arrange some kind of movement there where it looks like you're attacking me and committing to this three-way thing, but doesn't actually move in. And this is what I'm proposing basically here, that I go up to Burgundy with Marseille, he bounces me out, and therefore it looks like he tried to attack me, but I still keep Marseille in place. So he's saying, are you saying we should do a bounce again? He picks up on the proposed tactic immediately, says he's okay with it. Can you afford to waste a unit with that move? I was saying, well, Marseille isn't going to be able to move anyway because Piedmont is coming for it. So it's not really a wasted move, it is just like the only move it can make. And he says that makes sense to him, and later he also messages me saying that England is being mysterious about where he's convoying. And I think this is actually true, given England is saying the same kind of messages to me, but we'll see it in a sec. Now, the weird thing about this situation now is, of course, because I've arranged a bounce with him here, he could just decide to do that and build an army in Munich, even have the position to force Burgundy, and because I've lost the centre here, assuming that England's going here as well, I would be guaranteed not to have a single build. Because even if I bounce this, right, then because I lose this centre, gain this centre, I have 0 builds. He's definitely in position to take Burgundy. In this situation, it would require Italian assistance, but he can do it. And of course it weakens me immensely. It basically cripples me. My initial thought was that wouldn't make sense for him to do, right? Because what is he gaining out of that? He can force Burgundy, he can eventually take Paris, right? And then England gains Brest, probably Italy gains Spain, and one of England or Italy gain Portugal. So he gains 1 centre out of that. And realistically, he's in position to take the rest of the centres that he would gain, Belgium and probably Sweden, anyway. He can do that even if he is working with me. So the only reason to do something like this is really if he wants me out of the game ASAP, despite the fact that it doesn't really gain him all that much personally. But I am France. And taking France out of the game is not something that's to be underestimated, especially considering it gives Italy the extra build so Italy can reinforce against this, and this Austria is looking to be very strong because of these two powers fighting one another. I think he would appreciate a counterbalance to that happening. And so looking at this a bit more, I was starting to think, okay, well, this is actually looking like more of a possibility to me now than when I initially pitched the idea. I am very concerned that he would do this. And the fact that he lied to me, right? Why would you lie like that? It doesn't make any sense when I clearly know the truth. I feel like that's the kind of lie you tell someone when you don't care about their respect of you, because you want to steamroll them, because you want them out of the game ASAP, and it doesn't matter what you've told someone who's dead, right? They can't do anything about it. So, I'm very worried about this possibility, which leads to the potential option of just doing that and holding in Marseille, and then hoping that he breaks the agreement, that he goes to Ruhr. But then that opens the possibility of what if he's telling the truth, and then he just gets into Burgundy, right? And then I have some really bad situation here because I have just lied to the German, who was the only person telling me the truth in this case about his intentions, although I suppose Italy has also been truthful with me this turn, but like Italy is clearly attacking me, and I've put him in Burgundy. And so he can very easily just go to Gascony from there, crack open my core, and, then I'm kind of screwed. I think from this position, my best bet is to tell him, hey, look, you can evac to Belgium and take that, please do. And I think if I'm going for this situation, I absolutely need to bounce Brest, right? Because even if England doesn't go for Brest and I get in, that means I'm at least guaranteed an army build in Paris. Whereas if I go here, well, I'm still guaranteed an army build in Paris. I get the extra build. Okay, actually that's a bit different than I thought. But the problem here is that because the English unit is in Brest and the German unit is in Burgundy, they can very easily coordinate, right? And take Paris back. Doesn't matter that I'm getting the build there. I can try and stop it by attacking Burgundy in some way, but because of this Italian army here, there's nothing I can do to actually stop it if they decide to attack it just from Burgundy with Brest supporting. So, where does that leave me? That leaves me with this interesting choice. Do I do this? Do I do that? I don't really know right now. I think I'm leaning more towards holding Marseille and bouncing Brest, just in case. Like, here. It's going to leave me in a problematic position on the next turn when Italy then comes into Gulf of Lyon, right? But I can shuffle this fleet forward to Spain, I can then try and take the build there, and if Germany has ended up in Burgundy, I try and talk him out, but if he keeps coming for me, it's whatever. I can try and deal with it there. I just think it's more likely he's going to be doing this, and so I'm willing to take the risk that, yeah, this is... I'm willing to take the risk and place the bet on him doing this right now. Because sometimes you just have to bet, right? So this leads me to the final interesting conversation. I mean, there are a couple of other conversations going on. Of course, the Austrian one and the Russian one, but I don't think we need to examine them in detail. The English one is really long, and I have not handled it very well, I think. So England basically sent a huge explanation of why he did what he did, which basically comes down to, Germany told me to, you're a scary player, and I know that you're a balance of power player from the previous game. From the previous game commentaries. I was like, oh no, okay, I was already worrying about this balance of power reputation, so the first thing I try to do is address that. I talk pretty in depth in my opening video about that line you sent, how bad that was, right? It's how I play Blitz, it's how I play Survivor, it's the best strategy in both of those. I played Imperial along those lines because I was very used to playing that, but it's not my usual playstyle. If you look at the games I play long form prior to that, you'll see the Austria-Turkey video, Media Wars 1, even the game I soloed at DBNI, they all had really strong long-term alliances. This is kind of half true, right? It is absolutely true. I ran a lot of very strong alliances in my early career as a diplomacy player. Once I moved into Blitz, I then started playing more Balance of Power. I still prefer to play Balance of Power, because it's just more fun. Like, when you team up with one person and you run with that person for the entire game, I think maybe being a YouTuber has kind of altered my playstyle a little bit, because I don't like doing things that are just quite boring, right? And sticking with one person through the entire game feels quite boring to me, especially for a Media Wars game. So even if someone pivots away from me in this situation, I don't think I'd spend the entire game being their ally. But we'll see as we go along, right? I'm mainly trying to make the point that, hey, I can play stuff other than Balance of Power here. And I try to make that point by pointing at past games that I've done that in. And I say, if my ally is threatening a solo, then yes, I'll stab, but that's just normal diplomacy play, that's not Balance of Power. FloridaMan as an ally will do exactly the same thing. And I also talk a little bit more in the next message Yeah, he sends a message back saying, "Oh, that wasn't actually the reason why I did this. You know, the determining factor was the fact that these two are going for you straight out of the gate." And I think that's fine, you know, but it was a contributing factor, so it's an important thing to get out of the way. So I then send him a possible tactics message, but at the time I wasn't really sure what I wanted out of that message, right? I was trying to go and say to him, "Hey, I'm covering breast in every circumstance, please go to Belgium. Because Belgium is a guaranteed build for you, and if you're in Belgium, we have a much stronger possibility of working together, of taking out the German, right? If you convoy into Brest, suddenly your best option is definitely attacking me." And then, like, halfway through writing the message, I realized this just sounds like I'm trying to convince him that I'm not going to Brest so that he doesn't go to Brest and I can go to Spain instead, which I think makes him more likely to go to Brest, right? So I add in a bit about, you know, you don't really have a reason to believe that, but it just kind of makes the whole message feel really aimless. I still explain my thinking on him going to Belgium. I think that is the best move for flexibility. But, you know, the message doesn't really have a purpose, because it's more so, I think, making him lean towards coming to Brest, because I'm trying to convince him not to go there. And that's exactly how he responds, right? He's saying, yeah, I'm not interested in Germany getting the better here, but this could be a classic guessing game of you trying to trick me to get in fleet Brest build. Are you going to cover it? And if I bounce it, build a fleet in retaliation. You know, it's a 50-50. It's the wine in front of me thing from Princess Bride. And so, I think at this point, I'm like, I think I got a bit frustrated at the fact that I couldn't figure out how to deal with this 50-50 situation from a negotiation perspective. So I just got a bit frustrated. I was tilted from something else that I'm going to talk about in a second. But I just sent a straight-up message saying, look, I'm not trying to influence the 50-50. I know it looks like I am. I'm not. I explained that, hey, it read a bit weirdly because I kind of added a bit in after I realized that it sounded like I'm trying to influence the 50-50. I don't care. I prefer you don't go to Brest. Like, that is a very obvious thing here. If we both go to Brest, I'm happy because I still have the centre, but I'm more so unhappy because you'll have thrown your lot in with Germany by doing that. And, like, keeping one centre is great, yeah, but if you've gone to Belgium, I have a much better chance at having an ally, and that's just better for me. So here, if we both avoid Brest, I'll be happy because I have the centre, but I'll be more happy because y'all have made moves that allow you to coordinate with me. A build is not what gets me out of this situation, an alliance is. And that is super important. An alliance does get me out of this situation, a build does not. I could not care less about Fleet Brest. I probably will build Fleet Brest if I need to, right? If I'm in a position where I can, because I don't want to end up with all armies, as France here. But if there's a chance of me getting an alliance by not building Fleet Brest, I think it's better not to build Fleet Brest. The alliance is the most important thing. So here is the bit of the message that was probably a mistake. I was kind of angry, and I go, I'd like to talk if you're actually interested in possibilities of working together. If everything is going to have the shadow of, oh, well, maybe he's trying to trick me into doing X instead of Y, might be better to leave the discussion until the next turn. And, like, immediately after I sent this, I was like, I shouldn't have sent that last sentence. It's just needlessly aggressive, and I need to not be aggressive to the other players right now. I need to be saying, you know, I'll do whatever you want, just stop attacking me. And he goes, yeah, you misunderstood what I was saying, mainly because I think he was focusing on this part of the message. And yes, I'm interested, let's not kid ourselves, this is a 50-50. I may take you up on the offer. And, like, here, I need to reread this a bit because I think I kind of didn't take much note of this message. The important part is, all I ask if you wish to work with me come next year is no fleet build in Brest. But on the next message, I spent most of it apologizing, saying, you know, I was kind of tilted earlier. I'll talk about this in a moment. And I go ahead and say, you know, I did have a thought. So this was an interesting thing that came to me when I was half asleep. You know, if I am protecting Brest, it's solely to keep the center, not to enable the build. My other option there is taking a center anyway, so I'm even either way there. That's not entirely true, right? I'm even on center counts. If I go here and bounce him out, or if I go to Spain and lose Brest, that's equivalent. But the position is far worse if he's in Brest, because he can then attack Paris. But I go ahead and say it here anyway. So I think there's some room for me just to give Brest to you if that's something that would lock in a long-term alliance. And this is a bit of a long shot, right? You don't usually want to give up centres like this to lock in an alliance, because if England gets into that centre with an army, then their best path from a strategic perspective is just to keep attacking me. And so it's putting a lot of faith in someone seeing that you allowed that and basically saying, okay, this guy would be a good ally because of that, and therefore I'm not going to attack him further despite it being in my best interest to do so. But it's worth throwing out there, right? It's a possibility. I want to see how much he bites on it, and also I was half asleep at this point and having, you know, it's an idea that gets me out of this. And he's actually quite interested in the idea. You don't need to do that, but if you give me Brest, then yes, we would have a lot to talk about. But then, you know, there's the later parts of the message that makes your heart sink and goes, oh, okay, it doesn't actually matter. If I were to take Brest, I would have to convoy my army, and then I need to build a fleet in Liverpool, so as to have Germany caught off guard. I'm like, well, that is just continuing an attack on me, right? If you've built Fleet Liverpool and you've put your army in Brest, there is no way you're pivoting against Germany, especially if you've, like, I don't know, put Fleet Belgium or put Fleet Norway. And he actually mentions later on, Germany suggested that he takes Belgium with North Sea. I saw that, I was like, no, don't do that, don't do that. Because he gives up all claim on Scandinavia by doing that, right? And that makes his best attack opportunity France. He doesn't really have any way to contest anything else until he's gotten a decent number of centres from here. So, and on top of that, Belgium is just under threat by Germany. Germany can just sit next to it and go, do what I tell you to, or I'm going to take this centre. Not outright saying that, but like giving that impression, and England would do it because they aren't in a position of power. So, I really hated hearing this. Basically, both of these possibilities are really bad for me, but like, I don't know, I need to think about this more. I think I can't let him into Brest if these are the two possibilities that he's got on the table. And like, my response here, I'm not a fan of you taking that. That leaves you in a position where Germany has a stranglehold over your second SC, and you're reliant on his support to gain anything in Scandinavia. So you're basically locking yourself into an alliance with him. And I told him, hey, if you're going to take Brest here, take Norway. Please take Norway, because that gives us an option to work together. I don't think you would, but at least it gives me the option, whereas if you're in Belgium, I think it's just not ever in your interest to work with me. What I really want to see here is Wales convoyed over to Belgium, and then maybe I offer him Brest, like put his fleet in Brest, if he's really insistent that, hey, you know, you need to not have Brest in order for us to have this alliance, because then you can't build fleets. I would be willing to make that trade, especially if it's a fleet coming in here, because the fleet can't really continue the attack against me, or can't continue to help Germany against me, right? So I want to pitch that, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it for the moment, because I've still got a while left on this phase, as you can see. And right now he's quite insistent on the Brest thing, so, you know, I need to talk him down a little bit from that. But all in all, this has left me in the situation where actually I'm more likely to do this right now because all of the possibilities he suggested where he gets pressed are really terrible for me. So I think even if he ends up doing this, I really need to do this just in case, because if he does this, I am just going to die. Right, so, the last thing, the thing that had me kind of tilted, was this. Diplomacy Diary do not read. I'm breaking this rule by reading it right now, but so will have everyone, of course. It was sent to everyone in the game, and so clearly Italy wants everyone to read it, right? And I don't know. I'm pretty good at emotionally separating myself from the game of diplomacy, right? After you play a lot of games of diplomacy, you do get quite good at that. It is a game that can tug on your heartstrings a bit, especially when you're stabbing people. It's a game that can make you feel absolutely crushed when you get stabbed by that person you've been trusting or you've been working with, right? But it happens often enough at competitive level that you do get used to it. Like, even the best players in the world get used to it, because by being a great player, you are also getting a bit of a target on your back, and there is never going to be a situation where you just never get targeted again, right? You can never be good enough at negotiation to never end up in a situation like this. You might get good enough that 95% of the time, or 99% of the time, you don't end up in a situation like this, but there will be times where you are going to be on the receiving end of a giant crushing situation where everyone is attacking you and you don't have any friends. And so you learn to deal with that, right? And I'm good at dealing with that. You can tell in my voice for the most part now, right? I do feel things about the game, but I see this as kind of an opportunity to practice my defense. I'm like looking on the upside. Hey, people are gonna see a different side of France this time around than they saw in the last one. So, yeah, generally I'm good at that. There are a few things that actually do emotionally get to me still, though, and this message was one of those things. I saw this and my heart actually dropped. And I, reading it back, I don't know if it deserved that. I don't know if it was just because there was a lot of feeling that was piling up in me repressing the fact that all of these people are attacking me, right? And it just came out during this. But I physically had to step away from the computer because I knew if I keep sending messages right now, I'm going to say something I don't want to say to people. Because of this specific message. So, this message, basically, Italy sent to everyone exactly what we were going to do. So he said, to my horror, for example, in the last planning period, I was so enthusiastic about France's offer of Munich. And, of course, you know from this video, that was absolutely true. I did offer him Munich. My spirits were lifted, and before I even tried to hatch a plan with Russia to move to Tyrolia and Venice. To my horror, not long before the deadline, Captain's scheme pulled the rug out from under me. He got cold feet, said he would bounce in Burr instead of supporting. He was just using me. An entire planning period wasted. I had to shamefully retract my agreements with Russia. Fortunately, Austria appeared, blah 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 blah. Here, the mighty French and Russian stallions could have let the Italian pony run with them for months. And, there's nothing specifically in this message that made me, actually upset. But just the vibe of the whole of it made me very upset. First off, it got sent to everyone in the game, including myself, right? So the Italian wants me to see that he's talking bad about me to everyone, which is fine, I guess. I wouldn't do that to someone, especially when they're being attacked by everyone at once, right? They're already in a pretty horrible situation on the board. They don't need this on top of it. It's a bit demoralizing, but hey, maybe it's a tactic to demoralize, in which case, well done, it worked for that moment. But also just the fact I can't defend myself, right? He's doing things like calling me names, which is fine, I guess. It's probably for amusement. He's basically told everyone that, hey, I was being duplicitous last turn, which I think everyone knows. People are being kind of duplicitous and offering plans everywhere on the first turn, so it's nothing new, but, like, the biggest thing is I can't respond to it. Because if I respond to this, I get into an argument with him, and that cuts off one of my potential lifelines in the late game. And I don't, like, one of the lifelines that gets me out of this is Italy turning around. So I can't cut off that potential option, and I think he knows that full well. So he is just sending this message, knowing I can't afford to upset him, and so I can't respond to it. It's also a little bit annoying in that, like, I really want to defend myself on this point, right? I want to say, hey, you were just as in favor of this Munich move as I was. In fact, you were the one offering a fun move. I said the potential fun move here is going for Munich. We can't coordinate anywhere else. And he was like, yeah, that sounds great. And so I want to say, hey, this was, like, just as much you as me. But I can't. Right? Because what do I gain if I say that? I go ahead and basically confirm to everyone, hey, I was doing this, you know, and I want to argue with Italy about the little parts of it because I'm incredibly desperate. I don't really want to look incredibly desperate. I think that makes you a less good alliance partner by the look of it. So I can't respond. Oh, God. So I don't know, it just felt like a taunt, right? It felt like he has a knife to my throat, and he knows full well that if I do anything that upsets him, he can use that knife, and so he's trying to provoke me with this message. At least that was how it came across to me. Yeah. As I said, I stepped away from the computer after I read this, said, if I say anything right now, I'm going to regret it, and I'm very glad of that because I've come back today with a better attitude, I think. I did send a message to England while I was still thinking about this, and that's why there's a little bit of discussion about me being tilted in there, but I had still, like, gotten out of the kind of upset state that I was in at that point. And I've just decided, hey, I'm going to ignore this and pretend it doesn't happen. If at some point in the late game, you know, it comes down to me having a choice between whether Italy gets a center off me or someone else does, for example, I think this message locks in place that it will not be Italy who gets it. But yeah, I just really wish he'd sent it to everyone except me. I would have liked not to have seen this, and, like, I'm fully aware he's probably told everyone already about the Munich thing. I just didn't want it to go to me as well, because that's just taunting. It's playing with your food. Don't play with your food. Especially when that food might have some kind of diplomatic way to hurt you in the late game. But yeah, so that is where I'm going to end for fall 1901. As mentioned previously, I'm probably going to do this order set right here, which worst case scenario will end up in this situation with England and Belgium and Germany in Burgundy. There is the possibility that Italy skips Tunis to come and attack me fully, which would be horrendous for me, but also would leave him open to Austria, and therefore I think I could convince Austria to jump on that. That would be my lifeline in that situation. But I'm hoping this doesn't happen. You know, I'm really hoping that what happens is this. We'll see whether this worked out on the next turn. I'm going to go see the cheese rolling. I'll see you all in spring '02. Okay, it is fall 1902 now. That is significantly later than I thought it would be, but I have successfully seen the cheese rolling, and I am back. If you've never heard of cheese rolling, I highly recommend you go look it up. It is a very stupid British tradition of people throwing themselves down a hill to try and catch cheese. But anyway, I have returned back from that. I'm ready to get back into Media Wars, and unfortunately I have to go over quite a bit here because, as you can see, current date fall 1902, I need to catch up from fall 1901. You can see the moves that happened here, and I will be going through the press, but because of how Backstabber works, I can't actually show both at the same time, so this is going to be a little bit awkward. Maybe I'll fix it in the edit if I can be bothered. Right, so this turn, this fall 1901, is the single best thing I could have ever hoped for from this position. And I know it doesn't look like that because I have lost Brest. You'll notice I've changed my orders a bit from what I was planning last turn. I will talk about that with the press. But this wasn't, this was an agreed move, right? I had agreed to give England Brest. I had been hoping that he would convoy to Belgium and take Brest with a fleet afterwards. I never ended up raising that possibility with him because I didn't feel like I was in a good, strong negotiating position to do so, right? But the important thing that happens here is North Sea bounces Holland from the German, which is so much better than anything I could have hoped for. It basically pitches the German and the English player against one another, stops the German getting a build, and it means England has a pretty good expansion route into the lowlands now, by coming off this way, which is beautiful for me, because that means he's not going to be going after me, right, if he chooses to go that way. I do lose a centre, but I gain an ally, and an ally was what I needed here. Particularly importantly, my ally doesn't even have to be England in this circumstance, because they've gone against Germany here, and they've basically ruined Germany's plan. So now Germany's going to be begging me for my assistance, which is pretty much what happens. Let's go take a look at the press here. So we had, I think we ended somewhere around here with England having said, I'd basically offered Brest, and England had said that he wants to do stuff that is generally bad for me, like building a fleet in Liverpool or going to Belgium. And I sent a message back saying, don't do that, don't do that. That would put you in a position where you have to attack me. I would much prefer you go to Norway here, right? And it was a bit of a weird conversation, right? Because I go ahead and I say, if you're taking Brest here, I'd really prefer you take Norway instead of Belgium. That makes you much less vulnerable to Germany and gives you the flexibility to go against them. And he said, yeah, that's fair. Pivoting would be hard. Main thing I need to be sure of is if Italy backs off, you won't side with Germany. And of course, this question I have to answer, right? I have to give a strong, confident answer because this is exactly what he needs to hear. He needs to hear that I am not taking Germany's side in this conflict if he comes onto my side, right? And helps me out. So I go ahead and say I've zero intention of siding with Germany at all, unless it's my only option. And I go ahead and point out that he's still lying to me. And this is what Germany was doing all phase. I don't think I'm going to go and try and dig up the messages. But Germany's messages were all kind of short. They were saying, hey, you know, I want to bounce you. He agreed to bounce me in Burgundy. He was talking about how, yeah, we can work together going forward. But it was all pretty blatant lies, primarily because he was sticking to the assertion that he had had nothing to do with this attack in the first place, and that just felt like it was insulting my intelligence, right? Because I'd heard it from two other sources. Yes, they could be lying to me, but the fact that also I know FloridaMan is a strong diplomacy player, and he is giving me such short messages with such little detail in them, it kind of implies that he's against me anyway. So I just told England the full truth about this. I told him, hey, I don't think, you know, he's lying to me. I don't respect it. I feel like it's insulting my intelligence. I'm giving reasons why I am siding with England in this circumstance. And I go ahead and discuss future plans, because future plans are always a really good idea to discuss if you're in a situation like this. If you need to get people to stop attacking you, don't just discuss the immediate, okay, I'll give you Brest. Discuss what happens beyond Brest, what happens going into the future, because if you present a solid plan for going forward that is believable, then the person will be more likely to think you're telling the truth about what you're doing, right? So I go ahead and he was talking about how he'd potentially give breast back later. I said that's much appreciated. It's not necessary as long as you've convoyed it out, which is actually true. I'm kind of happy to leave him breast if he convoys it out again. It can't threaten anything more of mine, right? So, and like, I don't know, maybe I would take it back anyway in that situation, but I want to give the impression that I won't, because then it makes him more likely to accept the deal. So I'm going to say, as long as I don't face as much pressure in the Med that I need the second fleet, and hey, if I do, you can bring a fleet around. And this sounds even more appealing to him, right? Because if I'm giving him permission to move a fleet to here, or keep a fleet here, that's just a really good spot for England to be in. So he also offered the possibility of bouncing Germany out of Holland. Where was this? Another idea is that I take Brest and bounce him out of Holland. That way I have insurance, you don't build northern fleets, I stab him, and the only fleet he can build would be Berlin. So then I can convoy to Belgium and try to secure Holland. The problem with that, though, is you can bounce out Brest, and all I did was anger Germany with no builds. This is huge. This is something I would never have requested in a million years, because it's not something you can request when you're in a position of weakness, right? The Holland bounce is... it's just a step too far. It's like, hey, I'm requesting that you do something that's like so committal to the alliance with me that I end up in the power position. But if he's offering it, sure. It's like if you're Italy and someone and the Austria tells you, hey, do you want to do a Kilopanto? You can go along with that. You're going, yes, I absolutely want to do a Kilopanto. I'm, very much in favor of alliances that clearly are much more in my interest than yours. But yeah, as Italy, you can't propose the Kilopanto, because if you do, it sounds like you're going to stab the person. But if they offer it to you, you go, yes, hell yes. But I don't think I actually said hell yes in this circumstance. I actually said, hey, I'm intrigued by the possibility of this, but I'm actually worried that that leaves you with very little leverage over Scandinavia, which is true, right? If you do this, suddenly Russia has pressure on Norway when you don't, with just a build, and it's very difficult to get back in there, especially if your ally is France, who can't really help you with that, and you've irritated Germany. So I don't think this is a particularly good move by England, and I was going to... I was basically saying that, do you have a solid agreement with Russia? You need a solid agreement with Russia to make this worthwhile for you. And I go ahead and say, I like it, basically, but these are the problems I see with it. And you might be thinking, why are you doing that? Why are you telling him that something that's so clearly in your interest is not in his, right? And the reason is that I need an ally. The number one thing right now is making sure that he does side with me. I don't care what moves he makes as long as he sides with me. And the best way to make him side with me is to be completely open and honest about the future of working with him. If I'm clearly telling him about things that I would benefit from him not knowing, right? So, for example, that the Holland bounce is not a great move for him, then I look like a good ally going forward. And that's exactly what I need to be. So this is why I set this up. I was really hoping he might, argue back and do it anyway, but I go ahead and say, it's a risky move. I'll give you my word that I'm going to gas to Spain and Brest to Portugal. So that's basically where I left it. I was saying, okay, I'm going to be doing this. You make the decision on that, but I don't think, I'm going to give you my opinion on that entire situation. And then I ask him a bit about Italy. I'll talk about this in a second. And he sends me quite a long message about all of this. Yeah, okay. So he gives me a very long message here, which makes me think he's telling the truth. It basically comes forward with everything that he's been doing. He goes ahead and says his main ally was actually Italy, although Germany was the person who was still working with him, but Italy was his number one ally in this circumstance. And this whole message reads to me like, okay, he's gone for it. He's now convinced that he's gonna stick with me. And I think a huge reason for this was that message that I talked about in the last recording, where Italy sent what was basically a taunt, or at least what felt like a taunt, to everyone, right? Because that gave at least England a bit of a bad feeling about him, even though it wasn't against England. I think I mentioned in the last video I did talk to England a very small amount during that about that message, and basically, hey, I really don't feel good about that message. You know, it made me want to step away for a bit. And I think England, like, felt sorry for me in that circumstance. And that has worked out for me in this case. He's gone ahead and flipped his allegiance. And, yeah, he goes ahead and says, I like doing unconventional things. He even tells me about his alliance with Russia in this situation. And he's also been very active across the board. I'm not going to be talking about this, but he wanted to make sure that AT didn't happen, that it was AR instead, just to counterbalance things, and I think he maybe tried a bit too hard in that respect. Certainly, from Austria's comms, it felt like Austria was being pushed away from the position of AR being good by just how much England was pushing for it. Sometimes it's better to stay out of other people's business on the other side of the board when you don't have a good way to convince them to do something, right? But yeah, he was talking a lot to the people on the other side. He was allied with Russia, so clearly wanted AR to happen. And he just tells me about everything. And also, yeah, he tells me about all of the reasoning that went into attacking me, and is just being very honest. And then he gives me a very key piece of information here. Italy and Germany are planning to let you enter Burgundy so that Italy can sneak into Marseille. Hold in Marseille. This message is a godsend. I mean, I think I would have done this anyway. I was certainly leaning towards it because of the way that Germany had been talking to me. I kind of predicted that they were going to do this, but confirmation is golden, right? It's like, it's the difference between taking a guess and knowing for sure. I was trying to come up with an analogy there, but that is just what it is. And so, knowing this, I knew exactly what moves to enter to not lose a center. I'm like, okay, that's just absolutely fantastic. And I think it was at this point I was like, okay, I'm definitely not bouncing him in Brest. I am going to be allying him with, because he is giving me all the information. He is clearly committing to the alliance with me, right? At this point, I didn't know that he was going to do this because he doesn't mention it in that message. And I go ahead and say, I've been traveling most of today. I'll be able to respond properly in the morning. And I think I don't actually respond after that point. And there was a bit of a reason behind that. I felt like he had committed at this point to working with me, right? But I didn't want to give him the impression that I'd done the same. I didn't want to give him a 100% confirmation that I trusted him, because I wanted some possibility of Wales being convoyed to Brest here. Because I thought, given my last message was saying how the Holland bounce probably wasn't great, that he was going to be going into Norway. If he goes to Belgium here, that's the best case scenario for me, right? But I don't particularly mind that he ended up taking Brest, and this was just a surprise. This was a wonderful surprise, seeing the attack into Holland, bouncing Germany out. So, of course, once these moves go through... Oh, I should talk about the Italian press first. Like, Italy set up a new thread with me here, and started talking, saying he's not going to be attacking me because there's an Austria-Turkey alliance forming. This was during that phase. And basically begged me for Marseille so that he could build the extra unit. We had a bit of a conversation here about it, but like, I was never going to give up Marseille to him, especially after the message that he sent earlier. But even then, like, what do I gain from him gaining a fleet and being able to defend himself here, or being able to hamper an Austria-Turkey alliance? I gain the Austria-Turkey alliance being slowed down, but that just means there's not as much of a threat to people like Germany, right? Who would just be continuing to attack me until they get attacked. So if an Austria-Turkey alliance developed over here, I actually want it to be as strong as possible so that people are forced to react from it and to it and take the pressure off of me. So I was a bit gentler about it in the messages. I said, examining the tactics of it, I can't afford to give it up, right? And then he keeps like asking for it, saying he needs 3 fleets. I was like, do the 3 fleets need to be immediate? That's probably not the case. I think I offer the possibility of convoying him into Portugal or something if he moves Tunis to North Africa, which I was absolutely never going to do. But it was, it was just an attempt to get him not to go into Marseille, because at the time England hadn't told me that he was going into Marseille. I really wanted him to head back to Tyrolia or Venice so that I didn't have to make this guess here, so that I could just go up to Burgundy and protect against the potential German attack. But I didn't get the impression he was telling me the truth, particularly, so... And of course he was pretty insistent about wanting Marseille. And of course he tried to trick me at the end of the day too, with Germany's assistance here, trying to get me to bounce in Burgundy. So all of this was kind of pointless. But yeah, he ends with saying, please give us both a chance to live. Like, this is not giving us both a chance to live. I really need an explanation on why this plan would give us both a chance to live, more so than you just moving Piedmont to Venice. I am not seeing the both here. So, yeah. Here, the next messages were in winter. That didn't really go anywhere. But that was pretty much the only other important negotiation that happened during that turn. There was a bit with Germany, as mentioned. I talked a bit to several other powers. But it didn't end up being particularly relevant. As mentioned, the big move was here. And this drove a lot of the conversation in the following turn as well. England immediately realized, yeah, okay, I've committed hard to you now, right? So now I really need you in my corner. So he was sending a lot of messages talking about the alliance and making sure that the alliance was okay, which was 100% fine. And it felt like a lot of other players on the board were not insulting him so much, but like very unhappy with his play here. Which I kind of understand. I think that this is a questionable decision, especially if you've started off by attacking France. But it can work. It's very out there, and it certainly makes for good content in this kind of video. And it means that my video might end up being longer, who knows? So, yeah. So if we go into the winter here, the major thing that happened was between... Well, so Germany starts off by offering me basically, hey, England screwed me over, I want to work with you now. Do I build fleet or army to work with you? And I go ahead and say, build a fleet, please. I think I'm a bit more gentle about it than that. But I was very happy to see another German fleet down, because the German fleet is the one that's gonna, not be able to do anything against me, and if I decide to go in on Germany, defending with 2 armies on this front is really quite difficult. So, yeah, we had that conversation a bit. England also had some... this was the really key thing, had some negotiations with Russia that did not go well at all. And that was because Russia said to them... I wonder if I can find maybe Russia's explanation of this, because it will be less buried than the English one. Okay, here. England has been annoying me. I asked him what he thought of me potentially building in St. Petersburg, and he sent back multiple angry messages, each several paragraphs long. I'm suddenly less willing to work with him moving forward, as he seems quite inflexible. Perhaps you and Germany are better allies if you're both fighting England. So this was exactly what happened. England sent a similar message saying he's also... that thinks that Russia is much less on side, and as you can see, it resulted in Russia building Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast. He just got really annoyed with the English communications, and that screwed up any chance of an alliance up here, which very much in my interest, I think. England being on the defensive all around here means he cannot change his mind, and he's kind of forced to be in my corner. Is that true? I guess, okay, so it could lead to England aligning with Germany. And England did try to do this. England set up a Western Triple chat and said, hey, you know, we need to work together now because Russia is going to attack me. And of course, Germany was not particularly fond of that idea. He didn't make it all that known immediately, but he was talking to me personally about it and was very clearly saying, okay, you know, I'm going to pivot against England. He's really irritated me with the Holland bounce, and I don't see why I would attack Russia for him here. But yeah, it could have led to England aligning with Germany on both fronts here, and trying to run a successful EG. And I think there's some chance that would have worked, but it would have been much less strong here than it would otherwise be, because Germany doesn't have the extra build from Holland, right? And Germany isn't in the position to attack me anytime soon. He's only got the 2 armies. So, doesn't feel hugely likely. I think this was why England gunned for a Western Triple over this. He really needs the German support against Russia to make any progress up here at all. So he gunned for it super hard. He was like, hey, we should Western Triple this thing. And he came to me and he said, hey, could you try and convince Germany to Western Triple? And, like, looking at that situation, I was like, there is zero chance Germany is going to Western Triple this. Even if you hadn't just annoyed them last turn on Holland, I don't think they would Western Triple anyway from this position, with no control of Holland, no control of Belgium, right? They're just so clearly the lesser partner in that 3-way alliance. They're just tagged along until they're going to get murdered from behind. Whereas if they side with Russia here, they can hold this line okay, and Russia will probably make progress against the English player, so they might be able to gain a foothold here, enough of one to survive. And yeah, as mentioned, Germany's personal communications with me led to that as well. I talked a lot to Germany that phase, and the phase after the winter, like in the spring phase, where he was going... well, I was basically agreeing with him. I think it might help to bring the press up here, actually. Let me see if I can find where the Western Triple discussion starts. Here, is England trying to push you towards a Western Triple? He's pitching a Western Triple, yes, in response to he and Russia having the argument. It feels pretty strongly in his favour. It favours England at the best of times, and he's starting from a stronger position anyway. Maybe there's an advantage to accepting it if we can get him to do stuff he wouldn't do otherwise, for example, back off from the lowlands, but I'm not sure he'd agree to this kind of thing even in a Western Triple. And we go ahead and keep talking about that. The reason that I'm not talking in favour of the Western Triple because I want the option of aligning with Germany if I need to. And I think, again, the way that you align yourself with someone most effectively is to give them your honest thoughts on something, right? Even if it's not necessarily in your interest to do so. I feel like in this circumstance, I'm kind of echoing the thoughts that are already in his head about the Western Triple. If I was pushing any other angle here, for example, hey, the Western Triple is good, it just comes across as insincere because it's very clearly not true, right? It's not good for him at all. So I want to be in his good books. I want the option of aligning with him if I need to, and I think talking about the Western Triple like this is the way to do it. But it does leave me in a bit of a weird situation, because to England is like hard pitching this Western Triple, right? And I still want to keep England in my corner. I can't exactly say to England, hey, the Western Triple idea is bad, right? Because it really is the only way that England doesn't end up on the back foot up here. So he needs it to happen, one way or the other. So I go ahead and say, hey, I don't think Germany will agree to this, but I don't tell him to stop proposing it, right? For one, I don't really care if he massively annoys Germany more. It just makes him more locked in with me, right? And if these guys end up fighting, I have options. I can stick with England and go for Germany. I can try and launch an attack on England behind once England is pushed forward to here, right? So I'm kind of fine with him going for the Western Triple. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything particularly important that happens here. I think most of the important stuff happens in the spring turn here, which, I mean, we weren't able to see these moves at the time, but I had... Oh no, there was one more very important message that got sent in the winter. Hang on, let me find it. It is not in there, it is in here, which is a problem because the negotiations with England are really quite long. And it takes a long time to find anything. Okay, here it is. Not sure if you want my frank opinion on the whole thing. I can give it to you if you want. Just know it doesn't impact the alliance. This was about when he was, like, talking about how things were going bad for him with the Russian negotiations over St. Petersburg. And he says he's definitely interested. This was at 3 a.m. in the morning for both of us. He is... Oh, it might actually be 4 a.m. for him, because he's in France on holiday at the moment. Poor guy is having to negotiate while on his holiday. Sad times. But yeah, he is... I give him my frank opinion on what he's doing wrong. And I think this message I probably shouldn't have sent if I was just playing this from a strategic point of view, because the things that he was doing wrong in that circumstance are advantaging me, right? The fact that he bounced Holland... is getting me out of this situation. The fact that he's annoying Russia is also kind of getting me out of this situation. It's forcing him to pull more onto that front. But at the same time, I see so much of my own earlier play, like my play earlier in my diplomacy career as such, like before I learned from a lot of the mistakes I made, right? And I describe it here. So I kind of want to give him the advice because they're lessons I had to learn by people telling me, hey, this is what you're doing wrong. And, you know, I became a better player as a result of that. And I think he has the potential to be a really good player if he knows what he's doing wrong. And I don't really want to leave that for him to discover after the game's finished. Right, this is the time where I'm able to talk to him and give my frank opinion on what he's doing, and we've got plenty of time to talk. So, I go for 90% of diplomacy players getting to the top of their game is learning about doing more. This is absolutely true. I think if you're at a mid level of diplomacy, generally what you're doing is talking to your neighbors, right? And you're trying to negotiate a good way to move forward, and you're not paying any attention to the other side of the board whatsoever. You're just letting them do their thing, and at some point you'll see, oh, hang on, there's a massive alliance on the other side of the board, now we need to coordinate a stalemate line, and then you coordinate the stalemate line, and then the game ends. Or, if you're maybe not even at that point yet, you might have the problem of you just don't talk to your neighbors enough, right? You send them an initial opening message saying, hey, do you want an alliance? They say, yeah, and then you leave it at that thinking that will be fine. And in reality, that doesn't work because everyone else is also offering them alliances, and other people might be looking further into the future than that and going, hey, you know, this is what we'll do on the next turn, this is what we'll do on the turn after that, and they're generally more convincing than you are. So the way you get over both of those things is to do more. You go and talk to your allies more about the future, you go and talk to more people, you go and try and influence things that are happening on the other side of the board by leaking information to certain people, trying to get information out of certain people so that you can then give that to other people. Just maybe if you're playing Germany, you send a unit to Silesia or Tyrolia every so often to try and stop an alliance that would otherwise steamroll from steamrolling quite so fast. And this, I think, is the problem that 90% of players have. They don't do enough. And they become top-level players by doing more. But there is also a certain class of player that I myself was very much in when I started, not when I started playing, but like when I started getting good at playing, which is where you try and do far too much. So, for example, you see an Austria-Turkey alliance generated, like, coming together on the other side of the board. You're playing England. So you go, okay, I don't want an Austria-Turkey alliance on the other side of the board because they are going to steamroll from this position. They're going to go super fast. So you go and you send them message after message after message saying, hey, it would be better if you do this. It would be better if you do that. And then they get annoyed by the number of messages you're sending and the fact that you are clearly just doing this for your own interests, right? It's not benefiting them at all for you to be bombarding them with messages. And also it's not benefiting them at all to do the things you're telling them to do. You are just telling them to do it because it's in your interest, right? And so you don't gain anything at all from doing that because they do what they were planning to do anyway. But you do lose a bit of reputation with them because they get annoyed with you. So in that circumstance, it's better to have not done any of that. It's better to have just not talked to them. Another example here, Russia wanted to build a unit in St. Petersburg. You can just say, if you do build a unit in St. Petersburg, please make sure it's an army, and we're good. But instead, they wanted to make sure that they didn't have any kind of problematic situation in the north at all. They wanted to make sure that they're, after the Holland bounce, I think they were a bit nervous. And so they wanted to make sure no one could make gains against them. So they demanded that not happen. And that, again, doesn't change the outcome. In fact, it changed the outcome against them, right? Because Russia got annoyed. And that was another circumstance where they just shouldn't have said anything. They would be better off not contesting that at all and just going with the flow. And quite often, for that class of player who does that, this was something I had to learn the hard way very much. It is often better not to do anything than to do something that doesn't help you. So if a certain thing is very clearly going to happen anyway, or is quite likely to happen anyway, and the trade-off from you trying to change that thing happening is potentially really bad, for example, changing an army build here into a fleet build because they get annoyed with you, or maybe making Austria-Turkey actually get closer together through bonding over your messages, then it's better to sit back and just let the board do its thing, and then react appropriately to what the board is doing. Obviously, that's not always true. You don't always want to be doing that. If, for example, I had the potential to stop him coming into English Channel in 1901 through some kind of negotiation, that would have been absolutely worth it. I should have gone all in on that negotiation, but I didn't see that coming. But there are a lot of circumstances where trying to negotiate for something hurts you more than it helps you. And I think that's the mistake England is making here. He's being a bit too brash, and he's doing a bit too much. So I go ahead and told him, there's a do less tenet that almost never comes into play, because in order for it to be relevant, you need to be playing at a high level, and you also need to be done learning to do more. That's true, right? At a lower level of play, usually people tend to take your advice a bit more, especially if you sound quite confident, so talking to people across the board to try and get your way, absolutely fine. But once you reach the point where people are confident in their decisions, that doesn't work. So that approach doesn't work in high-level games. People are fully aware that you're trying to push whatever's most in your interest on them and not what's most in theirs, and they're confident about strategy, so they're less likely to want to take advice. So sometimes the do more advice that people always give you, right, actively works against you. Because if you're trying to cause a certain alliance to happen or a certain build to happen, your efforts can have no result except to inform those opponents that you're willing to spend a lot of effort on something, which then paints you as a threat and can generate bad feeling towards you. There's a lot of skill in making something happen, but there's also a lot of skill in seeing where attempting to influence something isn't worth it for you. And that's my read on the problem you're facing here. The Holland move was really bold and really cool. I have a feeling that Germany would have been angry at you regardless of the press here, and sometimes the position is worth the anger. And I think that's the case here, and the move was fine. But if you make a super committal move like that, your other alliances become absolutely vital, and compromise is important in keeping those alliances intact. The relationship trade-off involved in trying to get what you want everywhere becomes not worth it in a lot of situations, and that was the case with Russia. So maybe it was because it was 3 a.m., but I just told him outright what I thought his problem, the problem with this play was, even though it wasn't really in my interest to tell him this. And I went ahead and said, I hope that doesn't come across as patronizing. And I think this actually helped our alliance grow a bit more, right? Because he was thinking pretty much exactly the same thing, right? He's not used to these kind of games. He runs a ton of high-level games, but I don't think he plays in a ton of them. So he's used to that kind of play style where you have a lot of varying degrees of skill on the board, and therefore you can manipulate things a lot more than you can in a high-level game. And yeah, that is the other thing that happened in the winter here. We had this discussion. I think that discussion ends up being quite important because it reinforces our alliance a bit. But I don't think he took the message from that and put it to heart, right? Because immediately after that, his negotiations were about, hey, I think I should bounce Germany out of Holland again while pitching this Western Triple Alliance, because otherwise he can get Berlin into Kiel, and that might be a problem for me, right? I was just like, okay, well, that is not a good way to get someone to align with you, right? It's not in exactly the same vein as what I was talking about, because it's not negotiating with someone to get your way, right? It's just taking a strong position that you have over someone and trying to use it to force that person to do exactly what you want them to do, right? You're saying, okay, I have the ability to bounce Holland here, I'm going to do it so that there is zero chance of you attacking me. And in this case, it doesn't actually matter all that much. He could easily just go up to Baltic and then rotate round to Heligoland, which I think is exactly what he's going to do. And here it just ends up angering Germany more, right? And that is not what you want if you want to be getting someone on side for a Western Triple. So he keeps pushing this, and actually Germany comes to me and asks, hey, can you please use your leverage to get me into Holland here to stop England from doing this? And I kind of have to do it if I want to keep Germany on side, right? Because if I just go to England and say, hey, you know, this Holland thing is a great idea, keep pushing for it, then England will keep pushing for it, Germany will hear that I was in favour of it, and then Germany will go, oh, okay, well, you're aligned with England then, I'm not going to work with you. Which maybe wouldn't be the worst thing if I do want to 100% commit to an alliance with England here. I may as well be straight up about it, but at the same time, I'm still seeing these Italian units on my border, right? I'm also not really seeing my expansion path if we go this way, so keeping that option with Germany open might be important, especially considering how many fleets these guys have up here. It seems like England will be on the defensive pretty soon. So I went to England and I said, hey, I don't think this bounce in Holland is going to be necessary. I think that the Western Triple idea, basically, if Germany wants to attack you, he's going to do it anyway, right? Um, so either we bounce Holland, knowing that we're going to go to war with Germany, or if you really, really want to go for the Western Triple, we let him have Holland, because, you know, you have to concede to his demands in some way in order to get him on side. He's not going to join your side if you are just forcing him to do. If you are just bullying him, basically, right? Using your power over him to make sure that he can't gain this supply center in the spring. It just feels excessive to do that. So we had a big long discussion about this. England had, I will see if I can find it. Yeah, we had a big long discussion about it. There's a lot of messages like this, but I've just found this one specifically. Why not try for a Western triple pitch, but tell him we're bouncing Holland in spring and you're going to Burgundy. If he's attacking us, he's attacking us. There's not much we can do about it. But if it works, you know, then it's a huge benefit. We end up getting him on side and being able to use him against Sweden. And this is... It's not exactly what I said he was doing wrong in the first place, right? The doing too much. But it kind of falls into a similar category. It's like he's saying that despite us doing things like bouncing Germany and Holland, we should still gun for an alliance with Germany, even though that will clearly annoy Germany, right? And so there is no way Germany is ever going to work with you if you bounce him out of Holland right now. But he was like, well, you know, there's no harm in trying. We may as well try and negotiate with him, even though I'm bouncing him out of Holland, because if we do get him on side to go for Sweden, that's a huge benefit. But the thing is, he would never end up going to Sweden if you do that. There is zero chance that he is going to side with someone who just isn't taking any of his... isn't offering him anything at all. He's keeping him on a super short leash, trying to make a Western triple happen where he is clearly the lesser partner. And there is harm in doing that. And the harm is reputational, right? You're building reputation across the entirety of the game with these players, and by trying to force someone to play a Western triple and, you know, negotiating with them in a way that's clearly going to annoy them, you are losing that reputation with that player. At that point, it is better to do less. It is better just to stop talking to them and attack them. Or if you are going to try and get them to Western triple, you have to give them something. You can't, like, keep this move in that's clearly going to annoy him. God, I hope I've edited that down. That was a lot of rambling. But yeah, I go ahead and keep saying that to England. England was very against that. Basically through the entire phase. I think a problem with this was that I only mentioned the possibility that he goes to Baltic and Denmark, like, goes into Baltic and then slips into Heligoland right at the end, because I thought that might be... Like, I thought that was a fairly straightforward thing to see. So it's not entirely obvious, right? Going to Kiel has a very clear advantage in that you can support yourself out to Heligoland, and North Sea can't do anything about that. And going up here means that you can get bounced out by North Sea, but in reality, if you've made an agreement with England to take Sweden and Norway, there is no way England is going to bounce you out of Heligoland if you go this way, right? So I explain that to him here, and I say, hey, you know, this is what Germany is going to do if they're going to attack you. There is no point in bouncing him in Heligoland here, in Holland here, because you're just trying to make sure that the fleet doesn't come here, which is something he wouldn't do anyway. So you may as well give him the thing that he wants. But I don't think that's the crux of the issue. I think the crux of the issue is, even if there was the possibility of Germany going to here, if you really think Germany is going to go to here, you shouldn't be negotiating with him anyway, right? You shouldn't be trying to offer him this Western Triple Alliance, because it's not going to work. But yeah, he did end up agreeing to that eventually, and primarily the reason for that is there's this group chat, and God, I hate group chats. There's this group chat that I think Germany set up for the Western Triple, saying it seems like we're doing this, so let's discuss moves. And obviously with England, I'm like, okay, yeah, the Western Triple is a good thing, that will go well. You should you should keep negotiating with Germany here to try and get Sweden, even though I'm fairly certain that Germany is never going to go for Sweden here. And, like, I am still negotiating, like, I am still taking a contrary position to England on the Holland thing, but I'm generally being in favour of the Western Triple in discussions with England. Whereas in discussions with Germany... I am very much anti-Western Triple. I'm saying, hey, Germany, this is very much in England's favour, it's not in ours. The only reason we should go along with it is if we want to stab him, because that's, I think, the only reasoning that Germany would hear, right? It is what Germany is thinking already. It also benefits me a bit to pitch these two players against each other, so I'm generally just not being in favour with it, with him. And then we get to this situation where we have this group chat with both of us, and I hate posting here because I am telling the two of them very different things, right? And if I post a message here, it has to add up with both of those things somehow. So for the most part, I just didn't message in here. In fact, on my home site, which was Web Diplomacy, there wasn't even the potential to make a group message like this, so I'm not really that used to having to deal with it, and I don't like it very much. It makes saying the right thing to the right person much more difficult, right? But Germany basically forced my hand into saying something here, because I think he saw, I think France might be saying different things to the both of us. I'm gonna make sure that he messages here so that he has to say something to both of us. I'm agreeable to working with England instead of helping Russia crush him, but I disagree with the English approach of bouncing neutrals in 1902 that should have been acquired in 1901. What does France think about the Holland bounce? And I have to message back here, and I really don't like posting this here. It does line up with what I'm saying to both of them, right? I said to Germany, hey, I'll help you get Holland. I said to England, hey, if you want this Western Triple to happen, you kind of have to go for Holland. You kind of have to let Germany have Holland. But it doesn't exactly line up, because I'd been talking to England saying, okay, end of the day, it's your decision up there, you're the one in charge. And here, suddenly, I'm coming down on Germany's side. I'm saying it doesn't end up being stable if Germany's being ignored. I get why England wants a Holland bounce, but I do think that if we're Western Tripling, we need to establish some degree of trust, and denying Germany entrance into his fifth centre is not the way to do that. And England was angry at me for posting this, right? And I think it's completely reasonable to be angry at me. He's like, we should have talked this out privately, which we were doing, but Germany kind of forced my hand. And, why are you coming down on his side? Now you're forcing my hand here, and you said it would be my decision, right? Now, if I make that decision, it just puts Germany into your corner. You're not backing me up on this. And I didn't really have a good answer to that. I basically said, hey, I don't think this would have worked if you don't tell Germany. I think if we are going to bounce Germany out of Holland, we should just be attacking him. Let's just attack him in that case. I think England kind of bought that, but they're also still very clearly unhappy with me. So, yeah. That ends up being the discussion here. England does let Germany into Holland as a result of this. And Germany comes into rear as well, because at this point I told Germany, hey, I really don't think England is going to let you into Holland, right? I think England is acting in their own interests. So I think you should make the move up here, and we can prepare to attack him. So, Yeah, what ends up happening here roughly aligns with what I told both of them, although I told Germany I would be going to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and I did not, right? And I told England that I would be going anti-Germany, and I came up to Gascony, which probably has scared them a bit. The other interesting thing that happened that phase, Italy sent a lot of messages asking about a potential fifth centre. First off, saying they wanted to stay in Piedmont here, because Austria had demanded it. I basically said, hey, Austria, I really dislike this. Can you please move down to Tuscany? He was very put out about the idea of being asked to move down to Tuscany. And I talked to Austria a bit. Austria obviously waving this build right here to get Italy back on side. And apparently this Fleet Venice build was not agreed with Austria. So there's some animosity between them already. And I guess Italy was kind of trying to make up for that and kind of trying to see if he could snipe a center off me, right? I told him, hey, you need to get out of Piedmont. I don't want you in Piedmont. He said, I could be convinced to move to Tyrolia if you are going into Burgundy and can support me into Munich. And I was looking at that going, I think that actually works pretty nicely in my favour, especially if Italy goes this way, because, I can't necessarily take Munich on my own. This is a way to guarantee it. Make sure that Germany doesn't have any more builds, and that means he can't put down any more armies, which means, again, he's just weaker on my front. Does mean I have to deal with another Italian unit here, but that Italian unit probably isn't coming my way, so that should be fine. And it's also not likely that he'll hold Munich for a huge amount of time, right? He could potentially slip into Berlin. This should cause Germany all sorts of problems. That would be a downside if I'm on Germany's side. I think I'm likely sticking with England in this scenario. But if I was on Germany's side, I can just say, tip Germany off and say, hey, bounce Munich, and I'm not going to support this. Or, hey, I'll bounce Munich, you can focus on Belgium, right? So that ends up being kind of fine for me either way, and the most important thing is it moves him out of Piedmont. So now I have the potential to build in the south, specifically to build a fleet, because a fleet gives me lots of options. I do not want to end up as an all-army France. So, last thing to discuss here. Okay, two last things. First, Russia is probably my friend long-term still, right? Russia made these super bold opening builds of double fleets, which actually scares me a little. I think that I really hate building early fleets as Russia. I think that it commits you so hard to a certain path. For example, here it committed them pretty hard to working against England. Here it's committed them almost entirely to working against Turkey, right? There's no way that Russia can attack Austria. But if it does pay off for you, it pays off big, pays off huge. It means that you have you can make much faster progress on these fronts, and you can become that massive Russia that everyone is kind of scared of, even though you're still a bit fragile in your core. So I'm a bit scared about how fast Russia could make progress here. But I also think that Russia long-term is my partner no matter what, right? If I attack Germany, even if Russia is siding with Germany, if Russia makes progress against England and I make progress against Germany, we end up meeting in the middle and kind of being able to wipe out both of them. And that's a solid method of expansion, right, for both of us. If I work against England, we probably work with Germany for the time being and, decimate England. And then we have the option to squeeze Germany between us. That's something I'm less confident in, because I think Russia might just stick with Germany there and come for me. Whereas if we're both taking apart the respective alliance partner, right, there's no reason to do that. He just sticks with Germany anyway while I weaken Germany immensely. Either way, our neighbours being weakened benefits both of us, right? So it's naturally in our interest to work together. So I'm setting that up for the later game with some negotiations, not a huge amount, but like talking to Russia here and there and saying, hey, there's good things that are happening here. The other thing, what my actual moves here, I end up not putting the fleet into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. England made it very clear that would be considered a stab to him, so I just do not do it. I do not want to stab Germany to stab England right now. But I also move into Gascony and Burgundy and stay in Paris. And this is not going to look very friendly towards Brest, right? I wanted the option to attack Brest without attacking it right now, right? I could have gone in here. He did tell me he was convoying to Belgium, and I believed him on that, right? It makes sense for him to convoy to there to get some control over the lowlands. But so the attack would be Paris moving into Brest right now, right? But doing that is a stab. He would very possibly turn against me, whereas moving up to Gascony here, I can just sit in these provinces and go, okay, I'm going to make sure that I take Brest back at some point. It doesn't need to be now, could be now if I wanted it to. It's the ball's in my court. I can decide when I want to take this back. And this is probably going to annoy England a bit, but I've taken the judgment call that England is not in a position where they can afford to take out that annoyance on me, especially with Germany about to rotate into Heligoland Bight. There is always the possibility that some miracle happens for them and they do manage to work together against Russia up here. That would be really problematic for me, but in that circumstance I also really need to take Brest back ASAP, so positioning around here would be important. So yeah, I've taken a minor stab on England here. I don't think I'm going to take Brest immediately. Depends a lot on the negotiations this round. I know England wants to build another northern fleet, and 4 fleets versus 4 fleets is a good thing for me, I think. They will hopefully remain at stalemate here while I can get into a decent position to attack Germany and to take Brest back, right? So I'm very happy to slow play this right now, and I feel like this is a decent way to slow play it. To like leave the fleet in a non-threatening position, leave these armies in a slightly threatening position, but they're mostly just there as like, hey, I can take this back when I want to, and have an army on the front line. Of course, there was the possibility that Italy just walks into Marseille here. I trusted that he wouldn't do it, but even if he did, I would have 3 units on it, right? If he had moved into Lyon as well, I would have had a guessing game here. But I figured it was worth the risk because I didn't think he was likely to do that. And it ended up being correct. So, yeah, this is where I'm positioned now. England is annoyed with me. But, again, I think England knows they can't afford to attack me. But yeah, that's not a huge issue here, right? I think England is mildly annoyed, but also they can understand why I'm positioning around Brest. If I leave England Brest, then hopefully it solidifies their alliance with me even more, because then they have, you know, I've very clearly done something that advantages them, in return for them doing the Holland bounce earlier. And yeah, I think I'm about to attack Germany here. I can imagine Germany will not be very happy about it, and I do feel quite bad, because this is going to be the 3rd game in a row that Diplostrats has attacked FloridaMan. The 3rd Media Wars game. But he did kind of bring it on himself by trying to get everyone to gang up on me on the first turn. So yeah, that is the path I'm going to go. We will see how it works out. I apologize for how jumbled this segment has been. I hope I can sort that out in the editing a little bit. I'll see you on the next phase. Right, so here we are, fall 1902. 7 minutes left in the phase right now, so we are right near deadline. I should be able to do a live adjudication, and as you can see, I've already put my orders in for everything here. So I have everything decided, which obviously you would hope with 7 minutes left in the phase, unless you're doing something ridiculous. So, where to start here? There was something very, very important that I missed off the end of my last phase conversation, well, my last phase recording, which was basically this order set annoyed everyone, right? It didn't just annoy England. I think I talked a little bit about it annoying England and the fact that I could probably get away with that because he was in a position where he wanted to work with me regardless. And it's not an outright stab, it's kind of like a nudge, hey, I want Brest back at some point, I'm going to put myself in position to take it without really stabbing you so that I can have a little bit more power over when I get it back. Right? What I didn't mention so much is the annoyance of other players. So, because I'd been on the defensive up until this point, right? Up until the previous phase, I was very much still in a defensive mindset, I think. And a defensive mindset, one of the important things about it is you're quite often a yes man to everyone. Right? Because if someone comes to you and offers you an idea, you're like, hell yes, please go with that idea. Because even if you don't really want to go along with it, anything that breaks the status quo is good for you. So in this situation, for example, if England had come up to me with an idea and I didn't really want to go along with it, even if I was bouncing Brest in the previous phase, right, here, I might just be a yes man to their idea anyway of attacking Holland. I don't think I was in this circumstance. I was a bit more neutral about it because I really wanted him to trust me. But I might just be a yes man regardless, even if I don't want to work with him, because this breaks the status quo. It breaks down the relationship between England and Germany a bit and gives me a bit more of a chance to get back into the game, right? So you're saying yes to anything anyone has to offer. And in a sense, that was really what happened on this turn, right? Because to England, he was saying, hey, you know, I'm going to convoy out to Belgium. Please don't take Brest. Don't go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I'm like, yes, okay, I'm your ally. I'm going to say yes to all of that. Germany's going, hey, I want to be your ally now because England has shown themselves to be untrustworthy. How about you go into Burgundy and we surround Belgium together, you know, you put in some good words for me on Holland and help me get in there. And I'm just like, yes, that's great. I'll say yes to that because it then points you away from me, right? It points you towards England. And Italy goes, hey, I would like support to Munich. I'm like, hell yes, absolutely. I will go along with that. You can go ahead and I'll give you support to Munich. You're out of Piedmont then, and that's you turned away from me. And a lot of the things I said yes to were contradictory to each other, right? Technically, the moves that I made didn't line up with what Germany expected me to do because I didn't move into Mid-Atlantic Ocean or Brest. He was expecting me to do an immediate attack. That's okay, I'm turning against Germany anyway, so lying to him isn't a massive issue, although maybe it would have been better to be straight up with him, especially given, you know, I've kind of committed to being against him in this theatre now. But then also, England wasn't expecting me to support up from Marseille and go into Gascony like this against Brest, so I kept my word here and broke my word here, so they're a little bit annoyed at me as well. And finally, Italy, we never discussed this, but of course wasn't very happy with Portugal to Spain's south coast, which was one of the things I agreed to do with England. And because I said yes to everyone, I end up making a move that Italy views as hostile here. Italy had massive, bad feeling about this move, and it carries into the press on this turn. If the game loads. There we go. Oh, I have new press. Okay. So it carries into the press on this turn. If we go into the Italian press here, he goes ahead and says, what a lovely message to start the day with. That was me saying that I would support him into Munich. And then he goes ahead and says, hang on, the fleet in Spain is worrisome. And I go ahead and say, hey, that was as a result of last minute comms with England. It wasn't. It was quite a lot before the last minute, but he was pretty clear that he would consider any move into Mid-Atlantic Ocean a stab. I was kind of okay with that. I wanted Brest back, but I was looking at the north and figured I'm benefiting quite a lot by him holding the line against the Russian and German fleets. So I changed my move there. It won't come any further than Spain, and I'll move it away from Spain before building Fleet Marseille if I do need to build Fleet Marseille at some point. And I'm down to support you to Munich if you're still wanting that. So, what to say about this message? I mean, it all makes sense, right? And I think he would have been quite agreeable to this message if I'd have informed him about the Spain thing in advance. The whole idea of Spain moving away before I build Fleet Marseille is completely reasonable, right? But the fact that I made these negotiations with England, and this is why I lie about them being last-minute comms, right? Because last-minute comms I have more of an excuse for not telling him, because things would have been hectic at that time. But he's still not happy about the fact that I went ahead and did it. Here, he says, you know full well that a move as threatening as Spain's south coast, especially while clearing Marseille, so this was supposed to be quite a friendly move towards him, right? Moving out and showing that I trusted him not to go in. But he now views it as aggressive because it's paired with the fleet here, and I can build a fleet here. So it should be negotiated in advance. There are other places to park a fleet if you need to give in to England's demands. Please fulfill your end of the bargain. Captain Dream, he now calls me. He has a lot of very interesting names for me. Work open-handedly with me and you can control the My Mun army as if it were your own. I do not believe this one bit. I think that he is going to do whatever is in his interest once he's in Munich. He comes across to me as a bit of an opportunistic player, right? Trying to get that 5th dot wherever he can. And all he really wants is that 5th dot. Once he's got that, I don't think he'll be as likely to fulfill the stuff that he's saying he will. But we'll have to see about that when we come to it, right? Unfortunately, I have to draw back to Tyrrhenian Sea now. This makes me sad, but it is what it is. But if you safely park the fleet in Portugal or Mid-Atlantic Ocean, I'll immediately move back east. If you need Fleet Marseille, I don't mind you building one if you've moved it to Mid-Atlantic Ocean or Portugal, which is completely reasonable, right? I really dislike the fact that he's now going to pivot to Tyrrhenian because that gives him, again, another angle to attack me. And if I put him in Munich here, he can build Army Venice, jump into Lyon, Piedmont, and work with the German against Burgundy. Which is just not what I want to see. So I try to talk him out of it by basically accepting his demands immediately and trying to pitch something that's clearly not in his interest as a continuation of that. So, would you be interested in repeatedly bouncing Spain and Tyrrhenian Sea in Western Mediterranean? This is something he shouldn't be happy with, because it pins down one of his 4 units, potentially 5 units, and that is a bit of a big deal as Italy. You don't want to be wasting time doing stuff like that. It would mean I can slow play this a bit without annoying England in the process, and it also means you don't have to worry about the Spain fleet. In that case, I'll wave here and build a northern fleet later. And I go ahead and reassure him that I'm going to put the unit in Munich. Now, I would still much prefer he doesn't go to Tyrrhenian Sea at all, but I want it to sound like I don't really care about him going to Tyrrhenian Sea. I'm just proposing this idea of bouncing him west as something to do once he's there. The reason for that is if I show him that I actually do care about Tyrrhenian Sea that much, right, then he can use that as leverage. He can go ahead and say, okay, I won't go to Tyrrhenian Sea if you do this. No. Then he can use that as leverage, right? In his negotiations, he can threaten me with it, basically. And I don't want him to be able to do that. I want the negotiations to be more so on even footing. Because right now, I think he can use the threat of that unit going into Tyrrhenian Sea as a weapon, or he views that as a potential weapon, and if I just act like I don't care about it, it becomes a bit less of a weapon. And he, of course, immediately says, no, I don't want to waste. 1/4 of my unit's bouncing. And then he acts kind of sad and says, I'm seriously thinking of going back to Piedmont. which I don't believe in the slightest. I think if he has the chance to get his 5th SC, he will go for it. He is once again trying to threaten me, basically, into doing what he wants. He says, I need to think more. Inconceivable that you didn't think this would alarm me. Please just tell me if you're going to attack me, and you're toying with me about Munich. If you're doing that, it will only leave a bad taste in everyone's mouth. And then he goes ahead and asks me, this is a really important question, perhaps you could tell me what you envision post-Munich. And this is a question that really changes the course of the negotiations over this phase, right? Because it gives me the opportunity to go ahead and lay down a solid plan for moving forward that doesn't involve me attacking him. So I do that. I go ahead and I say, hey, I want Germany crippled completely. I lay out my reasoning for that. I think if Germany is a significant factor in the seas, there's a pretty decent chance these guys will stick together. And that's not something I want to happen. I think they roll me if they stick together. So the German fleets need to come off the board as soon as possible so that England has a slight advantage here. Then I can get up and attack him later, right, once Germany is falling. So ideally, that would either mean you going up to Berlin and supporting me into Munich behind you with this army here, or pushing me into Ruhr with the army here, so that we can form an attacking line on Kiel and Holland. But I go ahead and say, if you needed to do something else with your army, such as pivot it, that's totally fine. I can make the push myself. But whatever the case, I've laid out very explicitly, it is in my interest to work with him. It is in my interest to push into Germany. Most importantly, it is in my interest for him to gain a 5th supply center here. And I think that's exactly what he's wanting to hear. And the fact that we have that kind of negotiation means that the negotiations after this point are a little more friendly, because I think he realized, hang on, Spain's south coast was actually like a move that was done to reassure England. It wasn't meant to be an attack against Italy. And of course that is the truth here. He goes ahead and says he'll take the support to Mun. He still has to move to Tyrrhenian Sea. He doesn't consent to Fleet Marseille unless Spain moves to Portugal. He also informs me he's not going to attack Austria. But then he goes ahead and says, your plan basically sounds good to me. We agreed with everything. And I go ahead and say, basically, yes. Let me talk to England a bit about Portugal, but yes. And I think I raised the possibility of bouncing west again if we both end up here. But it just ends up being like a nice conversation at this point. And this is an important thing. I'm glad we have a good dialogue going. It's a lot better to end the phase on a good note rather than on both screaming at each other over what has been done the previous phase, or one of us screaming at the other over what's been done the previous phase, right? Leaves open more avenues to work together going forward, even if he does go to Tyrrhenian Sea. Now, I still don't trust him one bit, but I think this gives me the possibility to ask him to build a fleet. Especially since he's told me he's going to Eastern Mediterranean here. After that means the Adriatic Sea will go to Eastern Mediterranean after Ionian comes here. And he'll need a fleet to backfill, so I can say, please build a fleet in Naples, not Army Venice. And if he does that, he doesn't really have the capability to attack me very effectively. So, there's some other discussion that happens here, but that's relevant to something else, so I will talk about it in a second. He also asks me whether I was told what was going on with Burgundy in the first year, in fall, when I correctly guessed that Germany was going to come into Burgundy, or was not going to come into Burgundy, and therefore I held in Marseille, right? And I go ahead and tell him it was a complete guess on my part. I just got the vibes. Of course, that was true at the start of the phase, but not at the end, because England tipped me off about that, but I do not want to give him any kind of weapon to use against me. And I think telling him information about stuff England told me in secret is not a good idea, because he will weaponize that if he ever needs to get England against me. He will go, oh, did you know, England? France told me this. And I do not want England to distrust me in that way. So he then got the jitters about the moves late in the phase, but I think he was reassured by the morning. I guess we'll see. But I'm really hoping to see this unit move up to Munich when we get the phase turnover. So, the other things that happened, that was basically the East. I did very briefly contact Austria saying, hey, any possibility you want to work together against Italy at some point, because I'm in position to do that if we do need to. This was when Italy was being more antagonistic at the start of the phase, and Austria replied to me saying no. I want to wipe out Turkey, which is completely reasonable, and kind of tossed that possibility out. I've reached back out to him and said, okay, well, hopefully later in future we can do that, but I understand completely, go ahead and kill Turkey. Okay, so let's have a look at what happened in the West then after this phase. As I said, I was being a yes man all of last turn, right? And that had consequences. We have Germany here, basically saying, the English move changed, Italy is not Lepantoing. I do notice your moves are not very much like what you and I discussed. No fleet in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, no walk into Brest, and you supported yourself into Burgundy rather than taking the free move into Picardy. It's almost as though you distrusted me and Italy rather than England. When I was initially writing up a response to this, I was like, okay, what I think I'm going to say is, like, I'm going to give some kind of excuse of, you know, I want to jump on England later, so I didn't want to inform him immediately by going into Mid-Atlantic Ocean when I could get Brest anyway here, and then we can work together here, right, and stab him on this turn instead. And then I thought about it a bit more, I'm like, what am I actually gaining from leading Germany on like this? There is a very clear gain from doing that, and that very clear gain is that Germany isn't trying to side with England, because in this position, I'm still very vulnerable to a Germany-England alliance. England can pivot quite easily down into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, right? These guys, if they can keep Munich clear, they can then push into Burgundy fairly easily. Yeah. I'm not as vulnerable as I was when Italy was right on my border here, but Italy can still pivot back against me quite quickly, right? So if I was being a yes man to Germany, it would basically just be to stop him from siding with England. But Germany is really annoyed at England, right? Especially after the bounce in Holland on the first turn. He views England as someone erratic and someone who is not his first choice of working with. And England knows that full well. So I think there's enough mistrust here that I don't really need to be misleading Germany in order to stop him siding with the English player, or at least to stop the English player siding with him. So that raises the question of, what do I say to Germany this turn, right? If I'm not going to be misleading him, because I am planning to attack him. Of course, the other possibility here would be if I wanted to attack England, of course I lead Germany on and say, hey, because then it's not even leading on, right? That's just the truth. But for various reasons, I decided that I want to stick with England here. So, the reason not to do that for Germany is basically just reputational, right? Should I be lying to Germany continuously when I'm not gaining anything from it? Probably not. It just makes Germany less likely to work with me in future. And there was one other big advantage to this, which was that England was quite annoyed about me positioning around Brest last turn, right? And one of the things England was saying was, I've committed so much to this alliance, right? I've bounced Holland for you. I then didn't bounce Holland for you on this next turn because you said that was the better move. I'm pushing forward on this front. All you're doing is sitting back there. You haven't committed anything to this alliance yet at all. So how can I be confident that you're with me here? And it's a fair assessment. I was initially going to reply with, well, what can I do, right? There's not a huge amount I can directly influence in the north here because I've only got the unit in Burgundy to push forward with. So you will see some commitment this next turn, but not a huge amount. But I decided against that. I figured that was antagonistic, and to be honest, it really was. I instead went, okay, ding, light bulb, what if I commit to England by just telling Germany outright, hey, I'm attacking you, right? Because in that case, Germany hopefully says to England, hey, France has told me the truth, he's told me that he's going to attack me, I think I need to work with you or whatever, or in some way he is going to leak his intention, like leak what I did to England, and England is going to get the message that, hey, France is fully committed. So I figured, it's probably not a great idea to just tell Germany that I'm going to attack them, but at the same time, it's not like I'm gaining anything here if they don't know I'm attacking them, right? So I was just honest about it, and I told England, hey, I'm going to commit to the cause by telling Germany that I'm attacking them. And I gave a little bit more reasoning. I said, hey, this will probably force Germany to try and keep you as an ally, because if he knows I'm against him, you're the most obvious ally choice, right? So hopefully that will make him attack Sweden with you and, guarantee that you can take Norway. I'm not 100% sure if that's correct, but it sounds like good enough reasoning, right? So I go ahead and say I'm throwing my lot in with England. I wasn't intending to string you along for that phase. I do lie a little bit here. I was basically saying he offered me Brest back, which is not true at all, right? England is annoyed that I got Brest back, but I'm hoping that the communication between him and England is going to be bad enough that he won't find out that was a lie. And it makes me sound like slightly less of an asshole for leading him on the whole previous turn. So, I was offered something really good, and therefore I changed my mind at the last minute. It sounds a bit better than I was lying to you the whole time, right? And he goes ahead and replies saying, I don't see how you could fail to make gains. I go ahead and send a reply. I wasn't certain about this reply because it doesn't do a lot, but I basically say, hey, my concern is beyond that. I think that you two have more fleets up here, and therefore if I attack England, I'm not going to gain very much. But he sends me a message saying, I don't think you want to be persuaded, or given any more details about possible plans. And he's absolutely right? I've already determined what I'm going to do this turn. He could have basically said, hey, I'll give you Bell or whatever, but it really probably wouldn't have changed what I was going to do here. I probably should have just stuck with my initial thing here and said, I'm not looking to negotiate this turn, but in future, we can work something out. But he's got a good old read on me here and shut down the conversation anyway, which is solid. That's fine by me. So he's obviously going to be annoyed at me, but I also think FloridaMan thinks/knows that I am a little bit of an opportunistic player, right? Certainly in the Blitz games I've played with him, he's seen that I'm willing to flip on a dime where I'll get an advantage, which is probably why he wanted to wipe me out at the start of this. So I think I've still got the negotiation parts open in future here. He'll see that he'll know that if something will advantage me, I'll be willing to go along with it, and therefore he won't be afraid to pitch things to me in future. And hopefully this hasn't damaged relationships too much, right? It probably hasn't damaged relationships as much as lying to him this turn would have. So, last thing, the England negotiations. I've already talked about a lot of this, and I really don't want to go into detail on it because some of these are the longest messages. I think this might be the longest message I've ever received in a diplomacy game. And yeah, I'm not going to talk through the entirety of it. It was basically a lot of back and forth about the Brest situation and me talking about what I could do to make the alliance rise again, right? What I could do to show my commitment to the cause, which ended up being just telling Germany the truth. And then later on, we end up having a bit of discussion. He does also ask me what I think long-term we should do, and I give the most basic answer imaginable, just squeeze out Germany. So there is some issue that comes up in that me telling the truth to Germany actually made him less likely to want to go for Sweden, because he thinks that England and I will be very solidly aligned, right? And therefore he wants to make sure there's a line up here, even if he's going to lose his line down here. And I think England is a little annoyed that I went ahead and did this telling Germany the truth thing at the end of the day, because it might hold him back up there. But I go ahead and say, oh, oops, that wasn't my intention. And it wasn't my intention. I don't really care about it that much, because I don't care if England gains Norway particularly. In fact, I'd really prefer he doesn't effectively work with Germany in the north. But I need to act like I do, right? I need to say, oops, sorry. That's really my bad. I'm sad that this happened. There's the other thing. Thankfully for me, Germany did tell Italy that England doesn't like him very much, and England relayed that back to... Italy relayed that back to England again, so England distrusts Germany even more, right? Which is thumbs up as far as I'm concerned. I do not want England and Germany working together. He says he's annoyed. He told Italy that. Right, and then we slept. We both went to sleep. We talked a little bit more in the morning. And we had like a little bit of back and forth. He ended up saying, oh, I think Holland might be more likely than Norway, so I might go for Holland. I'm like, yes, absolutely, that's great. Do that. And then we had a bit of back and forth over should Burgundy be supporting Tyrolia up to Munich or tapping Ruhr. If I was making the attack that he wanted to make, I would be pretty insistent on a Ruhr tap here, because I think that's the only way you guarantee it, right? I actually think it is very possible it can't be guaranteed at all, because as Germany here, I would be very tempted to tap North Sea and tap Belgium just to make 100% sure Holland doesn't get taken. But I'm fine with England trying to attack Germany and failing, right? It would be better for me if he made some progress here and made sure that Germany doesn't push. But even if Germany gains Holland here, hopefully Italy should be in Munich so Germany doesn't get any builds. So I should be fine either way. But as I said, if I was England, I would be pretty insistent on this move. He actually was fine with me doing this, so he goes a bit back and forth on it at the very end of the phase. Is it too late for you to ask you to tap Ruhr? But then he flips again and says actually supporting Italy is best because it keeps him on side. I had not noticed this stuff here. This is post-adjudication, so I'm seeing things that I shouldn't until I'm reacting. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about. Where is it? Oh, the Liverpool build. This was so annoying, right? He said, something I did want to discuss. If I move English to North Channel... English Channel to North Sea, my brain is still scrambled apparently, and somehow get 2 builds, is it okay for one of them to be Fleet Liverpool? No! No is the answer to that. It is the same thing as moving English Channel to Wales, which was something we talked about before as like an option for him to keep a defensive fleet, if I have a fleet down here. But it just saves me a turn so I can have the unit in North. I absolutely hate this idea. I don't want him to build Fleet Liverpool, but I do want him to move English Channel to North Sea. I think that would be amazing for me. So I say yes, I'm fine with that. And then, if he actually does get the builds, I don't think there's any way he's getting 2 builds. If he manages that, I'll be extremely surprised. But if he does somehow get the builds that he wants in order to build Fleet Liverpool here, I think I can probably convince him into it being an army, saying that England is defensible by army or whatever. Ultimately, I want to push that discussion later because I think there's a fair possibility it doesn't happen, and I think just saying yes to it right now increases his trust level with me, so that's perfectly fine, even though I really don't want it to happen. Okay, so that's basically everything I wanted to talk about this phase. I didn't mention exactly why I was making these orders. I want to move into Portugal so that I have permission from the Italian to build Fleet Marseille without annoying them. I'm obviously supporting Italy into Munich to try and make sure that Germany doesn't get an extra build here. And I'm taking Brest because England actually gave me permission to take Brest after he decided to go to Holland. Which I probably would have taken Brest anyway, but him giving permission for it is just like, absolutely, that's awesome on my part, I am taking it. The reason I'm going in from Paris instead of from Gascony is if Italy tries to do something sneaky and jump on my Marseille border, I still have the unit adjacent to Marseille to defend it. So, let's go ahead and see these moves. I have a slight idea of what they might have been, given that England sent me a message about Italy going up a lot. Yeah, he stabbed. Okay. This might not even have been a stab, but I think it likely was. Let's go ahead and see what the moves actually were. Okay, so England tries to put himself into Holland. Fantastic. Germany tries to do exactly what I said he was going to do, tap North Sea and tap Belgium. So this would never have worked on England's part. But it wasn't in my interest to tell England that. I think it's much better for him to worsen his relations with Germany on my part. Italy took the support into Munich. Fantastic. I think he might still side against me and side with the German, but I'm hoping that he will stick with me, and just the fact that it's not a German unit there is a huge benefit to me because it opens some diplomatic options up, even if the two of them do end up working together, right? So, England stays neutral, which is potentially bad. It means that they can't hold this line very effectively if Germany and Russia stick together, which they almost certainly are. But at the same time, it's not too bad for me because that's slow progress and it pins the English fleets in place. So, not horrendous for me, right? This move here is super interesting to me. Okay, this is definitely a stab. Italy tried to convoy into Greece with Turkish support and failed. And I absolutely love the fact that he's not in Tyrrhenian Sea right now. That's fantastic. And hopefully I should have his permission to build Fleet Marseille without any repercussions, right? Without any diplomatic repercussions. He should be fine to see that because he's putting down 2 builds. So, I think I'm in a fine position right now. I'm not 100% sure how to progress here. Because my expansion options are either into England, in which case I then run into a fairly solid Russia-Germany alliance, which I don't want to do. I think England is a better ally to me, because he's kind of... Well, he's put a lot of trust in me, right? And that is worth a lot by itself. But also, these people are likely to stick to each other over me. I'm not 100% sure on Russia's part. I haven't had a lot of chance to talk to him this phase, but I think that he might stick with his neighbour, stick with Germany, because he's been actively working with them. So I don't think it's advantageous for me to stab England right now, which really means I can either go and run into Italy, which is going to be a slog and not gain me anything. I'm not really sure I want to do that. I would prefer to see Italy build a fleet here and an army here and then try and Lepanto and attack Austria at the same time. I don't know if he'd do that, but it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, I don't think it's in my interest to jump on Italy either, so really my only gains would be through the middle here, which feels difficult to do, but hopefully Italy will stick to his word, go to Berlin, and then support me up through. If he doesn't, there's no problem with slow playing a game as France. This game goes to 1915, it's 1902, I have tons of time to consider my options. So I can just wait here and hopefully act as counterbalance to either of these two and go for one of them if they leave themselves too open, and I can afford to do it in terms of the general board state. So, I'm going to have a build. I think that's almost certainly going to be Fleet Marseille. We'll see how that works out, and I'll see you on the next turn. Alright, so we are 12 minutes away from adjudication of Spring 1903, which means time for another update. I went ahead and skipped the winter, so I'll talk about it here. As you can see from my orders, I built Fleet Marseille, Italy built Fleet Rome, which is a super interesting combination. Oh, and something important here, Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast as well. Let's have a little bit of a look into the press behind those things, because these ones might not have turned out how you thought. So, the fact that Italy didn't go into Tyrrhenian, right, and I didn't go into either of these, in fact I moved into Portugal, meant that myself and Italy had a really good rapport going into the winter phase. let me find the exact message here. Here. This is delightful. We were even nicer to each other than we agreed, and I was very enthusiastic about it as well. Congrats on the +2. I think this was a mistake on his part. I really don't think he should have gone for a stab on Austria. This is assuming it is a stab on Austria, but Austria seems to think so. And it was combined with a convoy to Greece. So I think he's preparing for an Italy-Turkey alliance. And yeah, I just wanted to praise him for that and to say well done, and hopefully to establish more rapport going forward for working together. So he said he needs a 24-hour break. I was totally fine with that. We took a lot of time off, right? And I go ahead and say I would really quite like to build Fleet Marseille, because if I build an army here, right, I'm getting stuck. I'm definitely getting stuck in this area. I need support to get out. I will need to gain something without any fleet support, basically. I'll have the one fleet, but I would prefer to keep that in defense, just in case Italy does come and try anything. So in order to break out, fleets are just more useful. And with 2 fleets, I can pivot against England, I can pivot against Italy. This is obviously not the reason I'm giving him, but it's just a lot nicer for my position. Honestly, if he hadn't been okay with me building the fleet here, I mean, I would have tried to negotiate with him to say, please do let that fleet be there. But if he'd really not been okay with it, and if I was okay passing it up, I would have waved rather than built an army in this position. I think building an extra army here is far too likely to lock you onto these centres, so I would have wanted to have the potential to build a fleet on the next year instead. But he was generally fine with it. He said provisional yes to the fleet, also to helping in Germany. He thinks the support was malicious. I don't know if I discussed this in the last video, but I did raise the possibility with him of maybe talking about this support like it was a malicious one. So the support in fall here, like it was just me being like, okay, Germany is probably going to try and bounce with Italy here, like do an arranged bounce. I will throw a malicious support on, and therefore Italy will get in. So Italy is trying to play that off with Germany as though, oh, it was, you know, it wasn't me and France collaborating, it was just France trying to screw you over, right? And he wants me to play into that. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I'm not actually playing into that in any capacity. I think he wants me to, like, go to Germany and say, haha, look, I supported Italy into Munich, but that would damage my reputation with Germany more than it already has. There's no point to me doing that, and I'm not really talking with Germany right now either, because if I was talking with him, I wouldn't really have anything to say beyond lying, and I think he understands that as well, and so he's not talking to me that much. He did send me an amusing message this turn. Hang on, I'll find that one. Basically saying, congratulations on your successful occupation of Brest. It took many hours of planning and the success of it was doubtful, but at long last you can now say this foreign territory has been brought under French domination. Which I love. Of course, very much teasing me about the fact that I should have had that province in the first year, but honestly, I'm pretty happy with how this has gone. I think the fact that I offered Brest to England was a big part in why I'm not currently getting squashed by a Germany-Italy-England alliance. So I just replied saying, thank you, I already hear the cheer and applause of spectators witnessing the incredible feat of an 0-2 France with all of their home centres and Spain and Portugal. Such a thing will be noted in the diplomacy history book. So we're just keeping a light tone there and joking around with each other. I think this is the best way to talk to an enemy, right? Because you're not having to commit to anything, you're not having to lie about anything, you're just keeping a light atmosphere in case you do need to work with them in the future. You'll have some kind of good rapport to go into it. But right now, I don't see myself immediately working with Germany, so I'm not talking to them any more than this. So the conversations with Italy continued. He was saying, let me find it here. Provisional yes to the fleet. He's sad that I told England that I was building the fleet because he wants the fleet to look like it's anti-Italy here so that he can make excuses with the East. right? And there is some potential it is anti-Italy, and in fact I've had that discussion with Austria. I've been saying to Austria, hey, is there any chance we jump on Italy together here? And Austria is very enthusiastic about that idea, but I'm not certain whether I'm committing to it or not yet. So I'm actually being a lot more honest with people than Italy thinks I am. Italy thinks I'm going around saying, hey, I'm going to, or at least the plan. I don't know that he actually thinks this, because he probably has heard from people that I'm not actually doing this, right? But I think his idea was that I go around and say to people, hey, I'm going to attack Italy now, and that's why I've built the fleet, and we're keeping up this deception. I don't think it's in my interest to keep up that deception with people, which is why I'm not doing it. So here, he's calling me Captain Dream now. You can tell he's happy. He's also, I think I mentioned that I was potentially going to jump on England here. I'd like to have the ability to make the jump on England if that turns out to be the best play here, although it depends how we're feeling about the German situation, blah 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 blah. And so that's mainly mentioned. I mean, yes, it is true. I would like the potential to jump on England. I don't think I'm going to jump on England anytime soon, but Mid-Atlantic Ocean is awesome for that reason. I can jump in if I need to, right? But it also can jump in down south, so I wanted to give the other potential reason that I might use it as the main one. So here we go. He says he senses an opportunity for a little theatre. I say I consider me intrigued, and he says, go ahead, say these things, and say to England that we're locked in a really solid England, France, Italy alliance here, and we're going to stick together. And I go ahead and say, yeah, I'm good with doing all that, but I haven't actually done any of it, because I think if I do any of it, it worsens my relations with people too much. In fact, even the England thing, and England is in favour of this England, France, Italy alliance for the time being, I am saying to England, hey, I am going to jump on Italy at some point, because I don't want him thinking that this is coming up north, right? Except, I mean, you'll see in the conversation later, this might be going up north with England's agreement anyway. So yeah, we go ahead and talk a bit more. Russia puts down the Fifth Fleet in St. Petersburg, which causes some amazement. And then we talk a bit about all of the possibilities of doing stuff here, right? So first of all, he didn't tell me he was going to build Fleet Realm, which annoyed me a little bit, right? But he did tell me he was going to go into Tyrrhenian Sea this turn, and that's kind of fine. I knew there was a fleet going there, therefore the Fleet Realm build doesn't concern me too much. It does kind of concern me, because it puts him in a position where he can get the jump on me, and so I ask for a future bounce at some point, which he's not all that happy with, but he'll do it. But at least he kind of indirectly told me what he was going to do, right? Because if you're going to Tyrrhenian Sea here, it's probably with the newly built fleet. There's no point in building Fleet Naples, sending it to Ionian, sending Ionian to Tyrrhenian. So this is clearly to make Turkey feel good about him. The question for me is he doing that because he actually wants to work with Turkey long term, or is he doing that because he wants to make Turkey feel safe and then go in for the kill? I'd much prefer the latter, because if it's the former, he is probably coming west at some point. So I need to stay on my guard here. So yeah, a lot more conversation. We talk a bit about what we're doing in Germany. And then quite late in the phase, I mean, I'll discuss the exact tactics here. Quite late in the phase, he tries to switch up what we're going for. He wants to go for Berlin and have me go into Burgundy go Burgundy to Munich behind him. The previous agreed order was support to Ruhr. I basically said no. I think that England very much wants some kind of focused attack on Holland here, because that is how he gets his build, right? And I want that to be the case as well. Plus, the move up to Berlin is not guaranteed. Baltic can bounce it out, and then we make 0 progress that turn. So I would prefer the guaranteed progress here. He even asked for it as a result of his birthday coming up, which is quite something. I do go ahead and say, hey, you know, how about instead of that, I'll just support you to Kiel next turn, because we need to cut Kiel anyway to get England into Holland. It might not work, but if it does, you get the extra build here. I don't know whether I actually want to do that. I don't know whether a strong Italy is good for me in this situation, but it doesn't harm me at all to potentially offer it here, right? Because I can always change my mind in the fall. I can always say, hey, situation's changed a bit, I think I really need that build coming up because I want to stab England or something. Can you support me into Kiel instead, please? Or I could just look at the situation, and if there's a good possibility that Germany is going to support Cold Kiel anyway, I can still offer that support knowing that Italy won't gain it. Or, other option, I can support him and just go into Munich behind him anyway, in which case I get the build. So, it all works out kind of fine for me. The main reason that I'm doing this is that I'm kind of petrified of Italy turning on me right now. Right? Because I think it is a very, very real possibility. You move Ione into Tunis here, you move Rome into Tyrrhenian Sea, and Venice into Piedmont. You get German support into Burgundy because he knows all our moves, right? So he can work with Germany against us and push me out. Because he knows I'm going to Ruhr, he knows there's not going to be a support hold on this, so he can just take this straight up and have 2 on Marseille here. He won't immediately get Marseille, and it does leave us into a bit of a slog situation, right? But he is in kind of a slog situation no matter where he goes. The fact he took Trieste with a fleet makes it really hard to progress in this direction. The fact he hasn't built anything in Naples here makes it really hard to jump in against the Turk. So looking at this situation, I think he might decide, hey, my best option is going for France, I'm just going to jump in against them. So I don't have a lot that I can use to stop that happening, right? I could just do Gascony support hold Burgundy, then I'm making 0 progress if he is telling me the truth, and I don't want that to be the case. So I'm gonna keep these orders as such. I think if he does come in, I can do enough damage control here that Austria can get the jump on him on the other side. And I really hope Austria will go for that, if that is the case. So, basically, I wanted to offer him something, a center that makes it worth his while not to jump on me right now. So I did. I said, hey, we can try and get you into Kiel this year. I don't know whether he he accepted it or not, but, it is what it is. So the other important, there's a couple of important people on the list here, but the other most spoken to person would be England here. There is a lot of messaging between me and England since winter 1902. Primary reason for that is this Russian fleet build here, right? Fleet St. Petersburg, North Coast. England is super demoralized right now. Or at least he was during the winter phase, because Russia told him, I'm going to build fleet St. Petersburg, North Coast, I think my best path is against you, and that is really not something you want to hear as England in this position. I think England tried everything he could to convince Russia not to do this, but he didn't really have a lot of leverage, right? He could maybe offer Russia Denmark here, but then where do you go from there? Right? There's so many Russian fleets, and the English are clearly going to try and progress this way, right? So it's really tough to come to some kind of agreement where you're not attacking one another here. So yeah, let me just skip through some of this. He was immediately a bit concerned about Paris to Brest instead of Gascony to Brest on the last turn. I think he's being overly paranoid here. He was worried about it because I can move my fleets up and then up again and then convoy into Liverpool by keeping this army here in Gascony. But actually it was because I wanted to keep a unit adjacent to Marseille, and I just told him as much, right? Honestly, if I did want to do that, if I did want to convoy into his centre, there's no reason to stay in Gascony right now to do it. I can move into Gascony basically any time I want, right? I can move Brest into Gascony. I could even convoy in from Brest. So I think he doesn't really need to question that, but he does. He's concerned about the Italian, and he's worried about a runaway Italy-Russia alliance, which I think is really unlikely. Primarily because Russia has built this many fleets, right? If Russia wants to attack Austria, which you would generally do in an Italy-Russia alliance, Russia doesn't have the units to do it now, because they don't have those armies, and in fact their core is very, very vulnerable here. They have the two armies to defend themselves, but they're basically entirely reliant on Austria and Germany not coming for them in this center. And I mean, I think it's a correct assumption right now because Germany is under pressure, Austria is under significant pressure. I think even if Germany wasn't under pressure, they wouldn't go for Russia because he's done really good negotiation with them. And honestly, same with Austria. Like, Austria didn't seem to want to go for Russia particularly earlier on. So, especially just because of all the fleet builds, right? They can kind of guarantee Russia is going to continue to work with them. So I was a bit dubious about this assertion. Run away IR. I think it's much more likely Italy-Turkey alliance here, if it is any alliance. So he asks, well, what does he ask here? I agree to let you have Portugal, but I'm not going to agree to let you be in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. No, sir, not with RG breathing down my neck. You will notice this does not correspond with what my order here is. And the reason for that is this Fleet St. Petersburg build. So I talk a lot more about stuff. I don't insist on going into Mid-Atlantic. I don't intend to. I'm kind of also happy to just sit here in Portugal and Spain if I'm working with both England and Italy, because it dissuades them both from attacking me anyway, right? It's kind of difficult to get a jump on France that has two fleets in Iberia. Even if one of those fleets isn't in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, Portugal can still move to places, and it can get into Mid-Atlantic Ocean very quickly if it needs to be on the defensive. So if Italy were to jump me, I should be fine. If England is to jump me, I should be fine, so I don't think either of them would if I just stayed there, to be honest. So the only reason for me going into Mao is just a more advantageous position if I'm jumping on someone, and I think there is the possibility to slow play here if England really doesn't want to see Fleet Mid-Atlantic Ocean. There's also, of course, the possibility of going to Lyon and Spain South Coast and preparing an attack on Italy, although I think that will be a slog if I try and do that. Right, so I give him the explanation about Paris to Brest instead of Gascony to Brest, and I tell him about IR here. So I do talk to him about the possibility of going to Lyon and Spain, but he kind of says, oh no, we kind of need Italy on side to break through in Germany, which is absolutely true. I think the only reason I would jump into Lyon and Spain in this situation, because I'm really unlikely to gain anything with two fleets, right, is if I thought Italy was definitely going to attack me here, and so I wanted to get the jump earlier. And I don't think that's the case. I think there's a possibility, because he does come across to me as quite an opportunist player, but I think most likely he leaves it at least one more turn before he does that. So England's reasoning here makes sense. We need Italy on side to attack Germany. And yeah, we have a big long discussion about this fleet build in St. Petersburg. Here, Russia straight up admitted to me he's coming for me. I don't know what to do or say anymore. I just wish we went with the Western Triple. Simply enough, I am dead. Now, I think England gets a little bit annoyed with what I did in the previous phase as a result of this situation, right? I went to FloridaMan and I said, hey, I'm going to attack you. And England's impression, initially at least, was that FloridaMan didn't go for Sweden because I had informed him I was going to attack him, and so the Western Triple dream was dead, basically. I don't think that was the case. I think the Western Triple dream was dead from the start. FloridaMan was never going to go along with something like that, and he was really only getting into this position in the first place in order to pivot, right? So when I stopped lying to FloridaMan about, hey, we can jump on England here, he didn't see the reason to lie to England either. He thought, there's no point in me keeping up a charade here. So he goes ahead and says to England, okay, I'm not going to go for Sweden, I'm going to attack you instead. And England then thinks that I've caused that, right? Whereas in reality, all I've caused is Germany telling him the truth. But he's more annoyed with FloridaMan than with me here. And he actually says that as much. He says, I tried to reconcile with him. I gave him Holland. I didn't want to mess with him in Norway and Sweden. And then he tells me the plan has changed and he's not going to attack Sweden. And he only sends a single sentence response, I don't care what you do. Which Yeah, it sounds like a big communication breakdown between these two, and, FloridaMan not really wanting to talk to him anymore. And here we go. Now, after you support Italy into Munich, and I only defend myself, he comes to me and says, I didn't want to talk to you this game, and Russia's saying, I'm coming for you, and I don't know what I did wrong. Here he says, I just wanted it simple, let's attack Norway and Sweden. And it's hard to pinpoint exactly what England did wrong, right? Because the very easy point to say would be bouncing Holland in 01. That was an aggressive move, but I think it goes into the communications beyond that, right? It's a lot of bad feeling and animosity that came up as a result of various conversations that happened between these powers. And, that's difficult to discuss when I'm not seeing the conversations that they did have. And I guess I'll see them in BobZeBuilder's coverage of this afterwards. But I really think it has a lot to do with trying to do too much, right? Trying to say too much, trying to reconcile with people you don't really want to reconcile with, trying to force your moves, the moves you want on other people, instead of trying to softly talk them out of it. That was especially the case with the first fleet build in St. Petersburg. It sounded like the Russian has mainly done this because the English player had such a harsh reaction to that initial Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast suggestion, which is completely fair. The Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast is threatening to England, but you don't want to make it look like you're unwilling to work with them, right? You don't want to make it look like you're trying to force your opinions upon them. So yeah, he has ended up in a pretty bad situation as a result of this, and he ends up quite demoralized as a result of it. All I did was one move, bounce Holland. He's been ignoring me. Ever since that, aside from ignoring the if you don't build fleet Liverpool, I'll throw, I've been trying to fix things with Germany, and I think almost that might be the mistake, right? I don't think things are fixable right now, especially if he's not willing to pivot against me. I don't know whether he was willing to pivot against me. If so, I'm quite glad he didn't fix this relationship. But sometimes you just have to leave it and let it go and say, okay, this relationship is not getting repaired right now. I need to let both of us cool off and not talk, because talking more is stoking more division. But yeah, I go ahead and say we need to get one of RG to flip in the north. There's also a chance that we could get Austria to hit Russia, but it seems unlikely here. So really, we need to hard focus Germany, try and get these German fleets off the board, and then you'll at least have a reasonable defensive position up here. And I say I do get the demoralization here. It's a rough situation, but I try and encourage him. I think it's a recoverable one. And then I ask him, what do you want to see on my part? That's mainly because I don't want to suggest moving fleets north. I don't want to suggest moving anything into Atlantic Ocean. But I think in order to defend, he does need one extra fleet eventually here, right? And so I want him to be the one to propose it, if he is wanting it. Because if I propose it, it sounds like I'm just trying to sneak a fleet up north against him. He talks a bit more about demoralization. He's sad that after giving Germany what he wants, he flips. And yeah, and the things that he said after that, again, it's the communications breakdown. What else? I agree, I've been desperately trying to flip Russia. The only friend I have is you. I would be prepared to be your vassal. Basically, he's trying to use that reasoning against Russia, I think, saying, hey, if you force me to do this, I'm going to be a French vassal. And that's probably making Russia even less likely to ease off, because I think Russia thinks that might be the case anyway, right? He might have annoyed England enough that England will become a French vassal eventually, and so if he steps off the gas, right, and sits back a little bit, I'll jump in and take the English centres, and Russia won't be anywhere near to contest. So, yeah. And here, for the record, the only reason I attacked Germany is that Germany backed out of our deal. Aside from that, that aside, basically, build FMR, and we need to find out some tactics. I got his agreement to build Fleet Marseille, and more importantly, if Russia does build Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, I want you to come to Mid-Atlantic Ocean and help out. Perfect. Okay, that was exactly what I wanted to hear, because England was the only person protesting me being in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. It's such a strong province, now I get to move there without damaging my relations with him at all. It doesn't even need to be a launch pad against him, right? It can go up and help him, even. But the fact that I'm there enables so many more possibilities that I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So there we go. Get Italy to support Burgundy to rear as well, and we can guarantee Holland in the fall. All good tactics. And then I just give some reasoning that I think why Germany might have done that kind of thing with the messaging. And I also go ahead and give an excuse for why I'm not telling Russia to not build Fleet St. Petersburg, right? Because I think this England is the kind of player who might go to Russia and say, hey, what have you heard from France? And try and get the truth of what I've been doing. And so if I say, oh yeah, I'm trying really hard to convince Russia not to build St. Petersburg, well, at the same time, I'm not really telling Russia anything about it. Like, I'm not discussing this move very much with Russia here. In fact, I'm actually straight up being honest with him and saying, hey, England really doesn't like this potential fleet, and he's asking me to try and negotiate about it, but I don't really care that much, right? So if England finds out that, then that's a really bad thing. So I go ahead and just be honest with England. I go ahead and say, I feel like if I ask Russia to build Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, if I ask him not to, even... Oh, wait. Wait. Did I get the wrong end of the stick on that message? Oh, right. Okay. He tries to get me to participate in reverse psychology by telling Russia to build Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast and go after him. This is completely different to what I initially thought it was, so I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with that in the edit, but hey, it's whatever. So he wants me to engage in reverse psychology, tell Russia, go with Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, and then because Russia is so scared of me, he thinks they will do the opposite. I think that's not true. I think if I went to Russia and said, hey, build Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, they'd go, hell yeah, I'm building Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, we're going in on England, we're going to wipe them out, and then, we'll be in a pretty good position together. And I tell him that outright. It locks it in for him. He dislikes the EF, but that doesn't change that he's poised to jump on you if the EF breaks. And so he wants to be in a good position to do that. Right. And yeah, he's very sad to see the extra Russian fleet, and then he goes ahead and says, I'm yours to command, I really hate this game. And this is... it's one of those moments in diplomacy where you feel quite bad about the situation, right? I really don't like the position that England is in, especially in quite a high-profile game. It must feel pretty devastating to get this enclosed by fleets and to have this many people against you in a game that you're commentating, right? You're giving your whole perspective of. And BobZeBuilder's commentaries are really in-depth. I highly recommend going and watching the Buffalo diplomacy one, and really give his thoughts about the situation. And his thoughts about the situation here are going to be, life really sucks here. And that's painful to see. But at the same time, from a diplomacy player's point of view, this is one of the messages you most want to see in the game, right? Russia has nowhere to go but to kill me. I'm yours to command, Captain. I really hate this game. It's someone... He's not giving up, and I really don't think he's giving up here. I think he is, edging towards me, wanting me to come up north and help him out in any possible way. But I think he's still negotiating with people. I think he's still trying to get out of this situation. He's just also okay, well, if I am going to die, the person who's been best to me right here is France. And that's really what it comes down to, right? It's the fact that not really done that much to annoy him. I did move differently than I said I would when going around Brest, but again, that was after he'd taken Brest. I've stayed out in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I moved into Spain South Coast when he wanted me to. I moved back to Portugal instead of into Mid-Atlantic Ocean when Italy got annoyed with that. And so, like, I've been the friend, whereas these two players have been the enemy, even though we've all taken centres that are, like, in his line or put units against his line. So this is really that approach coming to fruition in the game, but it feels bad at the same time. And I'm really hoping he does catch a lucky break here and is able to get something and, like, recover a little bit. Because I do think the video will be awesome. I kind of think the video will be awesome anyway, to be honest, because even when you're on the defensive, the thoughts that you're going through in diplomacy are really quite complex, right? And really quite interesting to hear. But I want him to be a little less depressed about his situation, basically. And actually, I think we get into that point a little bit further in the phase. Because there's a point where he stops trying to convince Russia to work with him. He just basically starts sending normal messages to Russia and saying, okay, I get that we're against each other. It's something along those lines anyway. And Russia starts being quite nice to him in response, right? And I think you can actually hear the uplift in his messages when that happens. Here. Speaking of Russia, it's funny, although he doesn't want to lay off, he's more interested in talking. Probably just pleasantries after I apologise for how I was a bit harsh and unrelenting in my press without meaning it. But in short, I think we have an AR here. So it's just a lot less discussion about how down he is, about how the other players have been acting, and a lot more thinking ahead to what is going to happen in this game, right? And you can hear that click in the message, and, like, I'm back in the game here. I'm interested in doing my own thing. And, like, from my perspective, maybe I should be less happy about that. Maybe I should be going, okay, I really wanted you to be devastated so that you would give me all your supply centers. But as a content creator, I'm quite happy to see it. And as someone who likes watching diplomacy videos, I'm also really happy to see it. And, like, also just as a friend, I'm really happy to see it, to be honest. So, yeah, I go ahead. That's a better place to be with Russia. Actually, this kind of ends up working against me in this phase, right? Because he still wants me to come up to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is completely fine. I'm very happy with that. But I go ahead and say I want to move Brest to Picardy to back up Belgium, which is actually true. I want to do it to back up Belgium. I think there's some possibility Munich comes to Burgundy, and if that happens, we need the extra unit adjacent to Belgium, right? It's not to surround Belgium, but clearly he thinks it is. Like, he instead says, can you do Brest to Paris instead? Which I'm just thinking, oh my god, that's so much worse. I can do Brest to Paris, yes. But if Italy comes into Burgundy, then we don't have that much control over Belgium. They can force you out of there, right? But I didn't want to argue with him at this point. I was like, okay, well, you know what? In that situation, it's Belgium that's being lost. It's not one of my centres. And I really dislike the idea of losing progress, right? Which is what we do here. But at the same time, I mean, I was never going to make that much progress personally anyway. I was going one centre, like one province. And if I'm getting knocked out of Burgundy, not even that, right? So I would be slightly on the defensive, but I would then be able to retreat to Marseille and have the Marseille, Gascony, Paris, there we go, correct pronunciation, wall against the Italian unit. So it's fine from my perspective. English player loses Belgium, which I really don't like, but he's okay with risking that in return for not having me in Picardy, and, like, at the end of the day, that's his decision to make. I don't intend to move there to stab him, I intend to move there to back him up, so if he doesn't want that backup, he doesn't have to take it, right? I'm just going to go into Paris instead and keep good feelings. So I just go ahead and say, yes, I can do that. I was initially thinking I would like to discuss with him the reasons why I want to move to Picardy a bit more, and, like, the fact that he needs this unit to back him up. But I was just thinking about that and thinking, is that worth saying? Probably not, because I think he's pretty set on the idea that I would be moving there to stab him, and then all of this extra reasoning just sounds like deception, right? I do think he needs to get a little bit less paranoid about my intentions. I'm a really nice guy, of course, and never had bad intentions towards anyone. But in this situation, I really didn't. But yeah, I agree to that, and that ended up being fine here. The other important conversation that happened, there was a small conversation, not that one, a small conversation with Russia. Basically, England thinks he's on his own despite clear support from you. Do you think you're not giving him what he wants, or is this a ploy? This was his Winter 1902 message. This was basically England trying to convince Russia not to build Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast by saying that I was about to attack him, right? And this was the thing he wanted me to go ahead and say to Russia, hey, build St. Petersburg North Coast so we can attack England together, because he wanted it to look like there wasn't an EF so that Russia wouldn't jump on him. But I didn't think that would work. I thought being honest was better, so I went ahead and just told him the truth. He messaged me to say that you're concerned about an EF, so I assume it's an attempt to play that down. I'm debating on exactly what to do here, and, I haven't decided exactly. I did ask Russia what they thought about the future of this sphere, because I really think that Russia is... I was thinking that Russia long-term is my friend. The more fleets he puts down, I think Russia might end up being my enemy just because there won't be anywhere else those fleets can go. But as long as he doesn't put down too many more of them, I guess it's okay. And I can still work with him to squeeze people out, right? Which is the main way that I'll get centers. So I did want to ask him about that, and... he doesn't really give much of an answer. He says, my feeling towards Germany will depend on the state he's in when England is pushed back. He isn't exactly secure on land. And that just reinforces to me I need to kill Germany here, because I think Russia wants to see England dead before he turns on Germany. And I think if he does that, there's a decent chance he doesn't turn on Germany anyway. So hopefully the Italian will work with me here. I guess we'll see. The other important conversation was the Austrian. As we see in Winter 1902, he suddenly becomes a lot more talkative. I had sent him this message the previous phase asking if we could go against Italy together, and he was basically saying I can't commit until Turkey is dead. And then he opens this phase by saying, yeah, so about that. And I go ahead and say I'm interested in it. He asks me to build Fleet Marseille, and of course I've agreed Fleet Marseille with Italy anyway, so I go ahead and say yes. I clicked it the moment I saw the situation, and I'm regressing the move to Portugal. This was early in the winter phase, where I was still considering the possibility of going to Lyon and Spain. Later on, after these next ones, I changed that opinion, and I don't want to do that anymore, right? I want to get into this position and then be ready to jump on Italy if he attacks me, basically. Or if I really need to balance the board state in that region, but I don't think I do, because this is a useless unit. There is no way Italy is pushing further into Austria with this unit here. So... he goes ahead and says Italy's likely in alliance with Turkey. I think that I need your help, and I'm trying to pull Turkey to my side. I go ahead and say, well, surely the fact that Turkey supported that convoy into Greece on the previous turn means that they're definitely in alliance together, right? And Austria goes, oh yeah, it's absolutely confirmed, but they seem to be a little bit on edge with each other. And I think England messaged me earlier saying that Italy and Turkey might be trying to convince Austria to work with them both in a kind of triple alliance. And I do actually see that as being a real possibility here. But Austria's responses make me a little bit more convinced that it's not happening, right? His responses here sound legitimately like he wants me to attack Italy, and I'm not sure he would be wanting that if he was actively in a strong alliance with them. I think he views them as an opportunist, and that was a real stab on the previous turn. So, I go ahead and ask, how's it going in terms of that IT? I think I say somewhere here, yeah, I would prefer to, like, England is asking for my support in the north, so I need to move to Mid-Atlantic Ocean here. I need to try and figure out whether I can go in both directions at once, maybe by moving to Lyon and convoying an army across, but that feels unlikely with Venice here, right? So I'm basically just telling him, I'm sorry, I can't come now. I can maybe come in the future. And I ask him, when I get a bit more nervous about this Munich move, right, I ask him whether there's a good possibility of him pushing into Trieste right now. And he never responds to that, which is an interesting one. So I wonder if he's abandoned the fact that I was being a bit wishy-washy has made him abandon the possibility of attacking Italy, so he's tried to get Italy on side instead. Because I think it's a decent strategy in this position as Austria to just keep working with Italy, because this unit can't come any further, right? So we'll see how it works out. In fact, we'll see how it works out right now. I've discussed all of these moves except this one right here, Burgundy to Ruhr. We're having Munich support Burgundy to Ruhr. We had a little joint conversation between myself, England, and Italy about these moves. We decided on this, and Belgium support North Sea into Holland. Because then, if Ruhr cuts Belgium, yeah, sure, he keeps Holland, but I, at the same time, get into Ruhr, and we're able to force it on the next turn. And he is supporting English Channel into North Sea with Norwegian Sea, so he cannot lose that to the Russian and the German. So it should being the key word here, be a flawless moveset. It depends a lot on whether this Italian unit is going to go along with it. And I guess right now, we are going to see whether it has happened or not. Like, the more I talk about this, the more unsure I am about Italy actually helping me out here, because I don't think he gains very much from me pushing into Germany. But at the same time, it feels so much like he gains more by convoying over to Albania or something similar, so and spending one turn doing stuff other than attacking me, right? So I really hope he goes along with this. Well, let's find out. Control R. Grace period. Fantastic. Okay, well, I'll record an actual reaction when we get all the orders in. Well, that's disappointing. Alright, I'll cut to that. Okay, I am back. It's a fair bit later than it was before. It's actually just gone full 1903. Sorry. Yeah, it's just gone full 1903, so we're in the retreats phase of that right now. I need to talk about a few things that happened this phase. I mean, I've got the entirety of fall to cover, right? And the results of spring 1903, which was cut off last time. I was sorely tempted not to record this episode because I'm honestly kind of embarrassed with how I handled the whole thing. And I'm off to my parents for the weekend, so I had an excuse not to cover it, right? But I am going to get this in just before I go. I mean, it's important context, right, for the rest of the game. So before I talk about the embarrassing part, I guess, which is the press, let's talk about what happened this phase. So importantly, you'll note in the press previously, which is the Italy press. Again, I think I may have to edit this because I can't look at the press and the previous phase at the same time. But yeah, in spring 1903, Italy agreed to support me into Ruhr here, and they said they were going to Tyrrhenian Sea. I believe they very briefly mentioned the possibility of Tuscany initially. Here we go, I found it with Control F. So Italy had mentioned that they built Rome in order to reassure Turkey, but they said, I mean to give a gentle no regarding Tuscany, winky face. They didn't tell me outright that the Turk had requested that they go to Tuscany, but this is implying it, right? It's saying, hey, the Turk wants me to go to Tuscany as part of our deal together. I will not do so. right? I'm going to go to Tyrrhenian Sea. And if anything, that's actually, it's fine for them to be in Tuscany from my perspective. It's obviously not great in that it's positioned more aggressively against me, in that it can't swing around and attack the Turk very easily. But in terms of what it can attack, it can only really go to Gulf of Leon, which I can bounce. So I can go to Gulf of Leon as well and keep that unit out. Whereas if he was in Tyrrhenian Sea, it can still do exactly the same attack, right? But it could also go to Western Med, which means I would need to take the 50-50 on guessing which of these to bounce out, or pull both fleets south, which is a huge commitment that doesn't really gain me anything. He didn't bring the other fleet to the west, so it's like a semi-committal move, I guess. But he still didn't tell me he was coming here, right? And the fact that that was part of his agreement with Turkey of, go to Tuscany so I know you're going to attack France, that made me very, very nervous about his intentions here. Especially when you combine that with this move. I can't remember if I talked about this on the last video. I think I did, right? He was saying that he was possibly... He supported the idea of taking Munich and Berlin, and then he goes, I do like the idea of more dots, but he doesn't confirm that he's going to Berlin, and in the group chat he said he was going to support me to Ruhr, right? So he did this by himself. I was worried at the time about the possibility of Ruhr supporting Munich to Burgundy, of Italy flipping, because Italy didn't really have that much more to gain from sticking with myself and England, right? If anything, their unit here is just switching SCs, if they work with us, and holding the one SC. It's not going to gain anything more. So I did try and pitch some stuff that would make him more interested in working with us. For example, saying that I would support him into Kiel once I was in Ruhr. Clearly he didn't consider that interesting enough, and so decided to just basically stab us and go his own way, but at the same time not actually attacking us, just going for an extra dot here in Berlin. So he lied to us about what he was doing. I did check with Germany as well. He lied to Germany about what he was doing here. He did not. This was not planned between them. He lied to me about what he was doing here as well. And Austria said this was a lie. He did not tell Austria that he was coming to Albania. You note that Austria is moving full force away from Italy here, which I saw as, okay, this is probably an Austria-Italy-Turkey alliance, right? Because Austria, if they were committing hard to an AT, they would probably keep units here and try and attack Trieste at the same time, try and help Turkey push out into Ionian, right? Which looks very unlikely to happen with everything committing this far this way. And in fact, Austria sent me a message on the next turn saying there was nothing they could do about the Italian unit in Albania, it was going to get Serbia. I was like, well, there is very clearly something you can do, right? You can bounce Italy out of Serbia using Romania. The fact that he thinks there's nothing he can do means that he has some agreement with Turkey and Italy to not defend Serbia. I don't know whether that's being forced or whether that is something he actually wants to do, but it seems like something he's committed to from his press, and when I questioned him on it, he never responded, so it seemed fairly clear these guys were all in an alliance. And so, yeah, this is where we get to the results of the phase, right? Because I had just sent Brest to Paris, so it's not in a good position here, it's just in a pointless area. It should be in Picardy so that it can back up Belgium, but it's not going to be. I tried to get into Ruhr. Italy did not support that, so I made zero progress here, and now Italy offered, hey, I can support you into Munich, which I thought, okay, that's blatantly, obviously a lie, right? He's lying about everything to everyone in order to get more dots. He is very clearly being opportunist. If I was an opportunist, what would I do in this position? I would get France to go to Munich, and then I would move to Munich as well, bounce them out, and, get the extra supply center. I'm honestly confused by this strategy, right? I think it could work out for him. The whole lying to absolutely everyone to just gain dots, primarily because if he gets strong enough off of it, then maybe he's just strong enough that he doesn't need anyone to trust him, right? But, I don't know, yeah, as Italy, is that a viable strategy? As Italy, with two of your dots being in a place you can't defend, are you really willing to throw away your alliances like that? Throw away your trust? And I think the reason he does it is that he thinks I'm so locked in with England that I need to stay sided with him, right? I cannot help Germany here. So he is going to keep these dots no matter what. He can just outright lie to me about stuff. And this makes me really uncomfortable because at the same time he's doing stuff like moving to Tuscany and just getting ready to attack me, right? And I mean, I haven't shown the message that he sent after the phase here. He goes, haha, see, have to trust your gut. The first instinct is usually right. Happy to support you to Munich here, and evens things up. It can't be blocked, thanks to my genius. The move to Aegean Sea is very concerning. If we can skip the bounce, I'd like to move to Tyrrhenian Sea with Tuscany. Obviously, if you choose to build a third fleet, it must be in Brest. So he's just completely skimming over the fact he just blatantly lied to me on two fronts, and he's also saying, hey, this Turkish fleet coming out is threatening to me, and therefore I'm going to move to Tyrrhenian Sea, which again, to me, just seems obviously like a lie, right? This isn't going to be threatening to him when he's very clearly coordinating with the Turk. He would have to be attacked by a Turkish-Austrian attack here, and Austria's just moved everything off his border. That is not a sign of someone who is then going to support the Turk into Ionian Sea. So I do not believe anything from this message, and this actually really annoyed me, right? Saying, ha ha ha, look, I made the right moves against Germany, you should be thankful for this, when it's clearly not in my interest. It stopped me from expanding, right? Just like glossing over the lies that he's told me. And I did react a bit harshly to this, but it wasn't that harshly because I actually left this message until the next day, right? I did the sensible thing, I stepped away and I cooled down, and I did not message back until I had a good idea in my head of what strategy do you want to approach this with, right? How are you going to negotiate in a way that actually advantages you as opposed to just telling him, how dare you do this, you liar. Unfortunately for me, that was not the case with everyone. I wish I could say that I had stepped away from my computer, or in this case my phone, because I was looking at this on my phone while walking back from a friend's house. But it wasn't. And the person that I messaged that night was actually England. And England, I got very angry with. And one of my rules of diplomacy, right, I don't really have rules of diplomacy, but I do have, like, heuristics that I follow in a lot of respects. They're not 100% of the time, but they're generally a good idea. One of those rules is, don't message angry. Never message anyone when you're angry, right? Because anger doesn't help. It can feel a bit relieving to yourself to be able to shout at someone and say, hey, this is your fault, how dare you do this? But it's not going to gain you anything, and it's going to lose you a lot. It will lose you a lot of respect with that player, and it will lose you your influence with that player. So if you are ever angry in diplomacy, you need to step away, you need to cool down, and you need to think, how am I going to respond to this in a way that doesn't sound angry, right? How am I going to respond to this in a cool and collected manner? And that was not what I did. And honestly, England didn't even deserve this, right? So England's moves this turn were exactly what we agreed to. He supported English Channel to North Sea, he supported North Sea to Holland, and I went into Ruhr. This was exactly what we'd agreed. The only thing I was a bit annoyed at him with for the previous phase was his insistence that I not go to Picardy after saying that he'd be willing to basically vassalize himself to me, right? Because those statements don't really add up. If you're saying that you are gonna be in my pocket, and that I've helped you enough this game that you are very, very happy with me, you then shouldn't be so paranoid that you stop me making optimal moves for the Alliance because you're worried about one of your centers being taken by me. But it's not an unreasonable demand on his part, right? He is clearly trying to survive in this game. He's trying very hard to survive in this game. And honestly, I think the vassalization thing was exactly that. It's him saying something that he thinks will keep him alive longer, and will keep me on side longer. And that's a perfectly legitimate strategy to do. What really set me off here was this, right? Marseille to Spain, question mark. And then the next the next message, well, you've kind of locked in my order set to move Norwegian Sea to North Atlantic Ocean. One of the emphatically things I said I was fine with you moving to... Sorry. One of the things I said I was fine with was you moving to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, provided you don't move Spain to Marseille. Marseille to Spain, even. North and Norwegian are lost because Italy did that, and I can't get a build from Holland now. If I see you move to Nap or Irie, I think he means now here, so North Atlantic Ocean or Irish Sea, I'm throwing to Russia and Germany. But you've locked in my moveset, Norwegian Sea to North Atlantic. I made it very clear I'm fine with you in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I even invited you there. I was planning on throwing to you if Russia and Germany continue to advance, but not with you going to Spain. I'm still fine with working together. I'm moving my fleet to North Atlantic Ocean back, and I'm fine if Germany and Russia eat me alive. The only result you will get with the East turning out this way is Italy dominating. Here are my moves. Norwegian Sea to North Atlantic, English support North, English support Belgium, which is... yeah, I think he probably wrote this, you know, as an instant reaction to the phase, and later on he did say this. And then he says, I would like a support hold of Belgium, but I'm not happy with this order set. If you go to Irish Sea, you will not get anything. I'll have to throw to Germany and Russia. So, I dislike this message, generally, right? It is threatening me, and I'm a player he very much needs to keep on side in this situation. Like, he has annoyed Russia, and he's annoyed Germany, and I am the person standing by him, right? In this situation, I got a lot more annoyed than I was previously, than I probably should have gotten, because I didn't actually see his message saying that I was not supposed to go to Spain, that he didn't want me to go to Spain, right? And in fact, even if I had seen that message, I'm not going to scroll up and find it here, but it is buried in with a lot of other conversation about other things. This is the problem with very long messages. You can just miss stuff. If I had seen it, the fact that he then later said you need to work with the Italian, I would have probably mentioned, hey, the Italian said that I need to go to Portugal, to Spain even, and Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I don't really have an excuse for staying in Marseille if I'm working with Spain, God, my brain is scrambled today. If I'm working with Italy, so I need to do this, right? And if he'd gotten angry with that, I mean, I don't know what I would have said, but like, I have to insist upon it, right? This is happening no matter what, because if I'm working with Italy, staying in Marseille doesn't make any sense. I have to propose the idea that, hey, I'm moving this way so that I have the chance to swing at England. And so I got kind of mad at that, and I got even more mad at the fact that he was basically demanding, okay, I'm moving Norwegian Sea to North Atlantic Ocean and there's nothing you can do about it. You've made this one move that annoys me and it's invalidated everything we've done together over the course of the game. Therefore, I will be entering these moves, and if you don't agree with it, I will be throwing. And that just really got on my nerves, to the point that I sent an instant response back, and it was not a good one. I'm not really in the headspace for this discussion. I knew I shouldn't have sent this message, right? But I sent it anyway, because sometimes you just get emotional and you just send a message that you know you shouldn't. I'm a little annoyed by this message and really wanted to tell you before my diplomatic brain gets into gear and shuts me up. I did what you asked last turn. You said send a fleet to Mid-Atlantic Ocean to support, so I sent a fleet to Mid-Atlantic Ocean to support. You later told me not stab Italy, so I discarded all options that involved stabbing Italy, which meant that I had to tell Austria that I couldn't go for it. All of that locked me out of making effective moves against Italy, despite the fact that he'd built Fleet Rome. How on earth do you think I would have justified staying in Marseille with that? Oh ho, don't mind me here, but England told me to wait a turn before I stabbed you. I entered Marseille to Spain because that was what working with Italy entailed. You'd said you were basically my vassal. How am I supposed to know that means if you do what I ask you to, I'll get mad and issue you ultimatums? I'm really irritated right now. I played suboptimal tactics with Brest because of your paranoia about me, as though I'd have gone, oh, look, I'm next to Belgium now, let's alienate my only ally to take a dot. And I played pro-Italy moves despite me not trusting him one bit, and now he's in Tuscany and we're not even in Ruhr. You do not get to make threats like this over something you got me to do. And then maybe 15 minutes later, I realized, okay, I should not have sent that message. So I'm going to take the night off. Let's talk in the morning. Yeah, it was a lot of anger, and it's partially justified. I think England shouldn't really be making demands like this, saying, hey, I'm 100% going to North Atlantic Ocean now, when he is the lesser partner in an alliance, right? Over one move. It feels a little entitled to me. But at the same time, he's playing for his best interests. That is what diplomacy is about. And it's totally fine to play for your best interests. And the person who really triggered this from me was Italy lying to me constantly. It wasn't England. England just issued an ultimatum that tipped me over the edge, right? The reason I was so annoyed in the first place was because I saw this phase go through and I was like, oh my god, why is he lying to me everywhere? For no gain. I mean, it's a slight gain, but it feels like it loses way more than it gains. And poor old England is on the receiving end of this, right? And then England sends a very long message back saying, you did what I asked aside from moving Marseille to Spain. He also says, that I've been doing stuff like this throughout. I moved adjacent to Brest before to attack him, which, I mean, it is kind of true, right? I did move adjacent to Brest to make sure that I could force Brest if I need to, without asking England's permission for it. So that's reasonable, although I did actually take Brest with his permission, right? But yeah, it is reasonable on his part saying, hey, it's this was something you were doing throughout. And then, yeah, he was saying, I'm not ready. I was ready to throw to you because I was your vassal. I don't really believe him. I think he was trying to stay alive. I would help you out, but I'm not readily going to give centers to anyone unless I deem it necessary. And then he says, I invited you to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. My messages say, do not come to Marseille to Spain. One thing I promised myself would never happen is the Liverpool convoy, and then I have no clue about Italy. I'm not sure what he means here, but the Liverpool convoy, of course, being the Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Irish Sea, Spain to Mid-Atlantic, and then get the convoy off to England. It is the number one way of France just basically decimating England. But I think it's something he should be less concerned about at this point, because he is likely going to die if he doesn't have friends, right? And he clearly doesn't have Russia on side, he doesn't have Germany on side, so he needs me on side. He needs to not be as paranoid about what I'm doing. But at the same time, I get it, right? I do get it. I'm not making threats to make threats. I'm yours to command. I said, come to Mao, don't come to Spain. I do think his messages are maybe a bit wordy at times, right? Because a lot of the time when I read stuff like this, I do just skim through it and try and get the gist of it, just because it's a bit long and a bit tough to digest at times. And I think that is why I missed the don't come from Marseille to Spain in the first place. Otherwise, I would absolutely have told him, hey, I need to make this move. But yeah, at this point, I said I was going to leave it, but the walk back from my friends was 2 hours, so I don't regularly make that kind of walk, but it is just a nice walk. So I looked at my phone again, right? And I started looking through this message, and I was like, hang on a second, like, he's making such a big deal over Marseille to Spain. I do not remember reading that at all. So I read back through the entire message history here to try and find it, and I did not find it. And I told myself I wouldn't look at this again today. I couldn't care less about the excuses. I feel like this alliance is just you constantly being paranoid that I'll stab and insisting that I immensely hamper myself in order to make you feel safe. I don't think this is reasonable. I don't think he's ever made me immensely hamper myself. I think it just felt a bit like that in the moment, right? My opinions on things we should do and never listen to. It's just a barrage of this is what I want, and if you ask for anything different, I'll send you long messages saying exactly the same thing until you do. Again, I'm not sure that's entirely reasonable. I think he does listen to my plans, but it does feel a bit like... Well, the next paragraph is exactly what I think is a bit more justified. It feels entitled. You put yourself in a position where you needed my support, yet I'm the one receiving constant angry, paranoid ultimatums and demands. Again, a bit unreasonable. He's not been sending that constantly, but just the fact I'm receiving angry, paranoid ultimatums and demands doesn't feel right for this position, right? England needs my help. He shouldn't be saying these things. I feel like I've asked literally nothing of you in the meantime. That's probably not true, but it feels that way. It's trying the hell out of my patience, and I'm an extremely patient person. I'm not surprised that Germany and Russia snapped. This is a low blow. Again, I'm kind of embarrassed by this whole thing, but it needs to be out there, right, in the video, because this is what diplomacy is. Sometimes it does just get to you. I can't even find where you asked for no Marseille to Spain. I don't remember reading it. I assumed your memory was correct and I just missed it, but I'm now thinking you actually just never asked me and assumed you did, so you don't even have the right to be angry with me. I've had a chance to look at the board now and realise you can't actually hold Norwegian, so I'm 90% sure this is just an excuse to make sure that that you can move it to North Atlantic Ocean to defend against me, right? To potentially defend against me. If so, please just drop the BS and say you want to move it there. And then I go ahead and say, I didn't know Italy was going to Tuscany. And actually, after this message, England reached out on Discord and said, hey, are you okay? Which I think goes to show that this is very different to my usual diplomacy press, right? This is... I said in an earlier part of this that I'm very good at separating myself from the war state, and usually that's true, but here it's not been the case. So, yeah, England asked if I was okay and actually apologized to me over Discord. They said that they have read back their messages and they're sorry about this, and honestly that made me feel really bad. Because, like, if you've sent a message to the point that the guy is thinking, hang on, is this guy okay in real life over this? That's taking a bit beyond the game, right? And I really do appreciate that he reached out to me, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, I need to take a step back. This is over the top. And so I sent him a message on Discord saying, hey, I'll respond in the morning. I really just need the time to chill out right now. And so I did. I took the night off. Before I'd done that, like in the earlier stages, I also sent a message to Germany. Because I knew, okay, if England is doing this kind of stuff, or if I'm getting angry with England, like even then my diplomacy brain is working, right? It's saying, hey, if I'm getting angry with England, I need to be on side with Germany. I need to be supporting Germany in some way, or Germany helping me in some way. Hey, I'm curious whether that Italian move was agreed between the two of you. I'm curious whether you're interested in a bit of a shake-up here. I'm not confident the path I was taking was the right play. And the other one here was in the morning, I think. But of course, Germany was very happy with that idea. I'm interested in a shake-up too. My problem has been that I keep sincerely trying to work with people and getting attacked by people I think I'm working with. I'm just trying to play the reliable ally game, which usually works. But I think this might be the danger of playing on a board with diplomacy influences. Oh my god, I hate that term. Everyone keeps outsmarting themselves so that no one can be certain of who their ally is. That's the only explanation for how we get to this 1903, where no one has taken any Western home centres except Italy, who somehow occupies both Austrian and German centres. So what he's saying here is very reasonable, right? And I think he's also used to... He's used to games where the alliances are much more, like, unchanging in nature, right? And here, honestly, they have been pretty unchanging in nature. The one thing that's changed, really, was England swapping sides in... England and Italy swapping sides from attacking me to not attacking me. But yeah, he really wants a rock-solid ally to stick with, and at this point, I mean, obviously, the night before I wasn't entirely thinking straight, right? I wasn't thinking strategically, I was just thinking I need an ally against England. When I came back to it with a clear head in the morning, I was like, okay, I think actually I do need to ally with Germany. And it's dangerous at this point, because I've shown Germany that I'm willing to not stick with him, right? I'm willing to stick up for England, because I think that will gain me a little bit more. That was what I did earlier. And he's got Russia on side, right? And he's had Russia on side the whole time. Russia hasn't stabbed him. So if he's playing a strong alliance game, I think there's a better chance he sticks with Russia after England is dead than he sticks with me. Which means I'll then have to lean into trying to get Russia to stab him, which again, Russia doesn't feel like the kind of player who really wants to stab anyone. So this is a little bit dangerous. But I think it's still the best path forward, precisely because of how Italy is acting. So Italy is constantly lying to me, right? He's clearly positioning himself to come against me, to like make moves against me in the future. He's positioning himself for a strong Italy-Turkey alliance, potentially Italy-Austria-Turkey alliance with a essentially vassalized Austria. And if he's willing to lie to me constantly like that, I can't really rely on him as an ally. Plus, the fact that he made this move instead of supporting me to Ruhr has essentially shut me out of any German expansion, which means that I don't have an expansion route anymore, right? I can go to Munich if Italy supports me to Munich, but he's very unlikely to do so, considering the lies that he's told me in the past. And there is no way I make progress here with just England on side. So I kind of need to flip. The problem is, if I take Germany's side, I also don't really gain anything, right? Because I then have to defend myself against Italy on the southern front. I'll have an angry England in the north. I have nothing here I can take, because the German is going to take Belgium here. That is essential in this position if I'm working with Germany, because Germany needs the build or the maintaining of the unit in order to oust the Italian. And if I'm the one who stabbed England most recently, I'm most likely the one England is going to throw everything against, right? Which then means Germany, Russia make all the gains. So I don't really gain very much either way, but I think this way is better for me, because if the Italian comes for me, England, France is going to collapse anyway. England is in the process of collapsing, right? And has made it clear he's willing to go to North Atlantic just to block me off, rather than defending things like Edinburgh. So, in that case, I end up against a hostile alliance, with my ally dead, having to defend myself in the south as well, which is not a good idea, right? It's a 100% hostile alliance, because I'll have been fighting them the entire time. Whereas, if England dies and I'm on the side of Germany and Russia, yes, I still gain nothing, right? Maybe I can negotiate my way into Belgium, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say, okay, I will need an extra fleet against Italy at some point, so can I have Belgium once you've gotten something from the UK? Germany doesn't have to grant that, but it might be in their interest to grant that, because they don't want Italy growing anymore either. That is a potential option. It is only one supply centre, and it doesn't really get me anything more than that. But at least the Northern Alliance that breaks through England is not going to be actively hostile to me immediately. They might still choose to stab me if they think that I'm not needed against Italy, or if I can't convince Russia to turn on Germany or Germany to turn on Russia, but I think equally there's a chance that we just stick together as FGR because this Southern Alliance is relatively strong. And that feels like the best strategic route forward to me. So once I'd had a chance to clear my head and get up in the morning and, approach it again, I was fairly committed to this alliance with Germany. So yes, I go ahead and say basically a whole bunch about why I think it's a good idea to work with him right now. He's fairly short and concise in his response, and basically only talks about the tactics, but I think that's fine. I was telling him I expect Italy to come to Munich, and I would like to try and bounce him out. To not try and bounce him out, to just take the gamble on that. We can get you Belgium at the same time, then you get a build, and Italy is in Munich. And he was a big fan of that idea. He said, doing that is very smart. Italy is doing quite well by lying to everyone, so he'll probably think he succeeded in deceiving you if you play this as normal. And yeah, he asked for Belgium. I say I'm good with that. I might ask to trade it in future if England decides to prioritise defending against me. And he says that sounds good to me. Rare is the mover, and he wants me to tap English Channel. This one is a little bit more problematic. I don't like the fact that I'm having to tap English Channel here, because I know England wants to move to North Atlantic Ocean, and I really want to bounce that, because otherwise I have 2 units on Mid-Atlantic Ocean with a potential Italian attack incoming, which puts me in quite a vulnerable position in the Iberian Peninsula. But if England commits to that attack, and Russia and Germany are actually on my side, Russia and Germany should just blitz down these SCs, and then I only have to hold out for a short time limit right before these units come off the board. So that's what I would have to rely upon. At the end of the day, I figured, okay, helping Germany here is more important than making sure I'm in the best possible position. I think getting Germany on side is the most important thing, so I decided to cut this support here. And I knew the English moves because the English had planned them with me. He'd asked for the bounce in North Atlantic. I did not go through with that. I helped out the German, and I managed to talk the Italian into thinking that I was going for Munich. There's a little bit more of a story with the Italian here. I would show the English press, but I don't think there was much more that was particularly relevant in that phase. It was mostly just us apologizing to each other over how we'd acted the previous turn. I don't think he acted particularly badly. It was mainly my own problems, but it was primarily apologies. But I knew over that time I was also gearing up to stab him just because of the board situation, so I couldn't, I was trying not to make him feel too bad about this. But yeah, the real discussion that phase, there was one thing. So England set up an alliance chat between myself, himself and Russia, which pitched this long idea, which would have Russia gaining Edinburgh, me gaining Munich after a couple of years, and England acting as a vassal between us as we fight this side of the board. Now, I had a small conversation with Russia over, hey, how feasible is this? Do you really want to go with it? I'm actually leaning more towards working with Germany now. And Russia was like, okay, well, I'm also leaning more towards working with Germany, but I also don't really want to turn down a free supply center. But then he looked at the sandbox and he realized, hang on, this doesn't really make much sense, right? England's sandbox of moves that get us to this position here end up having Russia basically forcing his way into these centers anyway. So England's not giving anything up voluntarily. The plan even revolves around Germany getting into North Sea and giving Russia support. So this isn't an alliance, right? This isn't offering anything. This is just this is just saying this will probably happen anyway, so I'll pretend it's an offer to you, and then hopefully you won't attack me any further. The one thing that does happen in this sandbox, I'm not sure whether I'll bother waiting for it to load, is England takes off North Sea and rebuilds Army London, which he said, in response to Russia questioning hang on, what good is there in this plan? He said this is very pro-Russian because it means he can't contest the sea. This is kind of true, but it's also a very defensive move, right? And it's also one I wouldn't particularly want to see in this position because it's still in position to convoy into my homeland. So it feels very much like a I want to stay in the game kind of move. So, yeah. I had a conversation with Russia about this. Russia goes ahead and says, if you're committed to this, I expect Norwegian to get out of the way somehow. Otherwise, this plan doesn't have any real teeth. England tries to convince him otherwise, and England was saying that he wanted to bounce me in North Atlantic. So maybe he was just trying to bounce Russia back and then claim, hey, this was not agreed. And I did try and get out of the way. But, yeah, it didn't really come to anything here. And I think I did have... The conversation with Russia was really good this phase because it has been the first time we've, actively decided on something together. We said, hey, it's going to be better to work with Germany here. Let's do that. But the real interesting conversation at the end of the turn was this one with Italy. He said it was his birthday, which I think is true, despite the other lies. But yeah, let's go back to the point at which I went to sleep, right? I stepped away and I cooled down. I did not cool down with England, which was a mistake. But with Italy, I did not respond, which was a good idea. I then responded a little bit more upbeat in the morning. I'm concerned about the moves here. I thought you were moving to Tyrrhenian Sea. I'm not complaining about it. It's less effective against me. But there's no point in ever moving it there unless you're gunning for Gulf of Leon. I'd like you to move it to Tyrrhenian Sea, but at the same time, I'm not sure I can skip the bounce in Gulf of Leon. Because you have an army in Venice, you can move into both of these, right? I'll still take the support into Munich, but I'd really wished you'd confirmed you were doing that. Aha, keep it light. Now England's mad at me because he can't guarantee Holland. And then he messages me back saying, you're misrepresenting the move to Tuscany. I'm merely trying to mirror your threat level. Spain is 2 moves away from one of my centres, but it's grounded, so I felt like it was unfair to move it to Tyrrhenian Sea. He's basically playing into the fact that, hey, Tuscany is actually less threatening to you than if I'm in Tyrrhenian Sea. You went to Spain, so as a reward for you, I've gone to Tuscany instead of going to Tyrrhenian. Well, if you were doing that as a reward for me, surely you would have told me you were going to do that, right? If I'd filled both Tuscany and Tyrrhenian, that would be concerning, but I thought you'd be pleased with this. Unfortunately, it seems Turkey got wind of the idea and came to Aegean to dislodge from Ionian. That's going from the previous turn, which blatantly wasn't going to happen. Sorry to have caused trouble with England, but I figured it would work well, deflect blame to him for him not getting a centre onto me, and it guarantees you a build. Yeah, and he basically says you can get a build by coming to Munich and I'll support you in, which I did not believe in the slightest. And I go ahead and say I would have been fine with it if you told me about it, but you didn't. It makes me a tad nervous. And I would like the bounce in Gulf of Leon. England wants me to bounce North Atlantic to Mid-Atlantic anyway, so I don't really have anything else to do. Are you okay with that? I'll jump up against England at some point, but not immediately. And then I also question him on his assertion that he thinks he's going to lose Ionian. I don't think that's true in the slightest. And it's very, very clear that he doesn't want me to bounce Gulf of Leon. Right? And this could be for 2 reasons. First, it could be he doesn't want me in Gulf of Leon and he actually genuinely thinks he should be in Tyrrhenian Sea right now. The other reason is that he wants to move to Leon and Piedmont and he doesn't want me to counteract his moves. And given the amount he's been lying to me, and especially the fact he's lying to me about Ionian Sea and the fact that he's not collaborating with Turkey there, it really leans me towards the second possibility. It really makes me think he is doing this specifically to attack me. So he goes ahead and says, can you explain why it makes you nervous when Tyrrhenian Sea is empty? To my mind, it was a friendly move. It simply helps block the convoy of your stolen Leon and is a little less threatening to Tyrrhenian Sea. I don't know, this sounds accusatory. I don't know what he means by this. I think he means that he thought I was going to convoy into Tuscany from here, and so it's a defensive move, he's saying. I don't know which of them is going to Ion, but Turkey already asked me where I'm retreating. Like, oh yeah, that's definitely true. I'm sure that's exactly what you would do as Turkey in this situation. You would say, hey, Italy, I'm 100% working with Austria against you on Ionian. You totally can't just tap Greece and ruin all of my plans, right? But yeah. That said, Tuscany was a mistake I'm paying for now. I really need to go to Tyrrhenian Sea, Wes and Leo are DMZ'd, there's no need for a bounce. So here now he's trying to make me feel bad about it, and then he uses my real name, which, I don't know, I feel like I might have mentioned this earlier, it's been a long time. I really don't like people using my real name in diplomacy negotiations, right? Because I know about there's like, I've never read the book, but I know vaguely there's a book that's like how to influence people, and one of the main rules that they give you is always use their real name, right? And because I don't tell people online my real name, plenty of people know it, right? It is out there to find, and I mean, everyone watching this video knows it because it's right here. But it feels like whenever someone does that, because I haven't introduced myself as that name, they are doing it specifically because they read that it helps them gain influence with me, right? It will make me more likely to do what they want me to do, and I really hate that. So this just makes me less likely to want to work with him. I haven't done anything hostile since '01. I've been trying to be super empathetic on being with the fleet build in Marseille. So now he's saying that he let me build this, and I should be happy with him for that, whereas previously he was encouraging the build. Let's not give into paranoia now when we've already taken bigger risks. Let me know about Munich, otherwise I'll cover it. He's introducing threats here now and saying, hey, I won't give you the center if you do this. A waste of an opportunity if so. Also, I turned 40 today, be nice to me, and trying to appeal to emotion here. And then he says, I hate to resort to threats. They're the least effective and least fun negotiating tactic. I agree. If you violate our DMZs, despite the fact I'm asking for a bounce, so it's not violating the DMZ, especially if you did so by pretending you didn't receive this press, I'll devote myself to trying to hold on to the few centers around Ven, and will let Turkey through the Med, devoting myself to helping him take Iberia. Like, my eyes glazed over this. I was 100% certain all of this was a lie, so I was pretty determined I am going to get the bounce. If you're spooked by something Austria said, keep in mind he's also pushing me to move to Gulf of Leon and Tyrrhenian Sea. So clearly he said something to Austria at some point about attacking me, right? And now he's realised, oh, hang on, that might be why France has gotten nervous about this. I better say that Austria's lying. It wasn't to do with anything Austria said. It was to do with the fact that, you can tell that this is a lie. But yeah. I hope our surprisingly good alliance can persist. Please reconsider my offer. And then I go ahead and say, I'm not planning to ghost you, I do want bounce. I've heard from sources in the East, so here I basically say what my intuition is someone telling me, because I really want him to distrust Turkey a little bit more and hopefully think that this came from Turkey in the long run. Tuscany was a movie made specifically to tell people you were ready to attack me. So this was something I inferred from what he said earlier, right? But hopefully we'll make it look like Turkey was the one who told me. It's not really an issue as long as the attack doesn't actually happen, but I hope you can understand why I don't want to leave open the possibility of you moving to Piedmont and Gulf of Leon together next turn. So I'm going to insist on the bounce. If you need to be in Tyrrhenian Sea, go there anyway and I'll back out of Gulf of Leon next turn. I'm not planning to have an army in position where it could be convoyed against you here, so it's harmless. I'll still take the support to Munich if you're willing to give it. That's up to you at the end of the day. I really want him to bounce to think that I'm going to Munich, right? 100%, because I am working with Germany. I need him to back out of Berlin. Couldn't you tap Greece from Albania, by the way? That should save Ion. And then he goes ahead and says, oh, that's obvious to everyone, sadly, despite the fact that it will work, right? The only way Austria-Turkey counter that is by having Greece go into Ionian and Bulgaria tap Greece behind, which I don't think and Austria would agree to, especially in Austria who's moved like this away from the Italian. And then he goes, I know the source of the leak. The only person I told that was Germany. I'm like, oh god, that wasn't the person I wanted you to accuse of this. I wanted you to accuse Turkey. But oh well. It was a blunder. It was apparently made to both Turkey and myself. If you move to our DMZs, it's war. I'll support you to Munich, but not with the bounce. You have to choose. To my mind, you're missing the opportunity to get position in the north entirely. I'm about to go into an apartment. Please give me your answer. I dislike last-minute negotiations. This was an hour before the end of the phase, by the way. I'd like to bounce in Gulf of Leon still. Sorry, I don't mean to be a nuisance. There's a lot I've heard about from the east. I'm still trying to get him to distrust Turkey. That doesn't match up here. I want to play it safe because of that. So I'm headed to Lyon and Munich. Do with that what you will. And then he tries to basically force my hand and say, there will be no bounce, this is war if you do this. 5 minutes left to walk this back, or spend a month and a half regressing it every day. And then his last message, that phase was, well, after that phase, congrats on trolling me for my birthday, I won't forget this, completely unnecessary and counterproductive to your own cause, hard not to take this personally. I am 95% sure that he had the orders Venice to Piedmont and Tuscany to Lyon in and changed them because I insisted on this bounce. Because me getting into Lyon here is actually a little bit counterproductive for me because now I can get attacked by the English player and lose mid-Atlantic Ocean. So I think he did this specifically to make me easier to attack, and I think if I hadn't have gone for the bounce here, or if I'd said I wasn't bouncing, he would have jumped on me. That is my view on the situation. There is a chance it wasn't true, but also this kind of message makes me think it absolutely was, right? Because you only get this angry about a move to Gulf of Leon if you were planning to do something that gets counteracted by the move to Gulf of Leon. And right here, because it's so blatantly obvious that he's working with Turkey, I mean, look at the moves over here. He gets supported into Greece, he takes Serbia. This is an extremely pro-Turkey alliance. Well, an extremely pro-Turkey Italy right now. It's like basically everything he said last phase was a lie. And the reason for that would be that he was trying to ambush me. Maybe it was because he just likes lying, but I think it's more likely that he was trying to ambush me. So yeah, I'm very happy that I did try to go for the bounce. I almost wish I would have agreed to not bounce and then entered this move anyway, so that I would have stayed in Spain and he would have been bounced out of Leon. But at the same time, I think he would have ended up in Piedmont if I'd done that, and that wouldn't have been ideal, because then I end up with Burgundy as the only unit that can come down and help, right? So yeah, this was an interesting little jumble of random negotiations with Italy. I really don't care about this. Hard not to take it personally. Generally, I would be very uncomfortable with alienating another player like this, right? With putting someone in a position where they are saying they are going to be at war with you for the rest of the game, especially when they're this strong and adjacent to you. But this player, I think, is lying. I think basically everything he said for the entire game has been a lie. And so I have zero fear about this. I think he's an opportunist, and I think he does everything he can to gain dots. And I think if it's not blatantly in his interest to come for me and gain dots, he won't do it. I think he'll back off from this. I guess we'll see whether that's the case as we go forward, but even if it's not the case, I don't feel particularly bad about this, because I think that's the only reasonable read for this situation. He's lied so much, I just can't. There isn't another way for me to interpret this right now. And like, working with him just doesn't seem viable. So yeah, where does that leave me going into the next phase? Well, it's on retreats. England has immediately threatened to throw the game to Russia and Germany. I think it's possible he does that. I would be a little annoyed if he did that, but it's not like, it is still kind of reasonable because I have just backstabbed him, right? And I was his final ally, so that is what generally happens. But if he actually throws to Russia and Germany, I'll be a bit happier because it will mean that these units come off the board quicker, and I need that to happen, right? In terms of where I am with my Russia and Germany alliance, especially with Russia, I'm feeling very, very good because Russia sent me a message saying England, basically telling me all of this, saying England told me that he would roll over for us, and he's giving me information about what England is doing. That's great for me, right? He clearly is invested in the alliance with me, and that's what I need right now. So yeah, I like this. In terms of position, well, okay, so I also like where I'm at with Germany. I think that we're in a position where we can work together and where it's still in his interest to work with me because he needs to kick Italy out of Munich. I think this Italy-Turkey alliance might be strong enough that it remains in his interest to work with me beyond that. And even if it's not, there's always the chance that he will go for Russia or Russia will go for him. That will basically be what I'm relying on. I'll try and convince one of the two of them. That one's the worst possibility of things going forward. Like, I don't want to have to rely on that, but it is something I can do. Yeah. What else here? I don't like where I'm at with regards to Italy. I mean, it feels like it has to be this way, right? Because Italy is not being honest with me at all. But the fact that I'm in Gulf of Leon now means I'm going to be on the defensive for the meantime. Italy is probably going to force their way into Atlantic Ocean. I have to turtle up in this area until England's units die. Then I can push out into Italy, and I have to hope that Italy goes for Turkey, which seems a little unlikely right now because Turkey is gaining 2, and so Italy can't effectively push into Turkey. So, yeah, we'll see where that ends up. But it did feel like there wasn't really a good option for me as a result of this phase. If I'd stuck with England here, again, England would probably still be dying. The only difference here would be that England would still hold Belgium. Italy, well, I would still probably have let this have happened, but if Italy had taken Berlin, I still haven't gained anything, right? And I would have bounced England here, so England would have still been in Norwegian, which is maybe a good thing, but like there was a good chance that they wouldn't have been in Norwegian if Norway had switched its support up. So, yeah. And in the south, there wasn't really a good option. Maybe swinging these into attack position on Tunis would have been worthwhile, but it's not what happened, so it's not really worth talking about here. I don't think there's a good path for expansion right now, so I'm just going to sit back and turtle, and I hope this ends up being reasonably interesting regardless. It might take a while to get interesting. I really hope when it does get interesting, it's not just because I'm dying. We'll see what happens going forward. Alright, that's Captain checking out for fall 1903. Okay, so getting my spring 1904 recording done at literally the last minute. 1 minute 30 seconds left. I think I said at the end of the last recording that I hope this doesn't get interesting because I start dying. That seemed to be a premonition because right after that I got quite ill IRL. So I hope it seems to have cleared up a little bit, but I really hope that I'm not like, you can probably still hear in my voice, I've still got a bit of something, right? I will try and talk over it regardless. So, this is really, really bad. This situation is horrendously bad. I think after the last episode, I was a little bit upbeat about my chances. I thought, hey, I'm gonna have to go back on the defensive, but it'll be alright. I'm France, I can hold out defensively, and then hopefully England will very quickly die, and I will be able to put up a solid defense on the southern front, right? Unfortunately, looking at this situation again, Italy got the build of Fleet Rome, right? England has decided to build Fleet Liverpool. This is actually really good for me. I'm very much pro the idea that England built Fleet Liverpool because it means that Russia now has a free walk-in to Edinburgh. And it means England is probably throwing against me, so hopefully Germany also has a free walk-in into London, right? And if both of those things happen, it's going to take 2 English units off the board this turn, as long as I can stop them gaining any centres right now. Which is easier said than done, actually. But it is still a good thing that he built fleet here instead of army, even though it is throwing against me, because he is likely throwing against me regardless. I think his other potential build was Army Liverpool, in which case he uses that to slow the Russian down and keeps more fleets on the board, which is really bad. The really bad thing about this situation, that I hadn't really calculated I kind of had calculated it last turn, but I wasn't thinking about it so much, is just what if Germany actually decides to go with this and allow them to crush me, right? Because Italy is coming in hard. I kind of had the idea, okay, Italy is too large. This Italy-Turkey alliance is getting too strong. So therefore, letting Italy expand into me is not in Germany's interests, right? Especially since Germany can take Munich with my support here. You'll note he is not doing so. I have a random convoy issued for Burgundy. I'll get to that in a bit. But I really thought, okay, it's not going to be in Germany's interest to power up Italy right now. And I'd forgotten something kind of important, which is that Germany is a draw-size scoring player. He is a player from Play Diplomacy. There, they only really use draw-size scoring. Your score at the end of the game, if it is a draw, is based purely on how many players are left in that draw. It doesn't matter what your supply center count is. So if he's not confident about the idea of soloing, he will go for draw whittling, which means taking people out. And right now, this is an excellent opportunity to take me out, right? He can just let England roll over this side, he can let Italy roll over this side, he can start walking in, he can make his own gains slowly, right? He doesn't even need to gain anything off me as long as I die. Because his ideal endgame would be something like Italy, Turkey, Russia, Germany, or just Italy, Turkey, Germany if he's feeling particularly able to go after the northern centres here. So, yeah, that could be really problematic, and that was the vibe I was kind of getting from his press this turn. We go ahead into the German press here. When it loads. If it loads, there we go. Let's go ahead and find the winter negotiations here. So he says, thank you, you won't regret this. I'm building Army Berlin. I'm hoping to clear Italy out of Munich this coming season with your support. And he asked for that. I'm like, yes, that absolutely works. I will help you into Munich here. And of course that means he will hopefully cover Ruhr and Kiel. I did also ask, hey, is there any chance you can trade me Belgium so I can build a fleet in that case, because then I'll need to defend myself against a joint Italy-England attack? And he goes ahead and says yes, basically. I also inform him that England is telling me that he's being told to full force attack me by yourself and Russia. This is kind of true, he's just saying by Germany. I'm not sure how much I believe that, because Russia had come to me earlier and said, England pitched this plan, right? This isn't our plan, this is England's thing. And that was before England came to me and said, hey, this is being pitched by Germany. I really think it was a negotiation tactic by England on that front. So I'm just presenting this to Germany as a way of saying, hey, don't trust England. He is telling me this about you when it's clearly not true, right? And I go ahead and say, hey, please kill him as soon as possible. Yeah. Take centres. It's in your interest to take centres. He's like, the plan sounds good. I am a bit worried by how short these messages tend to be, right? And then in the spring here, I go ahead and say, hey, I'm assuming we're taking it this way, right? We're going to support Berlin into Munich. We're going to cover Ruhr and Kiel in some way. And he just replies with, yes, good plan. Yes, I intend to kill England as soon as possible. And he responds to my point that Italy is telling me he's going to attack me. I'll get to that in a little bit. He doesn't really expand on anything here, right? He doesn't discuss any future plans. He doesn't really talk about any of the details of the current plan. He just goes ahead and says, yeah, your thing is fine. He didn't even present this plan to me, and I think this was sent pretty early, like pretty late in the phase even. So he had plenty of time to come to me and ask me, hey, can you give me this support? And he hadn't done so. So I'm getting nervous at this point, right? I'm like, this doesn't feel right. And so at this point, I had entered Burgundy support Berlin to Munich, but I'd also entered Picardy support hold Burgundy, because I figured the most likely thing that's going to happen here, if Germany is going to not be honest with me, is going to be Belgium support Munich into Burgundy, and Berlin goes in behind. It gets the Italian unit out of his hair, it gets the Italian unit into a position from which it can do a joint attack against me, right? And it basically makes makes Germany quite happy, especially if he's playing for draw size, because that gives Italy a pretty good chance of wiping me out with England's assistance. So I was a bit worried here, but I couldn't really see a way I could continue negotiating with him and get him to flip on this, right? So I did some negotiation with Russia in the meantime. I'll show that in a second. But eventually Germany sent me these messages. He's, first of all, saying that's why I want to stick with tried and true people. If you, me, and Russia stay on the same side, we can cruise through to endgame together regardless of what else happens. I am a little paranoid about this still. I don't think this matches what he's likely to do, because, of course, I did stab him earlier, so tried and true doesn't really describe me. It describes Russia. I think he's more likely to stick with Russia than me. Yes, Italy is a lot more opportunist and, less honest than I have been in this game, at least in my view. So it kind of makes sense in saying, hey, you're one of the more trustworthy players on this board, right? But at the same time, it doesn't really matter to him whether Italy is trustworthy or not, because he's not directly adjacent to Italy. He barely has to interact with Italy if he follows a game plan of just wiping the floor with people, right? And wiping the floor with me. So, he goes ahead and says he's going to absorb England, no one trusts Italy, blah, 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 blah. Austria keeps losing ground. He gives me a little bit of information on the AT, but the next message is the important one. I think I need to switch things around with our current plan. Warsaw wants me to move to Silesia this season to help defend Warsaw. He's been a reliable ally, I want to stick by him. Would you be okay with Belgium supporting Munich to Burgundy this season? So he outright admits, yes, this is the plan I had with Italy, right? I am going to tell you what this plan I had with Italy, so that you can counter it. He doesn't outright say that, but it does imply he'd been negotiating with Italy and he had offered to do this already. But the fact he's told me about it means he doesn't want it to succeed, which is vital, right? He tells me if you tap Belgium, the move would fail. Then we can execute our plan to push Italy out of Munich and get you into Belgium in the fall. This is why I have this moveset here, of Burgundy doing basically nothing. I don't want to annoy the German with this move by trying to support in, right? Because that might go through if Italy doesn't cut. But I also want to tap it because he's told me to tap it. He said, please tap it so that Italy doesn't get into your homeland. So it's really good in a sense, right? It's him admitting to me, yes, I was doing this, but the fact that he's being honest with me means he's probably going to side with me. At least right now he's not intending this Munich move to work, right? The problem with this, it is very clearly an attempt to keep Italy on side until the next turn. And if he keeps Italy on side until the next turn, he still has the option of moving against me and of supporting that Italian unit against me, right? Which means he can very quickly pivot to the possibility where he just leaves England alive a bit longer, lets England decimate me, lets the Italian decimate me. If he moves Holland down to Ruhr, for example, here, he could push the Italian into Burgundy very easily, and, I'd be completely massacred. So I'm very worried about that. I go ahead and say, hey, if we're doing this, how do we cover everything against the Italian retreat? because I think this is a super important thing to ask. If he is intending for the Italian to just take his support into Burgundy, then of course he doesn't need to cover anything, which is why maybe he would have made this plan and he wouldn't have any solid idea of what to do there. If he does have a bit of a solid idea, then it points more towards him making this plan to trick Italy and to take him out of Munich, right? But I also mentioned, hey, if you go to Ruhr here, I don't think there's a possible way we can cover all of this without Berlin, without Silesia coming back. And you've said that Silesia needs to be holding Warsaw, right? So I was a bit worried here, because if that was the case, then he's almost certainly not planned to take Munich, right? He has just planned to push the Italian against me, and he is going to side with the Italian if he doesn't have a solid plan there. But he does end up having a solid plan there. He said, I made an effective arrangement with Russia to balance the two fronts. He'll move to Baltic Sea, so we can do a bout in Berlin in fall. This interests me. Yeah, I think this would work, right? And if it's truthful, it's really good. It means that, yes, he will most likely take my support, because my support gives him an extra supply center, right? And he does manage to cover everything that he needs to cover. So that gets a thumbs up. Question is it legitimate? I'm a little concerned about this, because if Russia really is moving to Baltic Sea, Denmark can slide in behind it. And it's kind of likely that Norwegian going to Edinburgh, Norway might be following it out behind because of how closely these two have been working together, in which case something like north to Norway would just be absolutely devastating for Russia. Yeah? And it would allow Germany to work with England to basically control the north side of the board, with England as a very small power who is just suiciding into me and doing nothing else. So that possibility worries me a lot. I think it's not happening, though, because of what kind of player Germany is, right? I think he tends to stand by his allies, and Russia has been a super long-term ally for him, so I'm willing to trust that. I didn't end up messaging Russia about this possibility, because I didn't really want him spooked out of going to Baltic, right? I need him in Baltic so that this German plan to bounce in Berlin will work, and it will be in Germany's interests to take Munich. I think Germany is unlikely to give me Belgium, despite his offer to. I'm not even sure if I'll have the units intact to take Belgium. It's very possible I don't even have the units here to defend myself properly, especially now that I'm forced to use Burgundy to support something in the fall. We'll see what comes of that, but all in all, basically, from this position, I'm kind of forced to work with Germany, right? Because nothing the Italian says is trustworthy anymore. Even if the Italian was saying he would back off from me, I would not believe it in the slightest. And as it happens, the Italian is not saying he'll back off from me. We had an interesting little conversation this turn. He goes ahead and gives me a list of demands, right? Saying that I sent him like the kind of angry message saying, hey, I got a confirmation that you were lying to me about Ion being dislodged. Again, this wasn't true, but the intention was to throw suspicion onto Turkey for saying this. It led to a whole other thing. That was your entire reasoning for moving to Tyrrhenian Sea, therefore stands to reason you were lying about going to Tyrrhenian Sea as well. Of course, this was my read on the situation. It wasn't something I knew from outside intel, but I think it could reasonably infer to have been from outside intel. People always think if you outguess them that you got that information from somewhere, and so hopefully you can use that to cast a bit of suspicion on their allies. I go ahead and I'm frustrated with his lying at this point, right? And I say, if you want to go to war, that's fine, but let's be gentlemen about this and just be truthful. And he goes ahead and he says that Austria confessed to him that he tried to entice you to attack me by leaking our plan. What he didn't know is I intended to finish him. I'm like, no. This is really, really not good, right? Because Austria is not the person I intended to paint as as the leaker on that side. I was trying to create distrust with Turkey. So Austria's gone ahead and said, yeah, I collaborated with France. I don't... Maybe he did tell me something specific about what Italy was doing. I don't actually think he did, but I would need to go and look. But he admitted to it, right? And now Italy can say to him, hey, France told me that you were the leaker, that he heard something from the east, and suddenly Austria shuts up, which is exactly what happened. Austria, this phase, did not talk to me because of this. He said, I tried to reach out to him, I tried to say, hey, would you be willing to do something like this? Would you be willing to turn around and attack Italy because he just stabbed me? He just stabbed you, and he's clearly coming for me as well. And Austria's response was, no. I'm not going to talk to you because you leaked what I said. I'm like, no. I really, really didn't. This is really, really bad. But Austria wouldn't talk, so the damage was done there. Turkey did surprise me by moving to Aegean. Basically all of this is probably lies. He goes ahead and issues some demands, saying he wants Western Mediterranean and Lyon to be empty and demilitarized. No unit may move there, even for a bounce. Marseille and Spain need to be clear of fleets. And he says he's going to go to war to do this. And of course, going to war in that case will mean, of course, Western Med and Lyon won't be demilitarized. They will be full of Italian fleets. Oh, what a happy coincidence that will be the result of you trying to demilitarize this area. All of your fleets on my border and ready to attack me. And yeah, Italy is an opportunist. It is pretty clear what he wants to do here. He just wants to come up to my border and take stuff. So he goes ahead and talks a little bit later. I go ahead and kind of point to him, hey, look, the Englishman is suiciding me. Do you want to lay off a little bit so I can defend against this? I wasn't really hoping for anything here. I don't think he would be willing to do that. But he does go ahead and say, hey, oh, look, England is throwing to Germany. Well, maybe we can revisit that question next year. But not really anything I can latch onto here. He is clearly still coming for me, and in fact, England then sent me a message saying, hey, screw you, I'm coming for you, Italy is coming for you. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, good to know, I suppose. I kind of assumed it anyway, but good to have the confirmation. It is kind of amusing because he pretends he's being honest with me here, right? Over the fact that he's going to try and attack until the DMZs are reestablished. And then later on he goes, I'm not willing to tell you anything about what I'm doing. Which, that feels more honest, right? Much more honest than anything else he's going to say. He does say the recent breach in trust, and the recent breach in trust was him refusing to bounce me. But yeah, this conversation has just frustrated me, right? I kind of wish I'd just shut up and stop talking to Italy, because I don't think these negotiations did anything at all, and they just end up annoying me because of how blatant a lot of the, lying and trying to put the fault on me is for a lot of this stuff. So, yeah, other conversations. Russia, we had a really good conversation here, and I am very happy that, okay, I'm not very happy about this position, but I think Russia is the person I need to coordinate the most with, and I think the discussions with Russia have been super important here. He goes ahead and says, England told you that we're pushing for Fleet Liverpool. That was his initiative, so he gives me more information on that fact. I had dropped the line saying, hey, England's been saying that you've been pushing him to go for me here. I basically make sure that he knows, hey, England is painting you in this way, so hopefully he'll be less likely to prop England up. And then we discuss a bit about Austria. I go ahead and say, we talk a little bit more about the south, and then I go ahead and say, Italy's going to push in. I think if Germany pushes in too, I just die here. I have to hope he sticks to his word and sticks with the FGR. And then I try and get a little bit of information out of him. I go, do you know if he's likely to do that? I assume if he's going to attack me, he would tell you, because he'd want you on board with it. I do think that's true. And Russia is honest with me again here over this. He says Germany has been open about needing to choose between you and Italy, and Russia has been advocating for me. Italy's more of a threat. We'll see who he chooses. So it's not, amazing. It's not him trying to force Germany to do a specific thing, But honestly, I think him just advocating for me is super important here. I think that weighs the scales towards Germany siding with me a lot more than otherwise, because Germany has been this like strong alliance player with Russia, and he presumably wants to keep Russia on side, right? So unless he's doing this thing of swinging into Sweden and Norway right here, which I really hope I don't see on the refresh, we'll see. I don't think he's likely to push too hard for something that Russia is very clearly against. I'm not sure if Russia is that clearly against it. He's not given a hard commitment, right? But he's certainly making his opinion known. And it's like, maybe not a hard opinion, but it is an opinion that will matter to Germany. I think that's super important. I just tell him, I appreciate that, thank you. We'll see where he goes. Other conversations, okay, so I tried to get Turkey to attack Italy. You can see big long reasoning here, asking him to go this way and maybe side with Austria to do it, and he sends back a one-line response, which is clearly just a no without saying no. So that's a bit disappointing, but couldn't hold out much hope there. It feels like my main hope right now is in Russia, Germany. And then there's the absolute disaster of a chat, which was the England negotiation on this turn, right? So with England, I needed to get him to build Fleet Liverpool. As mentioned before, I really need him to die as soon as possible. And because from this position, his best move is going to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I do not think there was any reality where he would have not gone to Mid-Atlantic Ocean here. So I really needed him not to be able to defend the centres here, so he couldn't keep those fleets on the board. And that ends up annoying him a lot, because he tries to reach out and go ahead and say, I think I've scrolled too far up here, but he tries to reach out and say, I really don't see what world I don't build Fleet Liverpool in, I don't want this to be the end of this relationship. And I go ahead and basically just say, I do need to stick with Germany here. For, the reason that Italy is coming for me here, there's not much I can do. In fact, it's basically all true reasoning, right? It's just saying, I need Germany on side right now, and so I can't side with you. I'm really sorry. And he gets very angry over this, and I send a really misjudged message here, which was try and lighten the mood a bit, because he goes ahead and he says to me, hey, I would have thrown to you, right? I absolutely would have thrown to you. I would have been your ally to the last. I don't doubt that he would have been my ally to the last. I don't think he would have attacked me if I had stuck with him. But I also don't think he would have thrown to me, right? Because when he started losing ground here, he was like, okay, I will secure myself against the French player by asking for the bounce in North Atlantic Ocean, by basically demanding that I get to go to North Atlantic Ocean. When we were losing ground here, or when we were in position in Belgium, he was like, you cannot go to Picardy. You cannot back my unit up, because doing that would have put Belgium in a bit of danger, right? And that's not something you do if you're going to throw to the person. I do think he was thinking, yes, I would eventually throw to him, but I think his survival instincts mean that the point at which he would have thrown to me would have been far too late for me to gain anything, right? It would have been when he is actually basically dead. And at that point, I cannot even get Liverpool. So yeah, that's kind of contained in here. I believe your best chance was not stabbing me, waiting for the moment that I begin to die and decide to throw for you. And I go ahead and link a Yes Minister clip, trying to lighten the mood a bit and I guess get across my point, but I failed to consider, hang on, this, it lightens the mood for me. It's probably not a good idea to send to him because he's quite stressed out about this situation and is probably not in the mood for a bit of a laugh. And this is a very famous Yes Prime Minister clip. I mean, you can type it into YouTube if you want to see it, in which I think the Austrian ambassador discusses the possibility of Russia invading Europe. and it's actually very accurate to what's happening in modern life. The idea is that Russia will use salami tactics and take a little bit at a time so that you're never forced to press the nuclear button. And this brought... The negotiations here brought this to mind because he was saying, okay, I will throw to you as the last resort, right? I'm like, well, where is the last resort? Piccadilly? I don't doubt that if you're faced with elimination, you'll play Kingmaker, but I don't think you'll be faced with elimination in time to play Kingmaker. There'll be nothing left to throw by the time you do that. And I was doing this as like an explanation of my perspective and why I think it makes more sense for me to do this. But again, all it did was anger him because it then made him say, oh, you admit you didn't care about me being willing to throw to you. You never cared about me in this alliance. So I'm just going to suicide into you. He basically took it as meaning, hey, the only reason you were allied with me in the first place was that I was potentially going to throw you stuff, right? Which, I mean, it's not exactly untrue. I did want him to be the lesser partner in the alliance to some extent, because he was fighting a Germany-Russia alliance, and I'm obviously not under that much pressure from this, so I would have gained more than him. So, like, the natural configuration of that alliance would have had him in the lesser position. But the goal wasn't to, like, crush him into the ground with that and make sure that he throws to me. The idea was to prop him up and have him as a good ally with me, right? And make some steady advances over here. And then eventually, yes, I might have stabbed him, I may not have stabbed him, you know. In short, like, that alliance, the very natural state of it was to have him in the lesser position, and I got kind of frustrated with the idea that he was continuously trying to make sure that he wasn't in that lesser position, because doing that hampered the alliance in itself. And I think if I was to go back in this game and do something different, I would have just sided with Germany-Russia in 1902, because that would have put me in exactly the same position here, right? But without the downside of England suiciding into me and Italy being on my border at the same time. I mean, Italy was on my border, but they then backed off, right? So, and it would have put me in Germany and Russia's good books earlier on, so I would have had a chance of, like, establishing more of a relationship in the alliance that I ended up in anyway. So, yeah. But yeah, that's kind of beside the point. He gets quite angry at me for saying this. I go ahead and say, hey, okay, let's negotiate next turn instead. There might be room for negotiation there. I was thinking, hey, maybe if Italy screws me completely over here and, like, outguesses me and stuff, I can offer him an Iberian center, we can take off one of my armies, he can keep a fleet here, and we can try and set up a defense if he does want to survive. But I'd already alienated him too much for this, right? He says, you don't care about my position. You would stab and stab and stab again even when I saved your game. And, like, he's not wrong that I would stab even when he saved my game, but that's because I'm playing for me. I'm not... Like, I did try and stick by his side for the early game after he saved my game. I did try, but, like, there's a point where you can't without giving up what chance you have at the win. And I think that was this point. Anyway, I said ahead, you know, I'm sorry, I don't want to discuss my reasonings. Like, I think I got misinterpreted as taunting back there. I really wasn't going for that. I'll shut up here unless you particularly want to talk to me. And he goes ahead and he sends me a big long angry message saying, hey, you did all this stuff. You went around Brest in 1902, despite saying that you were doing something else, right? You positioned to take it and force it. You then tried to go to Portugal, even though you knew that would be very anti-me. I don't agree. I think he's kind of grasping at straws on that point. And he goes ahead and says, you moved to Spain's south coast, even though I expressly told you not to. And this whole thing, he's like, yeah, you were clearly setting up for a stab on me this entire time and not respecting me in the slightest, and you shouldn't push me around and treat me like an idiot. I feel like I deserve better than that. And from my perspective, I really didn't, right? A lot of those moves, I think none of those moves were made with the intention of stabbing him. Obviously, in this video, if I've forgotten something I said about, like, one of them being made with the intention of stabbing him, then I will be very embarrassed. But I think at the time, like, through all of that, I was looking to work with him still. But I can't really make a good case for why this isn't true. Because if I do, it's just going to sound like an excuse. And I've already angered him enough that he's not going to accept that. So I just go ahead and say, hey, you know, I really didn't do that with the intention of stabbing you, but I don't think I can say anything here that'll change your mind. So I think your objectively correct path is barreling into Mid-Atlantic Ocean regardless, so there isn't much point in trying to change your mind, right? And he goes ahead and says, you know, you must understand these things. And yeah, I understand why he came to those conclusions. I do. But I also don't think these negotiations have gotten anywhere, and in fact, I am really annoyed I did them at all. I really think I should have stayed silent here, because I wouldn't have ruined my relationship with him nearly as much if I had just shut up. So this is the whole thing I was saying earlier in the video about do less, right? There is a point at which it is better to do less, and this was that point. I should not have talked to England at all this phase. I should have just let him do his thing, and then once he's in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, maybe then you propose the idea of coming down and helping defend Iberia, you know, say that kind of thing. Just make sure you don't ruin the relationship in advance of that. So that ended up being really bad. Yeah, and I think the one conversation I haven't looked at was here. Dude, you sold me out to Italy. Sad face. What, how? I've not spoken to Italy at all about you. That is true. I tried to speak about Turkey, but Italy misinterpreted. Anyway, so that is basically everything from this last turn. Why am I making these moves that I'm making? I have not discussed them at all. Well, this one is to make sure that Munich doesn't get into Burgundy. This one is because Burgundy has to hold to be in position to support into Munich next turn. And also because it needs to not be supporting this move, because then Germany might get angry at me, right? So I just entered a random invalid convoy. And Brest, I'm moving to Gascony to be in a more defensive position. It can cover Brest from there, it can cover Spain, it can cover Marseille. There is the slight downside that English Channel might go to Brest, and then I'm a little bit screwed. But if he does that, he's not taking Mid-Atlantic Ocean, so I'm in a bit of a safer position. I say he's not taking Mid-Atlantic Ocean. There is a way he could take Mid-Atlantic Ocean regardless that would leave me very screwed indeed. That is because I'm self-bouncing in Western Med. I'm trying to make sure in the least risky way possible that Italy cannot make any progress on this front, right? And this is the least risky way possible because it covers both Gulf of Leon and Western Mediterranean and keeps this unit in Mid-Atlantic Ocean so that if it gets forced out, it can retreat to Portugal. And Portugal's not completely lost. It can still defend stuff, right? But there is one way in which this goes really badly for me, which is Tyrrhenian Sea support Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med. The troll support, right? In that case, I lose Portugal every single time. North Atlantic Ocean just comes down here and goes into Portugal. I've got nothing in Spain. I am relying on that not happening. I'm fairly sure it won't happen, because Italy reads to me like an opportunist who wants supply centres, right? He doesn't read to me like someone who will donate supply centres to someone on the other side of the board, or make moves that don't gain him stuff, that just gain other people stuff. And that is a move that really just gains someone else stuff, right? It gives England a good hold over Iberia, a good position to take Iberia, and from that position, Italy does end up still being locked out of Iberia, because England still has fleets and can still secure this position. I think Italy would want to push in themselves. And also, I said in a message to Italy earlier that I would be going back to Spain's south coast, which I'm not doing. So hopefully he takes that as a thing that means that, you know, the best line of attack on me is going to Lyon and Piedmont. If he reads this right, and if he decides to help England, it will be horrific for me. And honestly, with a high-level player like him, there is absolutely a chance that he just enters the support here. I would always enter the support here if I was in this position, because this looks like the most natural line of defense. So I'm just having to hope that he doesn't. And I really, really hope that he doesn't. Let's see if he does. Okay, well, so that's a generally good thing, right? So Italy did not actually attack me in the slightest. He just positioned into Tuscany, he positioned into Tunis. He didn't even go to Piedmont. That's actually brilliant. That was much better than I anticipated. And in fact, I can back off this line now. Like, I am definitely going to lose Lyon anyway, but there's no threat to my centers right now. Hopefully that means there won't be any threat to my supply centers beyond that, like, until England is dead. And then I can just secure my southern border and hope that everything goes okay. Why didn't Germany change this order? I do not understand what happened here. Was he anticipating the support? Well, that's a bit worrying. I really hope that he didn't, that he doesn't hate me for not entering that support now. Maybe I should have checked with him whether he still wanted that, but he told me he was going to Cilicia. That's not good. That's really not good. Hopefully he will stick with me here, I guess we'll see. Anyway, I will be retreating into Portugal, obviously, here. From there, I have the option to, the option to bounce over Spain here and send 2 units to protect Brest, so I'm under no threat from these English units here. There is nothing threatening Liverpool, which is a problem, because it means that Mid-Atlantic Ocean will stay on the board, but that was always going to be the case. The important thing is that these 2 fleets come off. And it looks like that is going to happen. What happened in the east? So Austria managed to get into Sevastopol with Russian support. That's excellent. Austria blocked Italy out of Vienna. Also very good. Turkey got pushed into Romania by Italy. That is less good. It looks like they are sticking together. I don't understand what the Greece to Albania move is. That can't be an attack. It doesn't feel like a good attack. You would really want to stay in Greece here if you were planning to pivot against Serbia. But, I don't know, maybe he felt like he needed to tap it? I really don't understand what was going on with that one. But anyway, Italy is coming full force against me. He seems to still be aligned with Turkey. Bad situation, but not quite as bad as it could have been if Italy had entered this support. It appears I have press. I will bet it is Italy saying, "How dare you not leave Gulf of Leon?" Still in Leon, disappointing. Okay, that's not actually as bad as I thought, right? This is amusing. Germany is amusingly bad at deceiving you. I assume that's a reference to earlier in the game where, of course, England tipped me off about what Germany was doing, and then I told Italy, hey, I guessed this, right? And then here, Germany tipped me off about what Germany was doing, and Italy is again assuming that I just correctly guessed it. So, yeah, funny little thing that happened. What do I want to do going forward from here? Survive is basically it. We'll see what happens with that. I'll see you next time. Okay, so, as you can probably see here, I have a lot of catching up to do. That cold I came down with was bad enough to destroy my voice for a week. So, yeah, I have not been making updates in the meantime. I'm going to have to do a big bundle of them here. The good news is, you didn't miss a lot of negotiation of consequence. Like, there was a lot that happened over this time, but there was very little that I actually managed to influence. We can have a look at that as we go along, right? So this was the turn I left you on. Spring 1904 had just occurred, and of course I was confused about why the German had done this instead of moving Berlin to Silesia like he said. I was then worried, hang on, was the German expecting me to support him to Munich here? The answer is no, he was not. The problem is he's used to play diplomacy, and on play diplomacy you can enter your orders and they save automatically when you enter them. There's a big difference on Backstabber, of course. When you enter your orders, they are not saved until you hit the Update Orders button. So he changed his orders and then left the page thinking that they had saved, and of course he hadn't clicked the Update button, so this was what he had in. At least that's what he claims to me. I think it's correct, because there's like literally no reason to do this if you're planning to, if you've made the plans with myself and with Russia already. There's not really an advantage, stab-wise, to staying in this position, right? So I think he was being truthful with that. As you can see, obviously didn't lead to an amazing situation for me. England is in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I'm now having to rely on supporting Germany into Munich. And of course, I did ask for Belgium. I asked Germany to exchange me Belgium if he was getting both London and Munich this turn, which he is. And suddenly there's no real way for me to take Belgium because of what I need to do here. I need to cover Brest with support because England has these 2 units. So going into the next phase here, I did negotiate a little bit, and perhaps most important one, I mean, it's not really the most important one, right? The problem with the Italian press is that I have a really, really strong inclination now that the Italian decides what he's going to do at the start of the phase and then just negotiates to try and make that thing happen. Nothing he says is particularly truthful, right? He's very happy to just lie to you if he thinks it will make what he needs to happen, and that just destroys trust completely as you go along. I assume he doesn't do it with everyone, right? Because he's got a pretty strong alliance with the Turk over here, but he's certainly been doing it with me. So my approach to the negotiation with him here was just, okay, there is very little I can say here that will change what he's going to do. That's the impression I've got from the rest of his press. So I'm just going to sit back and not really negotiate with him, right? I'm not going to propose anything, I'm not going to pitch hard on anything. I'm going to see if I can get him to start pitching things to me first, because I think that's the more important thing, to kind of get an idea of what he's trying to make me do. So this was where I left it last turn, right? He was disappointed I was still in the Gulf of Leon. Then he goes ahead and reaches out and says, do I want Germany at 7? Help me think. I'm a bit annoyed at this throwing behavior. He's trying to bait me into giving him an offer, I think. I don't really bite. I'm fairly sure he's just going to lie to me again. So I just go ahead and stay jovial and go, here, tell me about it. My position would be better without a throwing England. Although I understand it if it's the way he survives. I'm interested in your thoughts. So I'm not pitching anything to him, right? I'm not giving him any idea of what I'm doing. I'm just asking him, give me some thoughts here. And he goes ahead and doesn't really give me any thoughts. He says, I might choose to help you next turn. If you clear out of Gulf of Leon, I'll consider that good enough. I don't really commit to anything here. I just say, I appreciate that. Can I confirm you're keeping the DMZs here clear here too? I mean, it's blatantly obvious he's not going to, right? He's in Tuscany, he's in Tyrrhenian, he's in Tunis. But I do want to give him the impression that I might be going back to Spain's south coast, because if I give him that impression, he might order suboptimal moves and not get into all of these, right? He might move with the assumption that he can get into Gulf of Leon without support. And if he has that impression, then he's not going to get into all of them at once. Then I might be able to bounce him out. So in fact, I was planning to bounce Portugal and Gulf of Leon in Spain, just to make sure that Gulf of Leon stays there. If it gets forced to retreat, it's a little bad. I mean, I have to retreat into Marseille, and that's not an amazing place for a fleet to be, but I can still support it into Spain on the next turn, right? And he would then only be in Leon and Western Mediterranean. So, amusingly, he didn't respond to this at all on that turn, which I think is more honest than he's generally been. And then at the very last moment, he basically says, no, I'm not going to guarantee that DMZs will be in force while you're sitting in one. You'll have to take me at my word that I'll work with you next and clear Lyon and Western Mediterranean. If you comply. Yeah, I don't believe this at all. Understandable if that's too big a risk for you, but it is what it is. Peace is hard to negotiate. Like, there is always the possibility that he is actually telling the truth, and that if I backed out willingly, he would suddenly align with me and go after Turkey, and the reward in that case would be incredible, right? Him going after Turkey would take all this pressure off me, and essentially let me back into the game and stop being in this stupid, eternal defensive position. But I just don't think it's true. I don't think there's any possibility that it's true. And so I can't go along with it. If he was a more trustworthy fellow, then perhaps I would take that bet, but I'm not taking that bet after everything that's happened in this game. And then he accuses me of being devious on the next turn. I'm just thinking, were there any important relevance bits here? Yeah, I think there were. Germany basically asked me to cover Brest with 2, which annoyed me a little bit, again, because I couldn't take Belgium, but there wasn't anything I could do about that. I had to use Burgundy to support him into Munich, and I think that was still an incredibly important thing for me to do. I need to get Germany on side here, right? I've got England suiciding into me, I've got Italy coming all along the back line here, so this having one person on side is super, super important. And England did actually send me one message saying, hey, I'm going to have to take Brest this turn, which made me a little bit suspicious, like, okay, do you really tell me that you're going to take Brest if you're going to go for Brest? But I assumed that it was probably a double bluff and he'd be going for it anyway, right? And what he did was actually far smarter than that. He then supported Lyon into Spain's south coast, so he read me like an absolute book here. He gave the hostile support that I really didn't want, and I end up with 3 Italian fleets adjacent to me instead of just 2, and that's actually really, really bad for me. Because not only this fleet is super important. It's next to Marseille, it's next to Spain. It means that I have to use one of these to cover Marseille, and it means that I have to use the other one to support hold Spain, and he can attack Mid-Atlantic Ocean with 2 at the same time. So the whole situation is really problematic as a direct result of this. I think this was a really smart move on England's part. And of course no one was adjacent to Liverpool to take it, so England isn't even dead. He's still got 1 unit to harass me with if he really wants to. Which leads to an interesting position on this turn. Thankfully, Italy does get knocked out of Munich. Germany does stay true with me here. I was a little bit worried that he might not, but I thought he probably would stick with me because I think the Italian was annoying him almost as much as the Italian was annoying me. So yeah, that's a good sign at least, and I'm hoping that he does stick with me here. It's a really annoying situation because I have no power, right? I've got 3 German units on this line, and if Germany does just decide to make peace with the IT and come for me and just crush me, there is literally nothing I can do about that. I will just be dead. But that's exactly why I need to have him on side, right? That's why I need to be basically subordinate to him in this area. I'm not going to press the issue on getting Belgium because I want to make him feel good about me, right? And asking again for a supply center that he's clearly not really intending to give me isn't going to get me anywhere. He does only get 1 build this turn, despite picking up 2 supply centers. That's because of the misorder on the previous turn. But it's whatever, he'll get that build further down the line. Like, he could afford to give me Belgium, but I don't think there's any way I have a free unit to take it anyway this turn, so I'm not even going to bother. So yeah, that was the story of this turn. Amusingly, there was a little bit of amusing Italian press here, where he basically says, do I retreat to Cilicia to balance Russia-Germany, or rebuild Venice and press my attack on you? What a frightful choice, what do you think? Just like, I... So So this is something I do want to talk about a little bit here, right? I think I used to be a better diplomacy player, specifically with regard to messages like this. I used to be a lot more willing to go ahead and, like, make the other person feel good when they're obviously bullshitting me, and, like, make them feel like it's working, and make them feel like, you know, yeah, I'm happy to take your bullshit. And I don't think I'm like that anymore. And I don't think it has anything to do with diplomacy, right? I'm still a little bit like that. I can still pull that off from time to time. But, like, there's a point where I just get completely exasperated with people and go, no, I'm just not gonna bother. I don't care if it's not the best approach for me to just call this person out on what they're doing. But, like, I've met too many people in real life who are like that now to just go ahead and let that happen. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So I just go ahead and I don't even bother responding to this. I don't even bother stroking his ego or anything. I just go, hey, your judgment's better than mine, monsieur. Look at my position here. I think it would be better to trust... Okay, I do stroke his ego a little bit. But I basically just don't reply to his question. And I'm aware of what he wants from me. I'm aware he wants a pitch from me in order to get him to not rebuild in Venice, right? And I think the correct diplomacy play would be to give some kind of pitch. Because, hey, there's a chance that it works, and there's a chance that I give him a good enough pitch that it'll get him off my back. But I'm just so sick of it at this point that I just go, no, I'm not going to bother. I'm not negotiating with you. You've been giving me so much in the ways of just blatant lies that I can't be bothered at this point. And I really don't think you're going to take anything I say seriously, so I'm just not going to give you anything serious. And he goes ahead and just says, yeah, we're headed for a German win. I go, yeah, Germany's coming through as the strongest Western power, because the neighbours are under significant pressure, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more. And I go ahead and also say, hey, your only viable route now is into Turkey, that isn't into me, right? There's no way you can reasonably attack Turkey right now, so I'm interested to hear what your thoughts here would be, is code for I really don't think there's anything I can pitch to you that you'd accept right now. So he goes ahead and he says, hey, I've been trying to work with Russia since 01. Should note, it says fall 1904 here. It's not actually fall 1904, it was in the retreat phase, right? When he was deciding whether to retreat into Cilicia or rebuild Venice. And he goes ahead and basically says, you know, I want you to use your influence with Russia to try and give you... to make friends. And Germany has me in a bind with this absurd betrayal. He doesn't even have 2 centers to build in. I'm overcommitted against you. Is there any way for us to work together? I'm like, no, I really don't think, like, this sounds half convincing, and I think it's half convincing because he genuinely is annoyed at the German for knocking him out of Munich. But at the same time, I don't think there's any way he pulls these units off my line. And his past credibility is just completely shot at this point, right? So, yeah, is there any way to work together? I was like, okay, well, you can push the Turkish fleet forward and, you know, try and then make sure that it's not a threat and then go after him. And he goes ahead and then gives his idea, which is clearly what he was thinking this whole time with regard to this, right? He didn't really want to hear my opinion. He just wanted to pitch his. Yeah, he basically says, hey, I'll push one of my fleets through to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and then I'll leave you alone. And I do not believe this one bit. So he basically wants me to push him through to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. That's what he's saying. He wants me to be friendly to him and push him through, and then trust that he won't just collapse in on me, that he's going to keep going around and attack other people up here. Which I think is possible, But I think it's just as likely he just collapses in on me, right? I don't gain anything from pushing him through the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I don't particularly want to do that. So I go ahead and, like, nudge him and say, hey, you know, the way that this becomes worth to me is if you back out of the other two centers, well, the other two adjacent provinces here. I was never intending to push him through to Mid-Atlantic. I was just hoping, hey, you know, maybe there's a chance at getting him to retreat to Tyrrhenian and Tunis, but I'm like 100% certain he is never going to do that, so... And then he goes ahead and pulls this stupid thing, like, oof, that's really too bad. I wanted to retreat to Cilicia very badly. I'm tired tonight, but we could talk a bit more in the morning. You know, this rubs me the wrong way so much. And I think this was actually the message I was thinking about earlier, where I just was tired of his nonsense. Like, he's issuing the threat, oh, I'm going to take my army off and rebuild us in Venice. It's like, I know what kind of a player you are. You've already decided what you're doing with that unit. You are just trying to use it as leverage in the meantime. So I go ahead and say, your condition for retreating into Cilicia is me being happy with you staying in all the places you declared you wanted to be DMZs. I'll leave a little emoji just to make it very clear how jovial and not annoyed I am about his message. Best leave this to Munich till morning. I don't mind if you want to take Munich off, though. Of course I mind if you want to take Munich off. This is a complete lie, right? I would really hate it if he rebuilt Army Venice and then came with an extra unit to my border. But I'm also aware that nothing I say is going to change what he is doing here. So I just want to end this negotiation, let him do what he wants to do. And then he's like, surprised, you don't want me retreating into Cilicia? Why? I think you're being a bit cavalier about the immediate threat of GR. They've been working together since 01. And then he says he wants his beautiful moves complimented in exchange for peace too. I just go ahead and plug something into ChatGPT, right? He's well aware that it comes from ChatGPT, but then he does he does retreat to Cilicia, as you can see here, of course. So I think that was what he was always planning to do. I don't think that negotiation did anything. I think that was 15 minutes I was talking about that. It did absolutely nothing at all. Alright, so other important things that happen this phase, right? So of course there's the winter phase first. There's some builds, Army Berlin I like, Army Warsaw I like. I completely forgot to mention that Russia asked me for my advice on what to do here, whether to trust Austria or not. I basically said, you've got to trust your gut here. You've had the conversations with Austria, right? If you can move Warsaw out, it's amazing, because you get to build army here instead of army here, and that is a huge amount of momentum. But is it worth the risk of losing that supply center? I think it's really got to be your call on that. And he made the right call. He got this army out of Warsaw, he got to build here. That was fantastic on his part. So then we end up with the builds. England takes Irish Sea and English Channel off. So there's some negotiation going on with England here that I don't mention, and it's really the last push of negotiation with England that I'm going to give, right? So when I see this position that England is in, and I see that I've got 3 Italian fleets on my line, I go, well, I know that England has been throwing against me, right? At this point. But I also think I have a decent read on the English player, and I think that he is more concerned with survival than he is with revenge. He is doing this because it's his best chance to survive, and he's going all in for that. So I think about it, and I know that in some previous games I have been rather ruthless when it comes to people who just wanted a one-center survival. Notably, in Media Wars 1, I eliminated Ambi, who was in Turkey, when he was trying to Janissary for me, because he still had a Turkish supply center he could have built on that turn. If I hadn't have taken it, there was a chance that he could have built it, and that would have provided a threat to my home supply centers when I was playing as Russia. So I just went in and murdered him, and it was kind of brutal, but I think it was the right play, right? But I think that in this situation, it's a little bit different, right? Because if this English unit, if say I offer this English unit Spain, and it comes down and helps defend my line, Liverpool is getting taken. So there's nothing that incentivizes England to stab me at any point. There's nothing that incentivizes him to go for an extra centre, because he can't build from that extra centre, right? If he was a super hyper-focused on revenge kind of guy, I would not want him in a supply centre and working with me, because he could absolutely stab me out of spite. But I don't get that impression from the English player. I get the impression that he's playing for best result. So, at this point, I look at the board and I think, okay, I think there's some potential that I need this fleet in order to hold this line. Like, it would be more useful than one of my armies. For example, Army Brest, I could take that off and keep the English fleet alive, and the English fleet would help, right? So I go to him and I offer an Iberian supply center. I say, hey, I'm okay to help you survive. In fact, I'll go ahead and find the chat. So here, I bring it up with him. I'm interested in whether you might be willing to help hold the line in return for an Iberian center. I need more fleets than 2, and I don't think I'll be able to build one anytime soon. And he immediately responds with suspicion, which is fair enough, right? I think he's a bit too aggressive about it if he really does want to survive, because, like, this is a potential option for his survival. And he goes ahead and says, you know, he has a play for Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I'm not sure I care. I guess my point is, yes, I would help. God. It's a little hard to pass some of England's messages at points. But yeah, he's basically saying, why would you be telling me the truth here? Give me a reason why. And I go ahead and say, you know, well, it's up to you whether you want to go with it. At the end of the day, it's just an option for you, right? And, like, I can absolutely see reasoning for just not accepting it at this point. Do you really want to be playing out the rest of the game as a one-center power who's, like, eternally working with someone else and never getting any builds? I can see the reason for just not wanting to do that, right? But at the same time, I think he's the kind of player who does want to do it. So I go ahead and say, you know, if you do want to go through it with it, I'll hold to it. And he responds with suspicion again. And it's quite an aggressive message again. For how long would you hold to it? You ruined the game for me, basically. The only thing keeping me alive is the fact that I promised to barrel headfirst into you. I did find this line amusing. Through all, Italy has been one of the only people who did not lie to me. At the same time, I don't want to be a one-center puppet and got frustrated with Italy, but I don't understand how you expect me to trust you. I think Italy has lied to England, right? I think the Italian move of Munich to Berlin that one turn, that they were supposed to support me into Ruhr, was really damaging for England. That was the moment where I was kind of forced to stab England, because there was just no good option for me to keep working with him. But maybe Italy hasn't, like, directly properly lied to England in this time, which is just amusing considering how much Italy has lied to me, right? And he goes ahead and says, you know, forgive me if I sound a bit annoyed. I have been annoyed with the game since the Holland bounce. I've been lied to and betrayed. And then he's like, yeah, Germany's also given me false hope and whatnot. So I can understand being pretty annoyed in England's position. I go ahead and I give the reasoning for why, but at the same time I'm like thinking, okay, I'm not really that invested in making this happen. It's an option for him to survive if he really wants to, right? But at the same time, it's not doing me an incredible favor to have him there. It's useful, but it's not so useful as to be necessary, right? This is just a thing that he can do if he really wants to stay in the game. And I'm getting a little bit annoyed that I'm having to justify why he should do it, because I really don't... I'm not that invested in him doing it, right? So I go ahead and I write this long message. I give the example of why I think that this will be different from Ambi in Media Wars 1. I think that he's losing Liverpool and so on. And I go ahead and say, hey, Italy has lied to you as well, you know. That's really, the lies to me have kind of had an impact on you. It's a significant one. Even though it was more of a lie to me than it was to you, right? And then he again argues, right? He goes, I get the stab, at least from your perspective, even though I disagree. What I don't get is why I wouldn't be stabbed again. So he really wants that assurance that he's not going to be stabbed again. And, like, he then mentions this thing that makes my eyebrows go up a little bit, right? If I'm to be a 2-center power, I want to know I can always remain that way. And I was thinking about this, I was like, wait, what? How is he expecting to be a 2-center power here with this? He's losing Liverpool, right? Surely he's losing Liverpool. But it becomes more obvious through this conversation that he's not actually intending to lose Liverpool. He's negotiating super hard for keeping it. And that's the moment where my mind switches a bit and I go, okay, I can't afford to let him into Spain after all. Because if he keeps control of his home supply centers, he has reason to keep taking supply centers in Iberia, right? If he has a place he can put down builds, he has incentive to work with the Italian against me, like continue doing that with his 1 unit, so that he can keep pumping units back up here and retake his homeland. And I think he would absolutely do that. He's fighting for best result, right? So at this point, when I hear, okay, he's trying to keep Liverpool, I flip my strategy a bit and I kind of discount this as a possibility. But I do keep talking to him because it would just be weird to cut him off there and then, right? And he has also in his previous messages indicated that he is planning to work with the Italian if he's not working with me, right? There was very much an air of your deal has to be better than the deal that the Italian is giving me, which makes me think, well, if I can get England's if I can kind of talk a bit more to England, I might be able to get the Italian plan out of that, and that would be super useful for me here. Because otherwise I've got a bit of a guess over what he's doing. So I go ahead and I keep justifying it, right? So first off, I go ahead and I say, hey, this isn't a please do this thing, it's a do this thing if you want to. I'm really not going to bother justifying it any further, because I feel like it's gonna... Like, there's nothing I can say to properly say to you, hey, you can trust me. And in fact, at this point, after I've seen this message, I can't be trusted anyway, right? Because I think it's definitely not in my interest to have him in Iberia anymore if he's gunning to keep Liverpool. So I go ahead and I say, you know, I'm really not going to make this into a pitch. It's just an offer. If you don't want it, that's absolutely fine. And then I go ahead and ask him a bit about the 2-center thing. I go, Liverpool isn't holdable unless you keep Irish or English Channel, and then this, you don't then have an option for getting into Iberia. And he goes ahead and he says, look, he's trying to keep it anyway. And I go ahead and point out, look, they can just go in and take it. There is nothing you can do to stop that. And he mentions, you know, they can, will they? I'm living on a prayer. And at this point, I go to Germany and I go to Russia and I talk to them a bit, and I find out, mainly from Germany, that England is offering to attack Italy with me in return for keeping Liverpool. And England hasn't mentioned this to me at all, right? England hasn't said, hey, I'm going to be going into Western Med because that's what I told Germany I'd be doing. He's just fully focused in on this Iberia plan that I proposed, potentially because I proposed it too early, right? But I have a feeling, but my instinct is that he made this pitch with the intention to work with the Italian regardless, just to hold on to Liverpool for 1 year, so that he could get the build here and start fighting back, right? And then he has the backup potential of surviving in Spain. That kind of justifies why he wouldn't have talked to me about the attack on the Italian. He was just never intending to go through with it. So I find that out from Germany, and I'm like, oh my god, okay, Germany is actually intending to go through with this, because Germany has said, hey, I'm not going to Wales. I then go, oh, okay, I really need Liverpool taken this turn because I think that England is going to work with Italy against me, right? If England accepts my offer and takes an Iberian centre, if I give England an Iberian centre, again, I think he works with Italy further down the line just to get more supply centres and pump units up here because he has the home supply centre to do that. And if I don't give him the supply centre down here, then he'll just work with Italy to try and take it anyway, and leaving him Liverpool means that that stays on the board an extra year, and that's horrific for me, right? I have to make guesses after guesses after guesses, get everything correct. And it's just a bit of a painful time. So at this point, I go scrambling to Russia, and I send him a big log message here. Yeah, so Russia tells me this, right? He says that he's getting mixed requests for what to do with England, and that he gave him his word that he wouldn't go for Liverpool immediately. And this worried me even more because the Russian player has been someone who's kept his word pretty consistently through the rest of this game. And I think he may be intending to do so again here. So I go ahead and make a hard pitch here, and I say, hey, I really don't like asking you to break your word here, but I do think on the Liverpool front, I really need to ask you to break your word, because my discussions with England have led me to, to him threatening to work with Italy against me unless I give him an Iberian centre. He's refused to listen to any other suggestion. I don't know if that's true. I might be saying it a bit strongly, but I don't think he would have listened to any other suggestion, right? His ears perked up a bit at the thought of me giving him an Iberian centre, but even then he was going, I don't trust you, I can't trust you, give me good reason why I should trust you. And that doesn't imply that he would have worked with me in the other circumstance. So he said to me, I'm saying basically he's going to be working with Italy here, and I think he's trying to keep you away from Liverpool this turn so that he can rebuild in Liverpool. He's just promising whatever you and Germany want to hear to stay out of Clyde and Wales. And Russia agrees to take Liverpool, and that is music to my ears, because I think, okay, I really need England dead right now. Like, it feels a bit bad. I think England deserves to stay in this game in the sense that he is putting all of his effort into staying alive. But at the same time, it's not in my interest to keep him alive in this game, and this is diplomacy. It's a bit of a brutal game sometimes. You have to be like that. So I get the agreement from Russia to do that. And then in the English conversation, we come to this agreement, right? We say, I think this is actually still before I was talking to Russia about doing that. But he asked me to position the English unit in Iberia, agree not to take the unit in Iberia again until he has a re-entry into the British Isles. Otherwise, the Italian offer is much better. So this is what I was referencing when I was talking in the Russian chat, about him threatening to work with the Italian. So yeah, he needs a promise that I can't break. There's a lot more along those lines. And I go ahead and say, I give you my word that I won't take the Iberian centre until you've built a unit in the British Isles. I think there's a world where this could have been accurate, right? If I believed that he was just going to work with me on one dot. But because he's working so hard to try and keep Liverpool, it is a lie. I am not going to allow him into an Iberian centre. There isn't a great tactical way to do it anyway, so it would disadvantage me a bit to put him there. Because, yeah, we may have to lose Mid-Atlantic Ocean to do it, basically. So, yeah, we end up talking a bit more, and he goes ahead and again he threatens to work with the Italian. And I do think he is being honest here. In fact, it's proven that he's being honest by the moves at the end of the turn, right? But again, I'm not sure that I believe that he would have stuck with me for the time beyond that. So I say yes, deal. And then he asks for thoughts on things. I go ahead and ask him basically what's Italy doing? what is the plan that you've agreed with Italy? And he goes ahead and says, hey, Italy is offering to support me into Spain North Coast. I'm like, okay, well, now I'm absolutely... I wasn't going to before, but I absolutely cannot allow that to happen, right? And he's asking for the double support. He actually asked me to shuffle Spain to Marseille so that he can move to the south coast of Spain, and then I can bounce Mid-Atlantic Ocean, North Africa with Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And at this point, I'm also thinking, hey, what is the Italian likely to do, based on what I've heard? He is offering the English player double support in, right? But at the same time, he asked me to help him into Mid-Atlantic Ocean, to help break him through the line. So I think that's his primary focus for this turn. And the impression that I have of the Italian player is that he focuses on a specific thing, and then he just says whatever he can to make that happen. I think he's likely focused on taking Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and so has offered England double support in, but isn't actually going to do that. He's going to focus on taking Mid-Atlantic Ocean, right? So that was my read on the situation. I entered moves to counter it, and those moves succeeded. I was correct that Italy was doing this instead. But England got super mad at me after this, like incredibly annoyed at me for basically offering him a 1 center survival and then not giving it to him. Giving him my word that I would do that, and then not doing that. It is a really nasty move on my part to do that, but I do feel like it was kind of necessary here. And of course, then my decision is basically, okay, well, England is going to die here. I need to make sure that England dies here, because England is now so mad at me that he will just do everything he can out of spite to kill me. And when a player is in that state, you have to eliminate them. You don't really have a choice. So, yeah, that was my focus going into the next turn. But there were a few other things that happened in this turn that overshadowed that a little bit. It happened in the retreat phase here. So the important thing, right, Russia comes through to English Channel, which I'd actually asked Germany to come through to English Channel to help me out, but he asked Russia to go instead, I guess because he wasn't comfortable with the Russian fleet in North Sea, which is kind of fair, and actually, I think it's better for me for the Russian fleet to be here. I think the German fleet being here gives too much option for Germany to just come in and crush me, right? But I am a little concerned that Germany is just getting very powerful here. Obviously, move to Baltic is a bit of a counterbalance. It's putting a lot of pressure on Germany from the north, but Russia has been very solidly trustworthy with Germany, which I assume is why Germany allowed this move, right? Although I think maybe actually they were planning to bounce here. I don't know what's going on with that. But then something important happens in the retreat phase. I do need to talk a little bit about the negotiation that's been happening here, right? Oh, so I realize I completely glossed over what the Italian had said to me, right? So this was before that phase as well, has gone through as well. He decides he needs me alive. He wants to offer me Leon to Tyrrhenian, North Africa to Tunis, Western Mediterranean to Mao, me supporting Western Mediterranean to Mao. This is what I was talking about when I said I thought that the Italian is focusing on Mid-Atlantic Ocean, because obviously he's making the pitch to me to get him into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. He's also making a pitch to England that sounds like it's trying to distract England into not defending Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So it seems like his focus is Mid-Atlantic, even though he told me he was only going in with one, right? I'm thinking if his focus is Mid-Atlantic Ocean, he is almost certainly staying entirely on this front line, and that means he's probably supporting himself in. So he goes ahead and says this is his offer to me. I go ahead and say that sounds amazing, right? And I talk to him a little bit about the move. But then I kind of stopped talking to him because I realized, yeah, I don't really want to just lie to him repeatedly. I think that damages relationships even more than before. And I am used to this player enough that I know that he's lying to me in this initial pitch. So any further discussions are just lies on both of our sides. It's not helping anyone, right? And he goes ahead and like tries to ping me and go, hey, please respond. I'd initially said, hey, please tap Munich, or he'd offered to tap Munich or something, and he wanted the support in from Burgundy. And I never responded to him about that because I was like, I don't want to spend the time responding to something that's so clearly a lie, especially since it's proven a lie by the fact that England is saying that Italy is offering him support against me. So he then, at the start of the next turn, he like blames me for it and says, "Too bad you went dark on me. We would have had Munich again otherwise." And at this point, I'm like completely sick of this conversation. I just go ahead and say, hey, your fleets are still in the demilitarized zone, friends. Are those still a defensive measure? I need to apologize for my silence, but at the same time, I'm really not feeling like talking is doing anything. It feels like the conversations we have rarely have any correlations to the moves that happen on the board. And these are messages I shouldn't have bothered sending. It's just aggravating him, and that's not helping me at all. But at the same time, it's like just a build-up of frustration at him over the course of the game. And he goes ahead and says, you never agree to anything, you just stop talking. That's kind of reasonable, to be honest. I mean, I did respond to his initial pitch, right? And say that sounds amazing. But at the same time, I was not actually doing what I'd agreed to and supporting through to West, because I was aware that he also wasn't going to do what he'd agreed to. I would be happy if we did that. It's not exactly a commitment. Cap, you've been irritating to negotiate with. Perhaps by design. Maybe you feel the same way about me, but for what it's worth, I feel like I've negotiated in good faith. This message really rubs me the wrong way. And I don't know why, because there's not anything worse about it than the last messages, right? But just, I feel like I've negotiated in good faith. It's taking the mix so much when he's just been repeatedly lying to me. The only time I went rogue was when I took Berlin, and I honestly thought you'd happily come to Munich. Yeah. You went rogue and went into Berlin and were totally going to support me into Munich after that, right? And I must congratulate you on spreading this stalemate hysteria around Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Germany refuses to talk to me, blah, 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 blah. At this point, Russia and Germany and I have had a solid conversation and said, hey, do we think there's any way this Italy-Turkey alliance breaks up? We've discussed ways to try and make it happen, but we're all kind of aware that they are solidly together, and neither is intending to stab the other, right? Italy doesn't have the position, and Turkey does have the position, but Italy is just giving him a better position every turn, so there's no reason for him to stab. So we've all kind of come to the conclusion that, hey, we can kind of go towards an end game right now and stalemate the game up, and then maybe that causes Turkey to make the stab. But like before that point, there's no point in stabbing, because if any of us stab, then Italy and Turkey just advance further. And Italy is really annoyed about this possibility. So I go ahead and I say, if you leave my border, I can do stuff. I can't exactly plan anything when all of my units are pinned in place. Who are you attacking if not Turkey? It's me, and you're clearly not attacking Turkey when you're stacking all your units on my border instead. And a very, very not meant smiley face. I'm clearly not attacking Turkey when he's the only person who negotiates with me. That's not true. We all try and negotiate with you, it's just that trust is shot between you and everyone else. I know Media War's good old boys feel threatened by a newcomer on top. Again, these kind of messages really piss me off, right? Because there's no love between me and Germany here. We were fighting for the entire start of the game, right? I've never played with Russia before. I never played with Oliver Lugg. He was in Media Wars too. But yeah, we're ganging up on the people who have a solid alliance here and are attacking us. It's not because they're new boys, it's because we have to. And he knows that full well, he's just saying this to get on my nerves. You're experienced enough to know that just move away never works. You literally tried to set up for an attack on me with England last turn, exploiting the moves that I proposed. Which is not true either, right? There is zero... There's literally nothing here that provides an attack on him. I guess maybe if he'd made the moves that he'd proposed, which was Western Med to Mid-Atlantic, North Africa to Tunis, and Lyon to Tyrrhenian Sea, I would have dislodged Mid-Atlantic, and then Mid-Atlantic could have gone to North Africa? Is that an attack? I don't think it's a viable attack, and it's pretty clear that it's not what I intended here, right? Because if I'd intended that, I would have gone in from Portugal to keep Mid-Atlantic, to keep Spain in position to give support into Western Med on the next turn. And I don't think England accepts something like that anyway, because if they end up in North Africa, there's no SC they can take from there. So, yeah. He then goes, one thing that should give you some security is there's no way I'm working with Germany again. I think this is negotiation, a little bit of it, saying, hey, you know, I'm more inclined to work with you than Germany. I don't know that it's true. I don't really know what to trust here. And I go ahead and I say, I don't understand what you mean. I'm clearly not, and I quote him here and say about he's the only person who negotiates with me thing. It's evidently you're not attacking Turkey. It's evidently you will never attack Turkey. And it has been for a while, regardless of what the negotiation level with you has been like. Even when we were actively working together, you were still building Fleet Rome and moving it into up to Tuscany. You were then, you know, moving into Berlin and helping yourself to here. You were very clearly working with Turkey as well, right? And never doing anything to upset Turkey. So you've never willingly moved a fleet anywhere near him. I don't believe that you're going to attack him going forward. And then I also point out that he said this line, you're experienced enough to know that just move away never works. I think what he's referring to here is those kind of agreements like Belgium and Holland, where you have a unit in both of them, and you go ahead and you say to your enemy, hey, if we both move out at the same time, then we can then make a good demilitarized zone, and we can have an alliance beyond that. And no one ever trusts it because, of course, if one person does move out, there's a likelihood that the other person moves in and takes the center behind them. And even in the areas where there's not supply centers, so where you do that, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example here. Maybe Black Sea, when you have Fleet Anchor and Fleet Sevastopol bouncing constantly, and you say, hey, you know, let's not bounce, then we can do other stuff. The other person can still gain a considerable amount of position by just moving in and breaking that, right? It's prisoner's dilemma. But that's only in specific circumstances. That is not in this circumstance, I think, because I have no viable line of attack on Italy whatsoever. If he backs out of Western Med and North Africa, if he backs out of Gulf of Lyon here, then if I jump into them behind him, all I'm doing is pinning two of his units defending Tunis and probably bringing other units back to attack me again. My absolute best result from that situation is taking Tunis, right? And that only happens if Italy fails to defend it, and Italy has a really easy way to defend it, so it's not going to happen. The only reason you don't move back from these provinces in this situation is because you're intending to press the attack, which is completely fair, but it does mean it's very obvious to me that he is just intending to press the attack. And this kind of reasoning is clear rubbish. And he goes ahead and says, hey. So I said previously that I have never... Oh, there we go. I've never willingly moved a fleet into the Mediterranean this game, which is true, of course. I really wanted to bounce in Lyon. That is the only time I've gone into the Mediterranean. I think for France, it's generally not a good idea to go full force into the Med, because at best you only ever take Tunis. And if you get further forward, you tend to, like, get a huge number of units pinned in an eternal war that doesn't give you anything. So if you want to take stuff in the Med, you have to jump in there while it's not defended, while Italy is heavily committed to something else, which has never been the case and which will never be the case in this game. So yeah, the one move that he's talking about here, he says, I didn't realize you'd been possessed by a demon when you moved into Gulf of Lyon. And I asked you for a bounce on that turn, right? I very clearly asked you for a bounce. I also very clearly wanted a bounce, because not getting bounce was horrible for me. I then had to run back out of the Med, and I lost Mid-Atlantic Ocean at the same time. And he goes ahead and says something about, I was lying about not having plans with England. I don't know what's going on with that. If you believe that I will never stab Turkey, then there's no reasoning with you. If you can't see that there's literally no way for me to fight Turkey, or even disobey with one move, unless Russia works with me, which he isn't, then there's no hope for me in this game. It's a weird one, right? Because I think he's right. If I can't see that there's no way for him to fight Turkey, while he's not working with Russia, then yeah, there's no hope of us working together. But he's right, there is no way of him fighting Turkey. And I think even if he does try and side with Russia, the way that he's been going in this game makes it more likely he'll just continue to press the attack on me regardless, right? If he gets Russia's assistance over here, he's probably just going to keep going and trying and attack me here again. There's nothing mutually exclusive about those two things. He goes ahead and says, wish we could get a draw now, and then this message gets on my nerves again. Not going to be fun to have you accuse me of a pre-arranged alliance for years, and then watch us both get stabbed from behind. By the way, if this was a tournament, your fake cheating allegations would be illegal, but if you wish to turn your own game toxic, be my guest. For the record, I respect and honor the spirit of this game. Without basic agreements on rules, we destroy things. Your accusations are really distasteful for me. So, what he's referring to here, I think, is this line. It's extremely evident that you're not attacking Turkey and will never attack Turkey, and it has been for a while. He's taken that to mean it's evident that you had a pre-arranged alliance with Turkey and that you were always intending to work with him through the entirety of this game, right? Which isn't... On most diplomacy sites, it's not against the rules. On some, it kind of is. I mean, it kind of is in general. But it's bad sportsmanship to do. And it's also bad sportsmanship to just make an accusation like that. But that's not what I meant with this line, right? With this line, I'm saying, look at your position here. You're not attacking Turkey. Look at what you've done in the rest of this game. You're still not attacking Turkey. I'm not accusing him of starting the game with that agreement, but I am accusing him of making that agreement in this game, right? Which is completely fair to do in the diplomacy rules, but it is very, very clear to me that, hey, you are not going against Turkey here. Like, there is... Maybe you would go against Turkey if you managed to make enough gains here that you could rebuild at home and then stab him effectively. But as is, you're not in a position to stab him, and if you were to make those gains, it would be really bad for me anyway, right? Because you'd have me in a really painful position. So, yeah, I was not accusing him of cheating here. I think a big reason why he thinks that I was is that these two players are part of the Hearts. I think I mentioned this earlier, which is like a Discord group that he said it is just a group of players who are friends, right? But in the diplomacy community, there are so many players who are friends outside of the game, right? There is no way to possibly avoid that because the community is relatively small. I have a lot of friends outside of the game. It doesn't mean that you're cheating whenever you join a game with them, right? So, yeah, I go ahead and I tell him that. I'm not accusing you of that, and so on, and then we basically just keep arguing for a while. And it's really annoying to me, right? By the end of the turn, I am back to my happy old self, sending troll messages. You don't frighten us, Italian pig dogs. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. Now go away or I shall taunt you a second time. But it has really been a grind to reply to messages like this. Just the hostility is not always hostile, right? A lot of his messages aren't hostile, they're just also lies. And, like, the fact that after each turn he blames you for his lies, it just gets very grinding on you. And I don't really know how best to talk about this, but the Russian player on this turn, so on the retreat turn of spring 1905, asked to be replaced out of the game because he just really wasn't enjoying himself. Partially because of the negotiation with the Italian, right? The Italian being quite hostile in all of his messages, and partially because the English negotiations were also just super intense and difficult to deal with. And if you're used to playing a casual game for fun, it's really difficult to deal with those kind of players, right? With a lot of those kind of messages. There's nothing wrong with the players acting in those ways, and in fact, it can work out well for them, of course, especially in, like, mid-level games or low-level games. You're going to get a lot of players who fall for that kind of thing, but it can be really grinding on you, and, like, from someone who's come from a tournament setting, yeah, I can deal with that. I can deal with the grindiness of it. I can deal with having to come back to this game constantly and see a new message notification and go, I really hope that's not X person, because I just really don't want to talk to them, right? But at the same time, if you're coming back to that after a long day of work and you're not used to diplomacy, you're not used to, like, tournament diplomacy, you haven't been immunized to these kind of things, and you're just getting, like, accused of stuff and gaslit and just facing these hostile messages constantly, it can be too much to bear. And I think that was the case here, right? And so the Russian player sadly had to drop out, went, basically, this isn't worth it, the stress that this thing is causing me. And so we got a replacement Russia in on this phase. And I really hope Oliver is doing well beyond this. He is an awesome YouTuber, and I really hope we can get him in more Media Wars games in future that are maybe a little more fun for him and less of a grind fest. But I respect his decision to leave, right? It's understandable, given the circumstances. So we had a new Russia come in. That new Russia is Johnny Gillam. He is representing the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, which is another awesome YouTube channel. And he came in at an interesting moment. So there are two interesting things about this, right? First, he is very, very familiar with the Italian player and the Turkish player. He talks a lot to both of them. So that could upset the balance a little bit here. I did try to make sure that I selected someone for the replacement completely in a way that didn't involve me making any choice, right? So we had a couple of people volunteer to do it, but all of them were part of organizations that are already here, right? Or were part of media that were already here. So Ezio volunteered to do it, and of course I can't let Ezio do it because it's super important for me to work with Russia in this situation. If I invite the person who I work with all the time, right? I do all of these diplomacy videos with, that's not a great look. So we said no on that. There was another player from the Diplomats, Ed Sullivan, who offered to do it, and he's amazing, but we also said no on that front because Diplomats already had a rep. So I went to the DBN Discord and basically asked, hey, is there anyone here willing to do it? And then took the first person who offered, which was Johnny. But by coincidence, Johnny is super familiar with both of these players. He's in Cedric's most recent video. You might want to take a look at that. And of course, he has the potential to unbalance this game a bit, to maybe tear this alliance apart. He's certainly the person most familiar with these players, right? It's clear that me and Germany have no idea of how to properly negotiate with Turkey or Italy. Hell, I haven't even been mentioning the negotiations with Turkey, but they've been kind of nothing. We talk a little bit about possibilities and then nothing happens, right? So Johnny's entrance is a really key moment in this game. And it ends up being doubly key because on the turn where he enters, FloridaMan doesn't talk for the entire phase. So FloridaMan, I think, saw that Oliver was leaving and thought there was some kind of pause ongoing. And then I was talking back and forth a bit with Johnny. You can have a look at that here. So he basically asked me for my rundown of the situation. I give him that. I basically say, hey, I really need you to kill England here, for one, because that Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet is dangerous to me. And we're working in a triple alliance against Italy, Turkey. I don't entirely trust Germany, right? I think that he might jump at me, and there's no love lost between us. We've been at war earlier on in the game. It's not entirely true on that. I think I do trust him more now. But I don't want to say to a new Russia that, hey, I'm super tight with Germany, because if I do, then he's going to think he's the odd one out in the alliance, right? And I want to make sure that he thinks if we stick together and then Italy and Turkey crack, then he has the option of working with me against Germany. So I go ahead and say my relationship with Germany is a weird one. You know, we've had this back and forth, but we're working together about... we're working together out of necessity. And I also describe what I think of Italy, you know, that he decides his moves ahead of time and then just kind of lies to everyone. And he basically confirms that, yeah, that's how he's negotiated in other games. And we make this agreement of, hey, we'll keep each other in the loop about what Germany says to either of us, because if Germany intends to stab either of us, they'll probably contact the other, which was the same agreement that I had with the previous Russia, and I think is a great thing to continue. And he mentions that he's annoyed by the fact that London and Belgium are holding in place. And I am actually quite annoyed by that as well, right? I really want Germany to be shifting his forces to the front line here, and this is remaining a threat to me, but I don't feel like I can call him out on it because I really need to be working with him right now. But he mentions that he's more than a little nervous about this possibility, the fact that Germany is just staying here while he's being pushed through to the front line. And we discussed that a little bit, but Germany isn't messaging either of us back. He's saying, I'd at least like to hear from the guy, you know, especially with me sitting weirdly in Baltic. I don't know what he wants from that. And in the last 30 minutes of the phase, I go ahead and I shoot FloridaMan a message on Discord. I was like, hey, you do remember that the game is ongoing, right? I haven't heard from you this phase. I'm a little bit worried. I don't like pinging people on Discord because I like the press being here. But it seemed like it was necessary here. And he did message me back saying, oops, basically I forgot. I wasn't paying enough attention to it this phase. So we both write back. He writes back to both of us in the last 30 minutes of the phase. But then, if we look at fall 05 here, it's not enough for this Russia. He goes to Denmark, he covers North Sea, he takes Liverpool, and he goes to Silesia. And I don't know whether he was planning to do this regardless of whether Germany came back, because of course he does have that level of knowledge of Italy and Turkey. Maybe he thinks he can get Turkey to stab Italy if he's very clearly moving against Germany, right? I don't know his reasonings for this, but I think part of it is going to be that he didn't get the chance to talk to Germany, and suddenly I'm thinking, this is bad. This is really bad. Like, look over here. Lyon went to Piedmont, Tyrrhenian Sea went to Lyon. Thankfully, Mid-Atlantic Ocean is going to come off the board, so I'm not in the worst possible position. I've still only got units on this side of me, right? But I am going to have to play a guessing game this next turn because there is nothing friendly adjacent to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I'm going to have to guess whether to cover Mid-Atlantic or whether to support myself in Spain or support myself in Marseille. There's just it's a difficult situation there as a result of this, and I'm kind of annoyed that it happened. I would have much preferred English Channel to stay here. But it certainly is going to change the game up a bit, the fact that this FGR is no longer completely intact. I think it might change the game partially in my favour, because these German armies are no longer going to be stacking on my border. But I don't think it's going to give me the flexibility to do anything. I think I'm going to have to stay on this line and defend myself, which is part of what makes me think this might have been planned regardless of what Germany had said, because Russia knows I'm going to defend this, right? it's fairly obvious from my position here that I'm not going to have the freedom to do anything else. And so if he feels he can trust one of these two, he does get a bit of a free run at Germany here. He's not going to face any consequences from me, and I'm going to keep the power level of the southern powers who are coming in here, mainly Italy, at a reasonable level. But I'm really annoyed that it happened because I'm upset about the situation, right? Because it makes my defenses really tough to hold. I will only lose one supply center at a time, of course. I'm not gonna ever enter an order set that will make me completely collapse. But it's annoying to have to guess, regardless. And I'm really hoping that this war between Russia and Germany can resolve quickly enough for one of them to come back and help me, or that it causes Turkey to stab Italy. If that happens, I'm golden. Like, Italy will hopefully go back or disband stuff on my front, and I'll be free to do stuff again. But for now, I am still trapped in the same position, doing the same stuff, defending the same 5 centers. I hope this whole video hasn't been too boring for everyone. The fact that I have not gotten out of this position at all for the entirety of this game. But it is what it is. Some games are like this. I'm very lucky to have drawn France at all, to be honest. The fact that France is so defensible has really helped me here. And yeah, I'm hoping at some point I'll be able to do something. Alright, I'll see you next time. Alright, I'm back. What was 2 seconds for you there has been about a month for me. It's been a long time since I did the last one of these recordings, but we actually haven't gone through that many game years because we had a pause in the middle of that. I did try and continue to play through my holiday, but one of the other players also went on holiday, so at that point we decided, hey, you know, we'll pause this for a bit and get back to it later. Speaking of my holiday, completely irrelevant to this, but I am now engaged, so I'm in much better spirits than I was before this. And that's for multiple reasons, in fact, mainly due to my engagement, but also due to some stuff that's happened in this game. So let's take a quick look at what's happened since I left you. So we were in winter 1905, we just saw this massive Russian stab against the German, and probably the most relevant press is going to be the one with the German here. So if we look at what's going on in the winter press here, Germany initially says, I guess it's time for me to change sides. And this panics me. This really panics me off the bat, because Germany has these 3 units, right, in Belgium, Munich. They are able to push into me. If they do want to just say, screw you, I'm going to make the Italian and the Turk win. He can switch sides and try and kill the Russian, right? He can say, okay, you know, the Russian is the person who screwed me, therefore I'm going to screw him. But there's actually not very much he can do against the Russian from this position, and I think that's exactly why Russia stabbed him, right? He's got 1 fleet here, 1 fleet here, they can't really coordinate. This one could maybe slip into Baltic with another army coming up to Kiel, but even then, you've got this new fleet coming in St. Petersburg south coast, got an army here about to encroach on Berlin. He's got another unit in backup in North Sea, which kind of pins this London fleet in. So it's all really difficult for him to make any progress in that direction. So if he's actually going all in on, hey, I'm going to screw over the people who screwed me, or the person who screwed me, then what he would really want to do is just give this Turkey-Italy alliance a steamroll, a board roll, right? Try and make sure that Russia gets punished by making sure that the alliance, that's like very solid and has been solid since the start, just rolls over the board, and there's nothing Russia can do about it. So if he's doing that, his best line is probably just attacking me, crippling me, making sure that Italy and Turkey break through on this front, and that they have the strength to push through on this front as well, right? And I think Russia's taking a bit of a gamble here and saying, you know, that might happen, but if that does happen, I can maybe get Italy on side and go for Turkey, or I can maybe get Turkey on side and go for Italy. remember, this Russia player is new to this game, has come in very recently, but has like friendships with these people from before the game started. He knows them very well, and therefore he can kind of work himself into that alliance in a way that maybe myself or Germany could not, right? He knows how these people play. He's the kind of player who will be able to do that. He's a player who will be able to potentially work his way in to the alliance in a way that myself and Germany could not. The other possibility, and the one that really panics me, right? Because if this happens, I think I might be able to survive. It's obviously really hard for me to do so, but if something like a Russia-Italy alliance emerges or something, or a Russia-Turkey alliance emerges, like Russia-Turkey would be perfect for me, right? Because then they slam into Italy, Italy has to pull back off this line. Then there's a chance I survive. But there is also the chance that this is just Russia, Italy, Turkey going, okay, we're all going to mop this up together. And that only really happens if Turkey is very loyal to both of them. If Turkey is going, okay, you know, we want to end this in a three-way, we're all great friends, we will do this together, and, you know, France and Germany have been annoying all of us for this entire game, so we will, you know, go ahead and push in and win. And I'll just sit back and let you do that. And I wouldn't expect most players to do that, but the way Turkey has been playing this game made me think it's a possibility. So I really wanted to prevent two things there. I wanted to make sure that this triple alliance doesn't happen. You know, that it's going to be a 2 versus 1 in one of the directions, and hopefully that will be in a direction that advantages me. But more importantly, I want to make sure that if Germany goes, okay, screw it, I'm suiciding, he doesn't suicide into me. I want to make sure that I am as distant from this Russian stab as I possibly can. I make it very clear that Russia did this without my permission, without my consent, without talking to me about it. And I make it very clear that I disapprove of his actions. And that's what you're going to see in the press here, right? I'm not sure how to react here. I'm informing him that Russia didn't inform me. I'm also saying, you know, I can't reasonably help. I'm under too much pressure here. And I was really relying on the Russian fleet to assist me, and now it can't, right? It's moved out of Irish Sea. I think I talked about that in the last video. And I really want to emphasize the fact that this has screwed me over too, because then, you know, we're a pair in this, we're together, we've both been screwed over, it doesn't make sense for us to attack each other. So here, I wonder if this is part of some agreement to get Turkey to stab Italy. I feel like it has to be. It doesn't really change the game state on this side of the board, especially since Turkey hasn't actually stabbed Italy. And this was something I was considering as well. I was thinking, you know, maybe it was part of an exchange, but I think Russia said to me outright it wasn't. I need to check that press. Turkey won't stab Italy until he can get a solo out of it. This was probably a pretty good read on the German part. I mean, it's showing what has happened over the course of this game. You know, it's going off what has already happened in the course of this game. Turkey and Italy have been side by side for ages and ages and ages, and Turkey has had multiple opportunities to stab Italy and has not taken them. So he's saying Russia miscalculated, if that was the thing. Make sure he knows I have a grudge. Okay, so this made me feel a bit better. I will happily screw all three of us over if he doesn't return Denmark. I don't care about winning as much as I do about punishing those who betray me. So he's basically telling me, okay, be on my side here, negotiate with the Russian, tell him the consequences of this will be disastrous for you. You know, and I will say that to the Russian. I'll go ahead and say, you know, Germany is telling me to say this. And I think it's important that you come back on side and stuff. I actually really do think it's quite important that the Russian comes back on side. Because if this Turkey-Italy does stick together, then this civil war in the north does screw me. It's certainly changed things up from that position, like potential France, Germany, Russia stalemate that we had going before, back with the previous Russian player. So... But yeah, at the same time, it's basically Germany saying, okay, you're on my side, you're going to negotiate for me here. And it's giving me a chance to say to the Russian, you know, this, and this, and like demonstrate to Germany, I'm on your side. Please don't attack me. And then I reply, I think this is the important line of this message. I don't think he intends either you or I to survive this. So I wanted to make it very clear. This has screwed me over. And I also tell Germany that, you know, his response was to say that you hadn't messaged him, and that was what made him nervous. But I don't buy that, right? Because I think it doesn't really make sense that it was purely down to Germany not messaging, because there was zero possibility that Germany stabs Russia in that previous situation. Germany just didn't have a good stab opportunity there. This is pure greed on the Russian part, and that's being used as an excuse. If he was concerned about you moving key to den, then tapping key instead of den ensures that the fleet stays there without risking taking the center if you're not making the move. So this is an interesting defensive moveset, right? If you're really panicked about something like Kiel to Denmark to move into position to attack Sweden here, then instead of going Baltic to Denmark to take the center, he could just tap Kiel with Baltic, and then the only way that it is actually a stab, that it goes in and takes the center, is if Germany is doing the thing that you were afraid of, right? And this Russian player is good enough to know that, that was a possibility. This taking Denmark was just for the center. My instinct is that he's cut a deal with both Italy and Turkey. I'm not sure what to do about that. Trying to punish would be an option, but that's very much a last resort for me. I dislike Italy so much that would be an even worse result in my eyes. That's partially true. I don't want to give Italy the win after, you know, our relationship has kind of broken down over the course of this game, just due to the conversations that we've been having. But it's also just, I'm not a player who likes giving up, right? I like fighting to the very end. I will sometimes pretend that I'm giving up, and honestly, saying this in a video, I mean, I think I've made it pretty clear in previous videos, but this YouTube channel has kind of ruined a lot of my ability to negotiate, because so many people know exactly what I'm planning to do at any particular time now. But I really hate giving up. So sometimes I'll pretend to give up and say, okay, yeah, I'll work as your vassal for the rest of the game, or I'll work on 1SC, or, you know, you can have this, and this. Sometimes it's being a little bit honest, right? If I'm saying, okay, I'll give you these centers so that I survive, that is probably the truth if you're able to take those centers in the long term anyway, and I think that will bring you on side. But it's never I'm giving up my chance of winning this game, because I hate doing that, right? I will always take any opportunity to stay in the game if I can. So, yeah. That is... it's not so much because I dislike Italy. It's more because I just don't want to lose. I've been holding out this long. I do not want to go down because Russia stabbed Germany here. So I will not game throw. I don't want to game throw. But I'm trying to give the impression that I would be willing to game throw, because it's clearly what Germany wants, right? And I need to keep Germany thinking I'm in his camp. So Russia might think he has a deal. If he does, he's probably wrong. Italy and Turkey will use whoever agrees to work with them. That doesn't mean they'll stop invading Russia. Probably right with this, to be honest. I mean, the Italy-Turkey alliance been pretty solid since the start of the game. I was a little worried that they might all stick together, but I think my instinct was it's probably going to stay Italy-Turkey. And that was the same instinct that Germany had. And I agree completely. So we try and discuss any possibility to work against Russia together. Germany has got a message from Italy saying basically that Italy is willing to flip. And I was talking to Italy at the same time, and I was not getting that impression at all. We definitely, this is the problem, right? Everything, whenever Italy says, I'm willing to flip, I'm gonna do something, I'll do something in your favor, it's always with the condition of you doing something for them first. So it could be true, and if it is true, it's probably worth it, right? If I give up a bit of Iberia to him and he flips on Turkey, that changes the game. That flips the game on its head and maybe gives me a chance to stay in it, where if Italy and Turkey just stay together for the entire rest of the game, I am eventually screwed. But you never have that guarantee, because he always wants the thing you do to be the first thing to happen, right? And the negotiations that I've had with him don't lead me to believe that this is the truth. So yeah, he made his pitch to me as well. I'll go over to that message in a second. But I didn't like it. It started off taunting me about how I'm in a position where I need to throw centers to him, then went on to call me untrustworthy, say that he would only accept certain things to be on his terms here. I don't know if he's wrong, but it makes me really not want to do it, right? And Germany is like basically saying he really wants this to work. He really wants working with the Italian to work, because it's his way out of being stabbed by the Russian, right? If the Italian turns around, suddenly this game is very different, and we have a bit of that pressure off, and I can move north with my fleets and help Germany out. So he is going ahead and saying, yeah, he agrees with me. I don't know if this is true or not, or if this is just him saying, you know, just trying to make sure he's in my good books. But he really is trying to push for me working with Italy. And if we go over to the Italian press here, so this is in a new conversation, because the Italian creates a new conversation every so often. So this is the message that I think I was referring to. It has been a while, so I may be mistaken. You can see it doesn't quite match up to what I was saying with Germany, right? I'm definitely exaggerating how antagonistic he was, but I think the bit that I was referring to with him like saying that I'm untrustworthy is this stuff. Before you ask, no, I will not just move away first. I need a clear agreement from you and not just a vague gesture, however slippery eel. So this is what I'm referring to in the kind of taunting part of things, and it's not much in the way of taunting, right? I'm definitely exaggerating here just to try and give an excuse for not giving up Spain and Marseille, because I don't trust the Italian. But I do still want to remain in Germany's good books, so I am kind of expressing that it's a possibility, but trying to give a decent excuse as to why I don't want to do it. And I don't see very many other viable options for you, is what I was referring to when I said that he is saying that I don't have a choice. Which, again, he's not exactly saying. I've kind of morphed that, and I'm lying about it a little bit in that German conversation. As you can see, I don't actually reply to him in this message. He goes ahead and creates a new chat later on in the spring phase. And he then says that Germany is being rude to him because I've made this triple alliance threat up. And he is saying that that's not true, and that I'm, deceiving about that and stuff. And I try and go ahead and explain my reasoning on this, why I think it might be IRT. I'm trying to make sense of the Russian stab, basically. And if the Russian stab isn't IRT, then it's probably part of IR or RT, right? Because Russia doesn't go it alone here. They're not going to make this stab if they think that Italy and Turkey are just going to roll. They're making this stab, well, to gain centers, yes, and this is what Italy replies with if you scroll down a bit, saying he managed to gain centers, that was all the reason he needed. But I think Russia doesn't make this stab just to gain centers, because that's a very short-sighted thing to do. He's making this stab because he believes it is going to change up the board state in some way. And yeah, I also go ahead and say, I do note, but outside of Turkey staying in Rum instead of going to Ukraine, so I am still trying to, insert a bit of unease into this alliance. I've kind of been very unsuccessful in trying to get either of these players to turn against the other, right? But I will still keep just poking and prodding and trying to make sure that it works, that, you know, oh, hey, look, he's keeping an army on your border. You need to go back that way, please. I know the last 16 times I tried to say this, it hasn't had any effect, but maybe this time is the big one. So, yeah, again, Italy just says, no, it was just for centers. And if you're that paranoid, I don't think cooperation is actually possible. And at this point, I was actually in Texas, and I was doing a lot of stuff, so I wasn't getting to the computer that often, even on my phone. I don't really like negotiating via phone, so I really wasn't doing it as often as I should have been doing. And so I did make some pitches here, but we basically don't talk for most of the rest of the phase. He's trying to pitch France, for Russia, Italy as a potential alliance, which is kind of an interesting scenario for me, but it doesn't change that he's still requesting Marseille and Spain, and if he takes those, then I've got nowhere I can go, right? If I go up and try and snipe like London or Liverpool or something, well, I mean, not Liverpool if we're working in FRI. If I go up and try and take Belgium with these armies, if I go with my fleet and try and take London or whatever, I'm throwing a really tiny amount of armies against someone who's previously my ally. That person is clearly going to throw against me because I'm the person they trusted and who screwed them over the most, right? And at the same time, I'm losing units because Italy is still going in the south. It feels like it only really advantages him. Maybe it gets him off my back in the long run, but it makes me a vassal state, and I don't want to be that, especially not to Italy, who I don't really trust to keep me alive. So I go ahead and say, you know, the number of armies on Burgundy front makes an attack from me there pretty ineffectual. I don't know what it would entail. And, you know, at this point, again, we just stop I just stopped replying. I should have really replied here, but I didn't. And he goes ahead and, like, keeps on trying to push me to do stuff. Like, hey, France, please come work with me in Russia. But I don't. So, another important conversation that was going on this phase was the one with the Russian. In fact, it wasn't really going on this phase. I talked with him in the winter, and then I went to Texas. And so I basically didn't talk to him at all in the spring phase. I had that conversation that I mentioned in the Germany chat, trying to convince Russia not to attack Germany any further, saying, I'm concerned this might make Germany throw. Guess we'll see on the next turn. And I was really hoping this was something he'd agreed with Turkey, and Turkey agreed to stab Italy in return. And he goes ahead and says, you know, I was hoping Turkey might stab here too. You'll notice he didn't take Ukraine, and he left his armies sat in Serbia, so I don't think the dream is lost just yet, but he is signaling, you know, it wasn't actually an agreement. And then he sends something that makes me quite nervous. I'm not sure we actually want Turkey to stab Italy. I know it would lift pressure off you, but his position is so dominant that I genuinely think he might not be catchable if he just tries to make a run for it. This message made my heart sink, because Russia is scared enough of Turkey that he doesn't want the pressure off of Italy, right? He wants Italy to do well, and if he wants Italy to do well, that means me doing badly. There isn't really any other way for Italy to do well here. So I was like, oh my god, that's not what I wanted to hear. That's not what I wanted to hear at all. And it was partially that message that made me so worried about the possibility of these three all working together, right? Because he also doesn't actually say that he wants to attack Turkey in this with Italy's help or anything. He is just kind of saying, you know, Turkey is too big of a threat, so we can't let him out of the box. But there's nothing about compressing him back into that box either. So he might just be working in this triple alliance. So Yeah, I ask again whether he's committing fully to the assault on Germany. I'm really, really concerned that throws the game into a state that's good for neither of us. Germany isn't the type to kid around with the threat of throwing the game. And here, he sends another reply here saying, I'm not sure whether I have much of a choice as to committing to the German war, which is kind of fair. Right? He's made the moves. Backing out of it now doesn't make that much sense. So, he said if I gave him Denmark back, then he'd consider working with me again, which is a very Germany thing to do. I think he plays quite a hard line of negotiation quite often when someone stabs him, which will work really well in certain circumstances, right? It's kind of making sure your opponent knows that you're being serious about the threat of throwing, right? You're actually really annoyed, and you are willing to make the move that will completely screw them over. But the problem here is Germany has gone a little bit too all in. Said that if he gets Denmark back, he'll consider working with me again, not that he'll actually work with him again. So that's not that appealing of an offer, right? Although I don't think Germany could have said anything at this point to Russia to get them to stop attacking. So yeah, he goes, of course you shouldn't give Italy dots. If your successful defense gives Turkey the game, that's on Italy's head. I'm just trying to decide what I'm gonna do here. And I'm just really hoping that the Russian player can cause some kind of upset between the Italian and the Turk. But I don't end up talking to him about that at all. As you can see, the next message is in fall 1906. So I would show you the chat with the Turk. I would love to say, during this entire time I was trying to create unease with the Turk and make sure that he would be willing to stab the Italian. But again, I was on holiday, and I haven't had the best conversation with the Turk in any case, so I basically hadn't messaged him for this entire time, which is amusing, because if you look at the spring moves here, it's the Turk who stabs. Turkey goes up to Ukraine, they go into Sevastopol, so they move against the Russian here. Russia moves into Prussia, they support the Italian into Bohemia. So what I was really worried about here, the possibility of Italy, Turkey, Russia, it sounds like, and from future negotiations I know this now, Italy, Russia, and Turkey had all got that plan of we're gonna whittle out France and Germany and draw this as a three-way. And Russia was committed to that, Italy was committed to that, Turkey made the stab. So Turkey moves into Bulgaria to Greece here, they move Constantinople to Bulgaria, they're setting up all around Serbia and they're setting up all around Moscow. It's kind of an interesting stab, because it doesn't gain all that much off the bat. The most important thing is this fleet in Gulf of Leon moving back to Tyrrhenian Sea that can grab a home centre for free, specifically Naples, right? But in terms of grabbing other centres, this is a bit of a guesswork game. They can guarantee one, I think. But if they want to take two, they have to get some good guesses in. I'm not going to go through the exact tactics on that because, honestly, it took a fair bit of analysis and I don't actually remember. But, yeah. I had a conversation with Turkey immediately after this. In fact, Turkey opened the phase with this message to myself and Germany, right? I was content to sit in the corner and be gifted centres from behind, but it seems IR were a bit paranoid, so I thought I was being attacked. I admit I was wrong, they seemed mostly honest. It doesn't mean they don't flip next year when they get bigger, but I've made my bed, so I'll take the heat as long as I can. So Turkey stabbed in this situation because they were worried about how close Italy and Russia were. The fact that those two players could team up and stab them later. And so this replacement, even though it was really disappointing, has actually been a godsend in terms of my position in the game, because the only reason this has happened is that Russia is someone who knows Italy quite well outside the game. Turkey knows this full well because Turkey knows both of them, and therefore Turkey panicked and went, oh my god, these two people are people who can work quite well together. I need to make a move now before they do work together and kill me. And so this changes up the game dynamic completely. Suddenly Turkey has made the stab. And if you look at the other conversations here, in fact, I'm trying to remember if there's a... I feel like there was quite an insightful message from Turkey at some point here. Yeah, so I did talk one-on-one to Turkey a little bit. This was while I was on holiday. This is probably the longest message I wrote while I was on holiday. But yeah, this is the important one. 2 hearts is a good alliance. 3 is a love triangle with shotguns and cocaine. I'd love to just sit in the corner and ride my alliance out, but that's not a smart play. So bringing in someone who knew those 2 people was game-changing. I would like to reiterate, I did just ask in the DBN server, hey, is anyone willing to take this position? And accepted the first person who did, which was Johnny. It does happen that that person subbing in has advantaged me a hell of a lot, but it is not my fault that it was that specific person. That was just coincidence. So, yeah, as you can see, my position is a little awkward, right? I took the guess that said, okay, he's probably going to go for one of Mid-Atlantic Ocean or Spain, so I'll go into Mid-Atlantic Ocean with 2, I'll go into Spain with 2, and I'll leave Marseille unguarded. The main reason I was considering this is that he has a fleet here in Piedmont, right? Which means that taking Marseille is nowhere near as valuable as if you have an army in Piedmont, because Army Piedmont can cut Gascony, Army Piedmont can go to Burgundy. Like, cutting Gascony is the most important thing. It provides an attack, a pretty solid attack on Spain immediately afterwards, whereas the fleet here can't do all that much. So I was like, okay, well, Marseille is probably not the place they're planning to attack. I'll defend the other 2 instead. And as you can see, I guessed completely wrong. In fact, it's tough to say that this is a wrong guess, because we don't know what this fleet in Lyon would have been doing otherwise. If it had supported Western Med into Spain, then this would have been a good moveset. But if it had supported Piedmont to Marseille, then this would not have been a good moveset, right? I would have lost Marseille in the process. Instead, it goes back to Tyrrhenian Sea, and on account of it supporting nothing, my moveset ends up being wrong, because the Italian slips in anyway. But despite this, I'm still celebrating, because that Turkish stab has happened. It changes up the game so much, right? This is the whole thing that people say when they mean diplomacy is more important than tactics. In this case, it wasn't even my diplomacy. It was just the situation that came about between Russia and Italy. But, like, you can be as tactically strong as you like. You can outguess people. You can defend yourself for ages and ages and ages. But the idea of defending yourself for ages and ages and ages, like, the purpose of it is to give the board time to change through the negotiation of other players or through your own negotiation, right? It's not to somehow succeed in an impossible fight because you have the better tactics. It's just to slow things down so that things can change elsewhere. And they did change elsewhere. And suddenly I'm not in a bad position anymore. So if we look at the press with Italy, fall 1906, it does seem that things have changed a bit. Do you mind filling me in on what happened over there? Turkey stabbed both Russia and I. We miscalculated that he wouldn't dare stab us both. He'll go up 2 centers minimum here. Obviously, I'm sending my fleets back. If you decide to pursue me and exact vengeance, I wouldn't blame you. However, if you'd like to work with Russia, there are centers like Belgium and London ripe for the taking, and you'd have my gratitude. I'm a good ally, if a naive one, it seems. Now, I'm a very paranoid player, right? My first instinct was, is that the truth? But there's a different feel to this message than there have been to the ones before, right? A lot of the ones before feel like they're trying to convince me to do something. And this message isn't trying to convince me to do something, right? It's saying, I am doing this thing, you can do what you like in response to that. I would prefer if you do this, but at the end of the day, it's your decision. That's a very different vibe from the one I've been getting from Italy before this point. The vibe I'd been getting from Italy previously was, you know, I want you to do this. And this change of attitude makes me think that he's being honest. Right, because it feels like it matches in. I think I said earlier in the previous one the way I view Italy now is that they decide on their orders before the phase, and then they try and do the negotiations to make those happen. And this feels like it lines up with Italy deciding to move back, telling me about that, right? But they don't actually need me to convince me to do anything specific on this turn. So they're not even going to bother trying. They don't try and get me not to defend Spain. They don't try and get me not to defend Mid-Atlantic Ocean. They're just like, do what you want. And so I end up trusting them in this case. So there's some other interesting negotiations that happened, right? There's this triple alliance between Turkey and Germany and I that forms at Turkey's request. I am talking a fair bit to Germany about this outside of this. But yeah, Germany and I were both talking with Turkey about, hey, you know, what's the best approach for your units in this situation? Obviously, we're both relatively minor powers. We both can't help you immediately. But we do want to see you do well, and so we're trying to talk to you about what the best method here is. And Germany says, okay, you know, take the guess against Russia, please, because I'm fighting Russia. Russia is quite strong up here. I'm kind of hoping that Turkey takes the guess against Italy and tries to take the centers there. But I go ahead and say, you know, the Italian order set is near certain to be Alptegri, but Sir. The Russian order set isn't obvious. I'd be tempted to go to Warsaw. The important thing about going to Warsaw is that it doesn't require any like additional support. It doesn't require Romania cutting anything, right? It means that these units can all focus on Serbia. So they can attack the Italian. I apologize that I'm not going in depth on the tactics here. I should be back to doing that in the next recording, since I'm going back to once per phase. But at this point, you know, it's kind of complicated. It was a while ago, and it was while I was on holiday, so I'm not going to go over the specifics, mostly because I can't remember them. So, conversation with Germany. Let's go over to that one. So here, we have a lifeline after all. Turkey said he was told he could backfill if he doesn't disrupt the collaboration. I think he's telling the truth. So this first message from Germany was a bit of a downer. He basically thinks, you know, it would be amazing if we can get France, Germany, Turkey, but I'm not actually sure that this was a Turkish stab. And I was quite sure that this was a Turkish stab, mainly because of that Italian message that just had the vibe completely changed, right? And so Germany then says, you know, okay, this is probably true. And a big reason for that as well is that I think this happens during this phase. No, it's not. Is it this one? Fall 1906, Italy starts posting in the draw proposal thread and actually also just asks for a draw. Here, there's no way we stop Turkey's top now. We might as well draw unless Turkey wants to go to the solo. He'll be stopped at 15 if he tries. Is anyone opposed? So Italy is outright saying, you know, I'm done with this game. I don't think I can get a good result out of it, which is probably true given how good of a stab Turkey got on him. But he is trying to get the draw to happen now, and that is a very clear sign that yes, this was a real stab. I mean, it looks like a pretty real stab to me regardless. So, other conversations here. Let me see. There was the conversation with the Russian. So, fall 1906. I say interesting phase there. Italy says that Turkey stabbed you both. Is that accurate? And Russia goes, success! Well, sort of. Yes, he stabbed us both. And Italy is 100% sincere as far as I can tell with you in saying that he wants to peace out. Happy to work together to put you into some German centers and play this 4-way endgame. And that's something that is a bit of a curious thing for me, right? It's like, how do I react to this? Because my first instinct was, I want to stick with Germany. We've been the underdogs for basically this entire time. obviously alongside Russia earlier in the game, but when the Russians switched out, I think he became not so much an underdog, right? Making that big stab against us, and also just he's not been on the defensive. So Germany is the one I really feel this partnership with over the course of the game, and I'm like, okay, like from my heart, I want to work with Germany. I really think that, like myself and Germany deserve to get something out of this game now that we've finally managed to make something happen, even though it wasn't us who made something happen, it was really Russia. But now that something has happened, the turnaround should benefit us both. We're the ones who've been forced onto the defensive for this entire time. But is that sensible? If I come up and attack the Russian with German assistance, what happens there? Can we make any progress at all? I've got 2 fleets. They can maybe get up adjacent to Liverpool and start trying to take that. And then that's a lot of time and effort committed to one centre. Germany doesn't really have a good line against the Russian. Russian still has Fleet Bothnia, Fleet Denmark, right? And they have Fleet North Sea. Germany only has Fleet London, Fleet Kiel. They can't really even get out into Baltic with this, right? They need to mobilize this fleet somewhere where it can assist. Probably the best place is Holland, so that it can make a push against North Sea with an army moving into Kiel behind it to tap Denmark. But even then, it's like he pushes into North Sea and then what? We're not making very much progress against him, and we're probably losing Berlin on this next turn because Russia is going to push in. They have a guaranteed take now. They can tap Kiel and go in with 2 here. And it makes sense for them to do that because it makes up for the centre that they're potentially losing to Italy over here. So, not to Italy, to Turkey. So, is there any point to doing that, right? If I attack Russia, we don't really make any progress. It would be like a, hurrah, me and Germany to the end move. But it wouldn't be a sensible tactical one. So, it's a tough decision. Do I side with Russia? That's also a tough decision, because if I side with Russia, what do I gain then? I probably gain, like, Belgium. I can maybe talk my way into London as well. But Russia has far more strength here than I do. So I'll gain a little bit, but will it be enough to offset the fact that Germany will then be really mad at me, right? It's a really tough decision to make. Is that worth it? So, yeah, I was thinking on this entire time, and Germany was actually asking me for support against the Russian at the same time, so I was basically going, okay, I need to make a decision, which of these do I support? And then I look at the position and I go, actually, I don't need to make a decision, right? I've got an Italian fleet in Marseille. That gives me an excuse to just use all of my units on Marseille. I've got Italian fleets adjacent to Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Spain. That gives me an excuse to just self-bounce in Spain. I could have pushed Portugal forward to Spain, but I wanted to let Italy know that, yes, I do actually believe him now. So the self-bounce in Spain is like a defensive move, but it's not a good defensive move, right? Because it doesn't defend Mid-Atlantic Ocean properly. But it keeps Portugal out of Spain, which means that Italy should be happy in the knowledge that I'm not going to just jump him and help Turkey. Which is something I told Turkey I would do, so I'm a little worried that Turkey might try and back out of this and say, you know, oh, the French person isn't helping me in the way that I thought they would, but I think Turkey has committed too much and has, like, stabbed someone who will not forgive them for the stab, so I should be able to get away with it. I'm sorry for this recording being a bit jumbled. I'll be honest, I'm still a little bit, like, out of it from the whole holiday and trying to get back on the same page as I was before the holiday. But, you know, anyway, that was the point of this, was basically I thought, okay, I have to decide which of Germany or Russia I'm helping, and then I looked at it and I thought, actually, no, I don't. I'm just not going to help either of them right now. I am going to focus on keeping my 5, which is what I've been doing for this entire game, and we can push that decision to next turn. And that's exactly what I did. If we move forward to fall 1906, I ensure that the Italian fleet leaves Marseille. I move to Burgundy, which is, I think, something that is fine by the German. I don't know if I outright confirmed it or not, but like it's helping them defend against this Italy-Russia front line. And I make this self-bounce play in Spain, which leaves me the option to go up and attack Liverpool laser, or to go up into English Channel and help the Russian against and help myself really to Belgium and London, if I want to do that. And actually, it's quite a good thing that I did this, because if I had decided, hey, I'm going to side with Germany immediately and go up to England, try and snipe Liverpool, I would have been bounced, because the Russian was paranoid about that possibility. So it's probably a good thing that I decided not to do that. Although this unit being here now is a little awkward. I don't like it being in Irish Sea, because the best place for it to go from there is English Channel. I do not want him adjacent to Brest. English Channel is like my expansion route. That's where I need to go with my fleet if I'm working with the Russians. So I don't like that. So we end up talking. Oh yeah, basically beyond this point I don't talk at all, right? Because this is the point where I've started doing proper holiday stuff. The draw discussions really ramp up. I think there's another chat that Italy makes called Stopping the Solo here, where he really tries to convince us, hey, we shouldn't attack Germany here, we should just all unite and fight for the draw and stop the solo, which myself and Russia are both going yes to in public, but when we're talking to each other, we're going, no, we want to continue this and keep fighting and, get ourselves a bit of a better result. Because there's no reason not to get a little bit of a better result, right? Especially when the game's just turned on its head. It's the person who it's turned against who is frantically wanting a draw. We don't need to compromise to that right now. So I do mention, I think basically the only thing I say after this phase is that my draw vote is in. It might be in that Stopping the Solo thing, in fact. Here, my draw vote is still in from when Oliver left, and will remain so. I don't like whittling for whittling's sake. If the game does continue, I'll move against Germany solely because I think it's needed for the video to stay at all interesting. If you're confident you can hold the southern line at Italy, then I think there's no chance of a Turkish solo, and I can send any help that you need. So I'm giving myself an excuse for making moves in the north. I've gone ahead and said I do have my draw vote in. If you look at the orders here, you will note that I do not. And I certainly am not going to vote for a draw here, just as the game turns in my favour. Even if it's a bit awkward for me to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to be doing right now. So I'm really looking to see what advantage I can push, where I can gain supply centres, and I need to pretend to Italy that I have that draw vote in, because I think otherwise he turns around and hits me. But obviously I do not actually have it. And as you can see in the winter phase here, if backstab loads, Italy takes off Fleet Lyon, which is a godsend to me. I'm really happy to see that. It's out of my way. Obviously Italy, it has a bit of a problematic position over here. It's kind of difficult to defend, but they can hold off for a while. They are going to lose these centres up here, but the Italian peninsula itself is really defensible. You can hold there for a long time with a relatively small number of units. They probably do need one extra army, which I can provide them. So I think it's fully possible they just stay down there while I do my thing in the north. So this raises the question of what is the next move? And this isn't something that I've been thinking through enough, right? Up until this point, I've been kind of, okay, I'm on the defensive for this entire time, and then last turn when I had the possibility to decide between Germany or Russia, I went, I'm gonna push that decision to the future. because I'm not comfortable making it right now. Well, now is the future. I can't push it any further, right? If I don't attack either of them right now, then they'll both just go, you know, well, this war is... well... if I don't attack either of them now, actually Russia just wins this war, I think. Because they will be able to push in with what units they have. Germany doesn't have enough units to defend or a good position to defend here. And I don't gain anything else of that. So, yeah, it's whatever. So that's probably not the right play. But what is the right play? I don't know. If I could guarantee that I can make something work, I think actually attacking the Russian might be a decent idea, purely because if I can convince him to go Irish Sea into English Channel, with support from North or something, then I can get this convoy off to here and properly threaten these British SCs. But at the same time, does that throw the game to Turkey? Because Italy is expecting me to work with Russia here. They've outright stated they want me to work with Russia. So if I go against that and stab Russia, then they probably... well, for one, they'll probably deduce that I don't actually have my draw vote in, and I'm lying to them about that as well. But then what's their reaction to that? Are they really going to just stay here and hold the line while I'm out here, like, doing things that they don't want me to do? I don't know that that's the case. So I think it might make more sense just to side with the Russian, try and kill Germany quickly, but make sure I make the gains that I can from Germany, which is probably, honestly, just Belgium and London. It feels really bad, because I want Germany to get a good result out of this, but I think it's the right play for me. Russia is also weak enough that there is a possibility that if people do actually manage to push Turkey back, which seems a bit unlikely, but it's a possibility, I could maybe get a good enough stab in the north to, you know, have not have a shot at the solo necessarily, but have a shot at the board top, right? Although it's really problematic, because if I stab Russia at any point, they can throw St. Petersburg, they can probably try and get Turkey into SCs up here, and then that would make a Turkish solo a really strong possibility. So, it's tough. It's really tough. I want to do this. This is what my heart tells me to do, right? I want to convoy Gascony up to Liverpool. I think that Irish Sea will stay in Irish Sea, though, so I think that it might even move to North Atlantic to bounce this potential move. And either way, I'm not going to get a clean convoy in. I would need to convoy into Clyde and then be attacking on the next turn, which is also not a bad possibility, right? But it's outright better just to do this. Even if I'm planning to work with the German, maybe it's better to do this, because then we can do a surprise attack into North? Huh. Actually, now that I look at that, maybe I can tell the German that this is what I'm planning to do, and then again push that decision back to the next turn. God, I'm such an indecisive man. I think that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to aim to do something like this. I'm going to aim to move to English Channel. I really think that the likely path will be just taking these two dots and unfortunately killing Germany. But I think this leaves open the option to work with Germany as well. And it is probably more effective in the long run than trying to do this, just because this can get bounced in so many different ways, right? So this is what I'm going to try and do this. I'm going to leave Italy to defend themselves down here and hope they defend themselves effectively. I think they're certainly a good enough player to do so. And if we do go for Germany, we gotta crush Germany as quickly as possible, because if we don't, Germany will help Turkey in some way. They aren't in a great position to do it, which is the blessing here. But yeah, we will need to do that quite fast. And if I do side with Germany, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with 4 Russian fleets. That just seems really, really difficult. Anyway, I think that's been enough of a recording. That has been quite a rambly one. I will see you in the fall of 1907. Okay, it is now fall 1907. It's actually just after fall 1907. We've gone into the retreat phase here. This is the springboard, and you might notice some weird things about it. I did exactly what I was talking about up here, right? But I've got this self-bounce in Burgundy. And you'll notice all the Russian units are moving full force away from the line. Irish Sea did block North Atlantic Ocean, so I'm quite glad I didn't go for that attack. But North Sea is moved into Norwegian Sea, Berlin got convoyed away into Livonia, Denmark is holding, it's not participating in any attack here, and you'll notice that the Russian units are just all moving to the line to try and contain Turkey, which was not what I was initially expecting at all. And we do have to look at the press a little bit for this one. And look, basically, we didn't talk very much until a bit into this phase. Russia asked me, what would you like to see Irish Sea do here? And I replied saying, I'm trying to figure that out myself, and I told them the plan. I think it would be great to get London and Belgium from this if we're squeezing Germany together. I think that means it's necessary for me to be in the channel if you're alright with that. So I'd quite like support there if that's a possibility, but that does leave Irish Sea in a useless position. Heading to Wales could be a good choice if it's an option you want to take. I didn't expect him to head to Wales. I think that was too much of an ask from someone in this position, right? I think he was a bit scared about the possibility of me going into Irish and or North Atlantic, most likely North Atlantic, if I was requesting Wales. And that just allows me to get a freebie convoy off onto the island. So that's why I say if it's an option you'd want to take, right? I'm giving him the option to just say no as a response to that and go with the safer thing, which is just supporting me to English Channel. Of course, that does also leave him open to me moving to North Atlantic. So I kind of wanted to talk to him about this and make sure that he was fine with what I was doing. I didn't actually need the support here. As you can see, Germany ended up supporting me in, which we'll have to take a look at the German press for. But here, I also make a bit of a mistake. I didn't think it would be a mistake, because my earlier conversation with the Russian very much led me to believe that he was willing to push in and squeeze the German, right, with me? Split the German centers between us, and then we're both in a better scoring position, essentially. We both have more centers than if we'd left the German alive and had just contained the Turk. And, like, I can't remember where exactly in earlier press, here, we were talking about it. I'm not sure whether I have much choice as to committing to the German war. He said, I'll join England on the scrap heap, and he doesn't consider his lack of press on the first turn of the game to be a valid reason to attack him. And then, yeah, so earlier, like, he sounded like he was ready to attack the German. Happy to work together to put you in some German centers and play this four-way endgame. But then you have to remember that this was a month ago, right? We had a massively long pause and time away from the game. And the problem with having a pause that long is that everyone is a little, like, comes back without exactly the same mindset as they had in the first place. Because, you know, you've had time to ponder on the game. You've also had time to lose maybe a bit of that drive that you had for the game in the first place, right? So before, he was perfectly happy to attack the German, and then after, so I thought, oh, okay, well, I'll share this information with him. I'll say, hey, I haven't put my draw vote in, right? And, like, in hindsight, I hate that I did that. I think that was a really stupid idea. What do I gain from telling him that I don't have my draw vote in? I gain absolutely nothing. Maybe a little bit of trust with him, in that if he suspected I had my draw vote in, if he suspected I didn't have my draw vote in anyway, then me outright telling him that is better than him just having the suspicion, right, for the entire time. And that was kind of my logic behind telling him this, because I thought that me pressing for centers and going, okay, I want to take this, I want to coordinate with you here, blah, 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 doesn't make a ton of sense if I'm also at the same time going, oh, I'm really hoping this game should end, I'm really hoping we can just draw at this point, you know, which is kind of what Italy wants to do. It kind of makes me look like a liar, because if I wanted to just draw the game, why am I still doing stuff? Why am I still pushing forward? The best way to force a draw is to just make sure that nothing on the board changes at all and say, hey Turkey, if you don't draw this game right now, you know, all that's going to happen is you're going to be attacked by everyone. and everyone who is attacking you is going to be left free to their own devices to continue attacking you. So I didn't think it was hugely believable for me to be coordinating in depth with Russia on this German attack and at the same time saying to Russia, hey, I have my draw vote in and I'm hoping this game will end. I didn't think that the Russian would believe me, and so I told him outright. I said, hey, I'm saying to Italy I have my draw vote in because I worry that otherwise they'll throw to the Turk. I think that's fairly accurate. I think that Italy would definitely come and attack me if they thought that I didn't have my draw vote in. Because they are a very strong proponent of the draw right now. And they can, of course, force me to draw by putting me on the defensive here. If they make Turkey into a much bigger threat, then I have to accept the draw, or I am potentially losing everything, right? If the enemy solos, then you get 0 points. That's far worse than me just ending on 5. So, I say I'm not one to throw in the towel when it looks like there's a decent chance at expansion still, and when the solo threat is still a very long way off. I'd assume you're in a similar boat. And I question this. I assume you're in a similar boat, because everything about the Russian up to that point had kind of indicated to me that he might also not have his draw vote in. He has been saying that he has it in, and he's been giving the reasoning that I am a replacement, therefore it's not my right to say that the game should continue. And I respect that reasoning, but at the same time that sounds like reasoning of saying, I really want to not have my draw vote in, but I kind of have to have it in, right? And like, you don't say that if you actually want the draw. So I figured he's probably telling the truth about it. He probably actually does think, hey, I'm a substitute, it's not my right to say that this game should continue if I'm the only holdout. But it does indicate to me that he'd be happy playing it on, as in continuing the game. And he actually says here, sure, my draw vote is actually in, Turkey's going to take 4 or 5 more in the east, some at my expense, and I don't see how you can beat his score. I'm not sure 18 is a massive risk, but it will become one if you start taking dots from behind. What dots are you looking to grow? Italian? And this message made me go, what? Wait, what? He's saying, where are you looking to get your dots from, Italy? We had an agreement to squash to squash Greece to get Greece. Oh my god. We had an agreement to squash Germany together, right? We definitely did. We discussed this. Why is he thinking that I'm now going to go attack Italy? That doesn't make any sense at all. So I go ahead and message him back. I said, you know, I really regret sending this, but I'll get back to this in a second. This part. No, I don't intend to go for Italy at all. I think that direction seriously risks a Turkish solo. I'd like to grab some of the German dots if you'd permit it. Belgium and London feel kind of naturally French here if we squeeze Germany. Is that something that works for you? And then he replies saying, I was under the impression that we weren't going to squeeze Germany. I don't know when I gave him this impression. I think maybe just he wasn't thinking about the game in the pause time, and he came back to us and just looked at it and went, oh, it doesn't make sense for us to attack Germany here, we need to contain Turkey, and then, you know, just took that as his opinion on the game and forgot all of our press. And he replied saying, I'm going to back off from him here as that's what Italy wants me to do and I need to be showing them love, but I have no issue with you doing as you like. I'm like, what? Wait, what? You are going to back off from Germany, you're saying that it's fine for me to continue attacking Germany, but I won't have any assistance, basically. I'll be on my own in it. And could I beat Germany from this position? By myself, yeah, probably. I mean, I think I'm in a generally stronger position than Germany here, right? If I don't do this self-bounce, if I move up to Burgundy into English Channel, if I have this second fleet ready to move up and attack London, it's going to be slow, but I can push forward from this position. Now, the line of 3 German armies is going to be a real pain to deal with, but the fact that he doesn't really have any fleet support, any well-positioned fleet support, and nothing particularly defending the North Sea, plus the fact that Russia has indicated that they would be, fine with me doing it, so they presumably wouldn't outright block me from doing it, even if they don't directly work with me. I think I could make really slow progress. But it would be progress. But is that a good idea? No, I don't think so. No, I really don't think so. Like, why would I go into this tiny war with this person without any assistance just for like very, very slow benefits and almost no gains? While there's this massive Turkish threat on the other side of the board that's slowly gonna roll, right? I think that they definitely could potentially contain it. I wasn't expecting this move during the phase, and with this move, the chance of containing Turkey at a smaller center count increases quite significantly, but it's still just, like, Turkey is going to end up very, very large, very, very quickly, and so me just slowly grinding out here is not what I intend to do. I want to go in and I want to smash something. Right? I want to get something very, very quickly. And so, yeah, I was just left looking at this and going, what? Well, what do I do then? I'm not sure why, but I thought we confirmed that we were squeezing Germany out. If you're uncomfortable with that, we don't have to do so. And he goes, I can't remember what we agreed to pre-pause. What Italy wants here is whole board coalition. He's worried about holding the center if we continue fighting Germany. I'm completely ambivalent, so if you want to raise the issue in the three-way chat, I'll happily back you up. I didn't respond to this. I think I wasn't around at the time it was sent, so the phase went through beforehand. But I wouldn't really have wanted to discuss this in a three-way chat anyway. I don't want to have to justify this to Italy. I kind of do have to justify it to Italy anyway. But, like, it's been such a running theme through this game that I hate three-way chats, right? And people keep trying to pull me into them and say, hey, you need to explain this thing to me and another person, because my press is always quite targeted at the person I'm talking to, right? And I think this is a problem with my press and something I absolutely need to work on, and it kind of comes from the fact that I started playing on Web Diplomacy, which is a website where you are only allowed to message people one-on-one. You can't create these group chats, right? So you can insert kind of individual white lies into negotiations with people that maybe they won't pick up on, that they're unlikely to question if it's a very small thing, that might, like, tip them a little bit towards agreeing with you. But that won't work in a three-way chat, and if you suddenly have to bring that stuff to a three-way chat and, like, defend it there, then it becomes very, very awkward, because you're trying to think, how can I avoid mentioning this thing that I mentioned in the two-way chat with this person before, right? How do I talk to these two people when I've told them slightly different things? So I hate doing three-way chats. I probably could have brought it up in a three-way chat here, but I wasn't particularly interested in doing that regardless. I want to keep this to two-way chats if I can. And this is where the Russian press this turn ends, right? And my press with the Russian this turn ends. And there was one thing I was going to mention here, which is one of the reasons why I was trying to argue basically for the possibility of attacking Germany. I say one of the most valuable things about media wars is people getting good insight into endgame negotiations. It's something that's not really covered elsewhere. I'm a bit loath to call the draw early anyway, unless we're already at stalemate. This was kind of an impulse reaction to the fact that he said his draw vote was in, and that he was actually looking to, like, try and contain the Turk as opposed to squeezing the German. It suddenly flipped my opinion of him on its head, because initially I was thinking, okay, this player is hungry. This player wants to go out and grab stuff, right? This player is going to work with me to try and gain supply centers. And then after this message here, this doesn't sound like that at all, right? This is sounding like a player who is resigned to finishing the game and who just wants the game to end. So I suddenly have to try and justify myself and my opinion. Like, I have just revealed myself to be the greedy bastard, right? Who wants to try and take stuff and who is preventing this game from ending. I'm suddenly going, oh my god, okay, now I need to find some kind of excuse. Or some better excuse for why I'm keeping this game going, because this person doesn't share the values that I was just saying that I have. Right? So I jump to the first excuse I can think of, which is I'm doing it for the content. It's for the video. You know, I don't want to be on 5 SCs for the entire video. That would make a terrible video. I want to be doing stuff. And so I'm not going to give up, right? I'm not going to end the game right now. And I don't think it's a disallowed thing, right? You should... In diplomacy, you're generally allowed to negotiate on whatever basis you want, right? There are some things that are frowned upon. If I said to a player, hey, I'll give you £100 if you do this, or $100 if you're American, I suppose, that would be very frowned upon. But generally speaking, just talking about your opinions of things outside of the game and stuff, that's a totally fine way to do it. Like, there's nothing that restricts me from talking about the video in this. But the fact that I brought up the video has kind of broken the fourth wall in this conversation, and it comes back to bite me on the next turn. And I will show you that in a second. But for the moment, let's go over to the German conversation here. So we have the spring 1907. I almost didn't talk to him in time in this phase. I took my time sending this message out, which was a mistake. I needed to get it in earlier, but he did have time to respond to it, so it ended up being fine. I said, you know, it seems the Italian units are off my line, so I have 3 units to help. Kiel is a 50-50 here, between Munich cutting Berlin or Munich supporting Old Kiel. You know, at this point, I didn't realize that the Russian was retreating from him. I'm looking at 2 possible strategies on my side. I can move Mid-Atlantic Ocean up, right? And try and get a convoy off into Liverpool or Clyde, but that's unlikely to be successful. Yeah, I give an upside and a downside, right? But this is the kind of... this is kind of a negotiation tactic. Because the upside in this is much less good than the downside is bad. If I get the 50-50, and I don't even state the downside as a downside, right? But someone as good as Germany will immediately see this. This is a really bad downside. If I get the 50-50 between North Atlantic Ocean, Irish Sea correct, if I get it wrong, that's 0 progress at all and tipping the Russian off that they need to be on the defensive. So that is a really painful downside, and I put that in because I really want him to push, to accept the other one of these 2 options. Because I don't think that this is the effective option here. I really want him to accept the move into English Channel, and I figured I need to make that his decision, because it's a move that could threaten him, right? Because it's a move that can put units on his border. So this was at the point where I was going for the English Channel move as giving me options between Russia and Germany. And so I wanted Germany to be fine with it. And so he goes, and I present it in the same way that I presented it initially in the video, right? As I was thinking about it. English Channel can go through to North Sea on the next turn. So you push it through to north with London. This feels like a route more directly helpful to your defense. It's possible that the actual best defense is trying to get Russian units off the board ASAP, which I think the British line might be better for. So again, this is kind of... I give a downside with the upside, but the upside is just so much more better than the downside is worse. So this just looks like the better option all around. And I think it actually is the better option for us. But I just wanted to kind of push that without it looking like I'm actually trying to force myself into English Channel. So then I ask, do you have a preference there? You know, do you have a preference between the terrible option or the good option? Please give me your opinion. And he goes, if you move to English Channel, I can support that. Then you convoy it into Wales, and I can support that. And I hadn't even thought about this line, right? I hadn't thought, oh, yeah, actually, I can still get the convoy off and attack Britain from this angle. We don't need to go straight into North Sea. So he presents a very solid plan, I think. That should be better than a 50-50 shot, I think. From there, the island is much more open to our attacks. And I say, ooh, I wasn't thinking about that line. I like it a lot. I'll move Portugal north too, and I can try the 50-50 with that fleet at the same time as convoying. That was basically all we said that phase. We should have talked much more, but I got what I wanted. I got him accepting that I could go to English Channel. I really should have discussed Burgundy as well, right? Because the problem was, Germany is easily a savvy enough player that if I had moved another unit into Burgundy behind this unit that's moving up to Picardy, he would have gone, what the hell are you doing? That unit is positioning to attack me, because you don't need the extra unit in Burgundy, right? Do you need it for some specific reason? Surely you would have warned me in advance if we needed it to back up Belgium or whatever. So I end up... I was thinking of doing that. I was thinking of going to him and saying, hey, do we need another unit in Burgundy here to back you up? And that would have set me up on this line. But that was about the time where I got these messages from the Russian basically saying, I'm backing off of Germany, I'm not going to attack him, you're on your own here. And I was like, well then why am I about to piss Germany off? In order to get a better position on them. Because I don't think an attack on them is good as if Russia isn't helping me. So I instead just enter the self-bounce and don't bother talking about Burgundy at all. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to back off, I'm going to make my relations with Germany actually good so that this option becomes more of an option, the attack Russia option, as opposed to sticking with the attack on Germany. So we don't end up talking about that. The only other conversation, I mean, I should be having conversation with Turkey, but I'm not. I'm not going to directly help Turkey, and I think Turkey knows that, right? I'm not coming south to help my main competitor, and so there's not really that much for us to discuss. And I think Turkey has that mindset too, because they haven't sent me any messages over this time. So we then have... Right, so yes, Italy had sent me some messages in the meantime, like during the pause, or just before the pause, I think, saying, hey, please respond, you know, you're being framed for for not accepting the draw, which is kind of true, but yeah, this was sent before he knew that I was on holiday, and this was before we agreed to the pause, so yeah. This was the first message I sent after the pause went through. Sorry for my complete silence on this. I was trying to keep up with things while I was over there. I'm glad we had the pause. And I say I've got my draw vote in, right? I can't remember how much of this I covered in the last one, so I'm not going to go into detail on it. Basically, none of it matters. I just say, hey, I'm going to go and squeeze Germany. And he basically says, you know, that's a possibility. I don't like it, is what he's saying here, but you can do it if you really want to. And he then says, you know, can you wait and then let me let you know what I need from you in terms of backing up my line. And I really don't want to send units south to back up his line, right? Because whoever I attack in the north, I'm gonna need as many of my units there as possible. I can maybe send one army to Piedmont. If I send my Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet here, or the Portugal fleet on this turn, I suppose, well, either of these fleets, if I send them down south, that's half of my navy going. And, like, I'm not going to get a build for a little bit of time here, so that is a huge proportion of my units. If I'm sending any units south to assist him, I want it to be as late as it possibly can be, so that I can use them in the north before that point. So I'm like, yeah, okay, you look closer at the situation, figure out what you need, and then I'm doing, like, fingers crossed, please don't ask me for anything I can't afford to give you right now. And I go ahead and just give my excuse as to what I'm gonna, you know, what I'm aiming for here, why I am attacking Germany. At this point, this was before I heard from the Russian that they were backing off. And he asks, okay, what do you need? And I go ahead and talk about the possible stalemate lines down here, right? The points at which he gets pushed back to. And this is kind of an interesting moment, right? He doesn't follow my logic at all. Because I'm talking about the specific stalemate lines that you can hold from this position as Italy, which are all around this line. They're around Naples, Tyrrhenian Sea, Tunis, Rome, Venice. You can hold Apulia as well. But if you hold Apulia as well, you need an extra unit, I think. Actually, I'm not sure you do need an extra unit. I might be mistaken. Yeah, okay. So these are the two possible lines, right? If you want to hold the line at Apulia, then we need to have 2 armies supporting Venice, right? 1 unit supporting Apulia here, and then these 2 units just holding the line. Because that defends against a supported attack on Apu, they'll have 2 units there. It defends against a double supported attack on Venice, because they'll have 3 units around that. And it protects all of these centers, well, all of these provinces, against just a unit slipping past. So that is what you need if you're going for an Apu defense. If you're going for a defense that doesn't include Apulia, you can drop these fleets back, right? Apulia to Naples, Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea. You can hold this entire front with just the Italian fleets that are here. And then you need army, because there are 4 potential attacks around... There are 4 units that can attack Venice from that position. This is something I should probably have made a sandbox on. There is a sandbox in existence that shows... In fact, actually, I'll just bring that up. It will give a little bit of spoilers as to what I was talking about at the end of the next phase. But it will show you what I'm talking about in terms of the Italian moves, right? So here... The actual problem that I was looking at, there is a significant problem with my reasoning here, because I say we can hold either of these lines, and I say that if we hold the line that doesn't include Apulia, we can do that with just the Italian fleets. But if you think about that, that means we have Italian fleet here, Italian fleet here, Italian fleet here, Italian army here. I've got my 2 armies in backing it up, but we need another Italian army here to block an army move. Apulia to Rome, right? And count the Italian units, that is 5 Italian units with 4 Italian centers to support them. So I would need to give up Marseille potentially to the Italian to allow that to even be viable, which I wouldn't. I would certainly not prefer to do. So actually it does require my fleet in the south regardless of which type of line we're going for. So... we can look at the Apulia line here instead. The one that actually includes Apulia we may as well go for because it's basically exactly the same either way. So in this position you would have Naples support hold Apulia, you would just have Tyrrhenian Sea can hold, Tunis can hold, and then these 2 units support hold Venice. And then nothing can get through this line on this side, right? There is no combination of Turkish units that they can have, as long as they don't have any units behind the lines up here, which they can't, because they can't build fleets up in the north, they can only build fleets here. So this will hold forever. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, and interestingly, you know, Italy doesn't get what I'm talking about at all here. And I think this is a difference in website culture, right? So the Italian player, I started playing on web diplomacy, a decade ago now? Maybe a little bit more than a decade? Probably 12 years ago. And the thing about web diplomacy is it used to be draw-based, draw size scoring based. So I think I talk about this a lot in Media Wars 1, but the type of scoring system that you're using massively impacts the endgame play of diplomacy. Draw size scoring means that your endgame is about eliminating as many people as possible, and it doesn't matter how big someone gets as long as they don't get to 18, right? If they get to 18, you score nothing at all. So you do not want to allow someone else to get to 18, but you want to cut as many people out of the draw as possible while not allowing the leading player to get to 18. I really hate that style of play. I kind of like the fact that it's just about whittling out all of the smaller powers who might have spent the entire game, fighting for their place in the end game. And then it's just suddenly in all of the big players' interests to squash them and make all of that effort be for nothing. I hate that. I really prefer scoring systems like some squares or like just any center-based system where you aren't directly incentivized to work with other big powers to eliminate tiny powers at the end of the game. But playing that kind of scoring system prepares you for endgames a lot. For the endgame of, I'm going to be against a power who might get to 17 supply centers, or who might really be threatening a solo, right? And I need to figure out exactly how to stop that solo from happening, while still accomplishing my objective, while still squeezing smaller powers out of the draw. And squeezing smaller powers out of the draw has a really big risk of that smaller power going to the big power and going, okay, I'm going to help you just win the game here to punish the power who's getting me out of the game, right? So the result is that you have a lot of these situations where you end up in a position where you have to prevent someone who's incredibly close to a solo from getting to that solo. And so you're very, very used to thinking about these stalemate lines and stuff like that. Whereas Italy in this game, and honestly a lot of newer players to the game, because nowadays almost every site uses stuff like summer squares or points-based systems, points per supply center based systems. There we go, got it on take 3. Those, players who come into the game with that don't end up in these kind of situations anywhere near as much, right? Because, for one, you're playing a lot more time-limited games. You're playing a lot of games that are limited to like 1910 or 1912, where people don't really get close to that 18 supply centers. And you can take centers at the end of the game and like annoy people with the knowledge that it doesn't really matter because the game is ending on the next turn. So you don't need to think about the stalemate situation. You certainly don't end up in situations where you're like, I'm going to piss this player off massively, right? To the point of I'm going to threaten them with elimination while another player is close to a solo, because it's basically never worth it to do something like that under these scoring systems. So I think most people who have been playing in games like that don't have a very solid understanding of a lot of the types of stalemates that you get on a DSS board. A lot of the like 17 center pushing right the way up to the line kind of stalemates. They'll still be very aware of like the major stalemate line, because that comes up anyway. That happens even in time limited games, right? And even when you're going for centers. But like positions where you have to stalemate someone who's being actively thrown to by someone else, and therefore your stalemate is going to be in a little bit of a weird position. But I think the press kind of indicates this, and the later press with Italy kind of indicates a similar thing. I think, again, this is from the next phase. Where is it? Here. You should never plan on holding someone at 17. All it takes is one player making a mistake or getting angry, and the game is over. I've seen it countless times. This is why stalemate fetishizing players are often the easiest to solo on. And he's absolutely correct, right? You shouldn't plan on holding someone at 17 when you don't have a solid plan for doing so, or when there's not a massive incentive for doing so. Like, if you're playing in a points-based system, a points per supply center-based system, getting a couple of extra supply centers is never going to be worth the risk that getting an enemy to 17 supply centers is going to have on the game. Whereas in draw size, the amount of points that you gain from someone being eliminated, it absolutely is worth doing something like that, right? So people who aren't really used to that aren't used to trying to hold someone at 17. You can absolutely hold people at 17 if you plan it well enough. But he's not wrong that stalemate fetishizing players are often the easiest to solo on when they don't have a solid plan for getting into that stalemate in position in the first place. And yeah, we'll talk about this message more in a sec because it refers more to what happened in the fall phase and we're still on spring. But I think it is important to know that he is not a stalematey kind of player. He is a player who is looking at this board and going, okay, I can push Turkey back a little bit. I want to basically push Turkey back until we draw. I'm not looking at a situation where I go into a specific position and then lock that position down, right? And then never go anywhere. I'm looking at a position where I try and push forward or where I try and lose things as slowly as possible. I'm not looking at the end game of that position. So that's going to be a really important thing in this conversation to keep in mind. So he then asks for Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med. And I look at this message and I go, I do not want to do that. Yes, he needs the unit, right? But he doesn't need it right now. He needs it in the final endgame position. And so I can hold off on doing that for a little bit. And I should probably have just sent him a message saying that, but I just looked at this message and I'll go, oh, it's easier just not to respond to it and then to pretend I was asleep, right? And I feel like that's a pretty big mistake because it got him pretty frustrated at me on the next turn. So, yeah. I end up moving Mid-Atlantic Ocean to English Channel, as you see here. Germany ends up supporting that, and then actually Turkey ends up in a really bad position over here. I think Italy and Russia said some stuff to him that tricked him into doing suboptimal orders, especially the fact that he tried to convoy Ankara into Romania and failed here. Yeah, this bounce back is just kind of painful for his momentum, and the fact that Russia moved all of his units back as well means that Turkey is in a pretty bad position now. So then we go into the fall negotiations. And the fall negotiations are kind of interesting ones. He goes ahead and says, it's frustrating that you're willfully ignoring my messages. So, like, he cottoned onto what I was doing 100% on that last phase where I just didn't reply to his, can you confirm Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med? It was on a day where I was running a tournament, right? So I thought, hey, I'll have a pretty good excuse for not having seen this. But, like, I mean, he knew full well. He knew full well what I was doing. He called me out on it straight away. I still tried to hide behind that excuse. But I think he knew even when he said, sorry for being grumpy with you, right? And he goes ahead and says, you know, I managed to bluff Turkey into a slower fleet rollout, and I apologize for no Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med. I also say, hey, you know, I found out that Russia was backing off of Germany. I wasn't sure how to react to that. I still wanted to push up the line in case there's any potential there, but I also didn't want to irritate Germany. So that's why you saw the moves that you did with the self-bounce in Burgundy. I'm not 100% sure what the play is now. And I definitely don't want to tell him that I'm considering attacking Russia, because I feel like Russia is his number one ally in this game right now. And if he knows that, I think he, at the very least, tips Russia off about it. And if he doesn't tip Russia off about it, well, no. I think he definitely tips Russia off about it, right? He says, hey, Russia, you need to defend yourself against this specific attack that France is doing, and then I'm a bit, you know, more on the defensive because Russia probably goes to Germany and tries to pitch him on a deal, whereas right now I think Russia is not trying to pitch Germany on any kind of deal because of the... You know, there's no love lost between them, right? They have... Russia stabbed Germany hard earlier, and they haven't had great relations since then. So, I also say sorry for no Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med. I can send the second Mao fleet to you if you want. And I was thinking, okay, if I do attack Germany, I probably can afford to send the second Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet south into Western Med and just to assist. But I still don't really want to do it, right? I think that fleet is more useful to me in the north. But can I get away with saying, hey, I don't want to send you either of my fleets right now, when he specifically requested one on the previous phase? I don't know. I said you're in a pretty solid position on the seafront with the NAP unit taken off the board, so he managed to blow up the Turkish unit here. Maybe it's not immediately necessary. And he responds actually better than I thought. He says, I don't see any need to bring units towards me quite yet, but I'll probably need help next year. Understandable if you decide to target Liverpool, but please keep an eye on board balance, because without at least Russia's help, Turkey will completely break through unless Germany somehow wakes up to the threat. So he gets the... I think he reads more between the lines than I was actually intending him to read between the lines in this message, and says, okay, you probably are targeting Russia then. Because you've mentioned that Russia is backing off from Germany and you don't know how to react, right? And this certainly looks a bit like you might react by attacking Russia. So he's saying to me, hey, you know, you do your thing, that's totally fine, but just keep in mind, if you do attack Russia, it's going to be much harder for me over on this side of the board. And I didn't respond to this message. And this was a moronic thing not to respond to. I should have absolutely talked. But I just didn't... This one wasn't me being obnoxious and deciding not to respond. This one was just me being too busy. But it was absolutely a message I needed to respond to, because I don't want Italy mad at me, right? I need Italy to continue holding back this Turkish threat. And that was actually, even though the next message says fall 1907, the next message is actually fall 1907 retreat. So it's not really relevant to this phase. We'll get back to it on the next one. What's going on in the other chats? Well, Russia basically sent me very, very little on that phase, right? Interesting that Germany supported use of the channel. What would you see me do here? Are you planning to take Belgium? I have the go-ahead from Italy to hit Germany now. Berlin wasn't agreed. Germany didn't play ball in the east, so I'm game for whatever. And then I go ahead and say, you know, when you said you were backing out, I made sure I had German permission for the English channel move in case we weren't going through with the attack. I still did want to grow if there was a chance, but I'd have to have judged the situation at the time, because if Germany is attacked and doesn't actually go down, that may be a Turkish solo. The Burgundy bounce was for the same reason. I'm a bit annoyed that I did that, because I can't actually guarantee anything this turn now. And I go ahead and ask him for tactics. I go and say, hey, you know, okay, it's great that you're willing to go back in again. What do you think we do here? And he goes, oh, it's trivial to take down Germany. If you just go to Burgundy, I go to North. I'll move there anyway, and then we can choose what to do. Germany may well cover Kiel, which is nice. I'm liable to stay even in the east. If I don't, I can just disband this fleet up here. You let me know. I'm happy to ride with you however these things go. And then I didn't respond to this message either, and again, this was because I was too busy. I should have responded to this message in some way. And I should probably have considered this message a little bit more in my actual moveset, because this move, this thing here would have been really valuable to me, right? If he goes down one in the east and takes off a fleet, that gives me much more ability to attack him. This North Atlantic Ocean fleet is never going to be useful against the German, so it's only really annoying to me, and I kind of need those northern fleets off the board anyway, because if he does at some point decide to throw to Turkey, those northern fleets are going to be the liability. They're going to be the horrendous thing. It's really hard to hold a stalemate line if there are northern fleets behind you. Well, hold the stalemate line from the north anyway. So we would have to try and coordinate taking down those units. But I didn't end up responding to this. I didn't have time. That's my excuse anyway. I probably could have found time, but I just was too lazy, right? And that is not a good thing to admit, but it is the truth in this scenario. I was already kind of leaning towards working with Germany. I think I said in the last video my heart wanted to go with Germany anyway, because of the situation we've been in this game, because we've been the underdogs, right? Russia came in and did manage to get this Turkish-Italian war started, but at the same time he stabbed our alliance in the north and kind of messed the situation up there, and made myself and Germany even more of the underdogs in that moment. I've obviously not had the best relations with Germany for a lot of this game, but for some of this game, he's been my best friend in it, right? He's been the person who's been experiencing the same thing that I have and the same frustrations that I have. And I would like to come out of this game as an ally with Germany, in that respect. Just like from a this is what I want situation. It's not necessarily the best thing I can do, but it is what I want to do. And so I was kind of already leaning that way on that front, but I thought it would be more efficient to attack Germany. When Russia backed off, I was like, oh, well, okay, I guess Germany is the better option now, right? And when Russia comes back with these kind of messages, there's like very little here. I ask him for tactics, and then he still doesn't really give me any kind of long-term tactics or any indication of what he's doing this phase. It still just feels like he's resigned to this game ending, right? He's just looking to go through the motions of the end game, and that's not what I'm looking for in my ally. I'm looking for someone who wants to actively work with me and to help me, because if you're... and, like, who is hungry for the German dots as well. Because I think that's going to be an important thing going into the endgame. If we are taking out a power, we need to squeeze them immediately and hard, right? And if you're not enthusiastic about doing that, I'm not sure how much you'll be squeezing. Yeah. I don't know if that makes much sense. I think it does. It certainly was what I was thinking through in this moment. And so I had talked to Germany, and I said, I mean, I really didn't talk that much to Germany either on this phase. But we go ahead and we say, hey, you know, that went very well. Turkey screwed up his tactics over there. Weirdly, Germany says, hopefully we have a free hand to go help Turkey soon. I was thinking, oh god, no. We don't want to help Turkey in this situation. If we help Turkey, they probably get to a solo. We just want to focus on doing our thing in the north and try and do it fast enough that we can also, like, seal off the line. But, yeah, I go ahead and say, you know, the Russian backed off, I assume some agreement. Do you think we can and should still push in on them here, or do you think we should accept the peace? I'm kind of probing here to make sure... Is Germany of the same opinion as Russia is right now? Have they both checked out of this game completely, right? And he goes, we should still go after Russia. I'm like, okay, well, that locks in my decision for me. You're the ally I want in the first place, right? And you are the ally who wants to work with me. And so I am 100% going to side with you. And he goes ahead and says, you know, I think if you were in a better spot, we need to worry about Russia throwing, but he doesn't have the option of throwing to Turkey. Italy will fight for every inch of ground, and you and I will be positioned to claim St. Petersburg before Turkey beats Italy. I'm not so sure about this. I think Italy might stop fighting Turkey if he gets frustrated enough at what we're doing in the north, but I do think that Italy wants to survive. Right? I do think that Italy wants a result. And so I think we can get away with it. I just think it's more difficult than Germany is letting on here, especially considering we only have the 4 fleets in the north, right? And one of them is trapped in Berlin to Russia's 4 fleets in the north. He has the same power here. So it's going to be kind of tough, even if we are pushing in and dotting him. And I go ahead and say, you know, I express my worry about Italy, but Germany goes ahead and says, you know, I don't think Italy can turn around. He's in a fight for his life and he's too selfish to throw. I think that's a good read. It's telling that he's not even threatened that. I don't think he thinks of it as even part of his range of options. And I think, again, this is referring back to the fact that Italy isn't, like, from this culture where you squeeze people out in the end game, right? Because if I was Italy in this position, I would certainly be... I probably wouldn't be threatening to throw at this point, but I would be thinking about the implications of doing it, right? And Italy hasn't done anything like that. He's not really thinking about throwing this game. He's thinking about his own survival, which is what I want him to be thinking about. I respect the hell out of that. I really do. So I end up deciding to do these moves right here. So the convoy across to Wales, I go for North Atlantic Ocean because I figure it's very unlikely that North Atlantic Ocean is going to be holding. Most of the time he's been trying to defend this area, he's gone back and forth between it. And if he's properly working with me, he'll probably be moving it into Norwegian Sea, so I'll get it anyway. I want to get something adjacent to Liverpool, and I do actually manage to do that with this move, of course. And I bounce in Burgundy again because I'm like, okay, I can help, I can stay on side with Germany. I am committed to staying on side with Germany at this point. And Germany, unfortunately, loses the gas on Kiel. He assumes that Denmark and Baltic are going to be supporting in, and Baltic actually issues a helpful support of Ruhr to Kiel, which would have countered the other thing I was considering proposing to Germany, which was that he just self-bounces in Kiel, right? He goes Holland to Kiel, Ruhr to Kiel, therefore any single attack into Kiel is bounced out. Russia anticipated that and attempted to do the hostile support, and this means that all of Germany's supply centers are covered and Germany cannot build a fleet. This is super important. If Germany had held this unit in Ruhr, right, he gains Berlin, he puts another fleet down in Kiel, and then Berlin and Kiel can target Baltic together. It pins down this Denmark fleet in particular, gives him a chance of pushing out, and we've got a push on this side. Russia now has a stronger position than they would have otherwise. He says, I would have liked to put down a fleet, but I needed to defend against the fleets in Den and Baltic, which was completely fair. I think this move is perfectly okay, and, like, it's not the end of the world. This can still tap Denmark and be annoying and allow us to get into North Sea, right? So that should be fine. But of course, after this move goes through, Russia is not happy. Russia is not happy at all. And if we look, you could, like, I think I talked earlier in the video about how I didn't like people using the name Marcus in like diplomacy negotiations, just because it feels a lot like they're using that name to try and influence me in some way, right? Somehow this feels worse. The fact he opened his message with CaptainMeme, I can just hear the disappointment in those words. Like, just the number of dots as well. You can hear this, right? You can hear this statement. It's not just me. I'd like you to walk me through your logic here. You've attacked a player vital to holding back your principal competitor, who's well on track to beat you, barring a serious effort from the rest of the board, in favour of working with a player who offers you absolutely nothing in terms of growth or help against Turkey. And this at a time when I've been very open about being willing to follow your lead and move in whatever strategic direction you'd like me to. I'm really struggling to understand this. And then he goes into what you would expect in this position, which is, let me be very clear, if you take a dot from me, or at any future point, I will immediately throw this game to Turkey and support him into my Scandinavian dots for the 18. Italy will do the same. He's on a knife edge about throwing as it is. It's not too late, we're in no harm, no foul territory, but I need to understand your thinking and we need to come to an understanding about moving forward together right now, or this game is over. So this is an ultimatum, right? We're in the end game now territory. I've been issued this threat. If you take a single one of my centers here, I'm going to try and get Turkey to 18 and make sure you score that big fat 0, right? Absolutely nothing at all. It's a very good negotiating tactic in the right situation. Threatening it too early can be a downside because it's very obvious that it's a bluff. And then, of course, you get boy who cried wolf and your later ultimatums aren't believed. But this is the situation where you make the ultimatum. Because Russia is fighting Turkey. They are the reason that Turkey is not a solo threat yet, and they can absolutely make Turkey a solo threat if they want to try. So I was kind of expecting this message, and at the same time, I'm like, now, okay, I need to weigh up this situation and see, is it likely that he is actually able to throw to the Turk? Because this part of the message doesn't matter, right? You've attacked a player vital to holding back your principal competitor on this board who's well on track to beat you. I think Turkey is beating me no matter what, right? They're absolutely getting more centers than I am. There is zero chance that Russia and Italy from this position could effectively push Turkey back. Turkey's position is just too strong here. It really is. Especially with this slip into Vienna. Even though Italy managed to make pretty good moves this turn that countered a lot of what Turkey was trying to do, they didn't manage to counter this, and Turkey has still made advances pretty much everywhere. Right? The Russian getting into Cilicia is a bit of an issue for them, but they got the convoy off into Romania, so they are advancing their front line. And so, I'm not that bothered about being in first place in this game. I don't think I'm gonna get there. But what I do want to get is as many centers as I can without causing the solo to happen to me. And it's a bit of a weird goal. Because I think I talk about this a lot in Media Wars 1, right? But ideally, in a competitive game or in a casual game, you want to lay out what the objectives are at the start of the game, because if you don't, what are people going to play for, right? It's a big question mark. Obviously, people want to play for 18, but Diplomacy is a game where most people won't be able to play for 18. There'll be a lot of players towards the end game who don't have that possibility, because they're much, much smaller. And the question then is, what do you aim for once you are in that position where you can't reach the 18 anymore? You should obviously aim for preventing someone else from getting to 18, because in that case you would lose, right? Whereas a draw is strictly better than a loss. But if you've just got that as your objective, does that mean that the moment you can't get to 18 yourself anymore, you should just work to contain the leader and do nothing else? Because that makes for really boring end games. So you really should declare like some end game condition that isn't just 18 supply centers. And despite all my preaching in Media Wars 1 about, hey, we should play with a specific victory condition, this game doesn't have one. We don't have like a scoring system involved. If this were Summer Squares, me trying to take centers from the Russian is utterly stupid, right? It's terrible. Because it's making the Turks so much bigger. It's going to make the Turks so much bigger that my score will go down even if I do gain centers. Right? On the other hand, if this is a cut the players out of the draw kind of thing, then me getting Russia to throw is actually probably a good thing, because they kill themselves much faster. And so as long as we can prevent the Turk getting to 17 supply centers, 18 supply centers even, then it's a worthy thing to do. Now, I'm treating this game as if the supply center count is important, so I'm not treating this game as draw size scoring, right? My goal right now is, hey, how many dots can I take without losing this game? And that's going to annoy people, because why am I doing that? Right? I'm doing it for content, really. If this were an actual game, like an actual casual game, should I be doing this? Absolutely not. This is a terrible idea. But I'm kind of doing it for the video more than anything. And yeah, it's like it's going to annoy Russia enough to throw, and it might even annoy Italy enough to throw, because they're going, why the hell are you doing this? That doesn't make any sense at all. But yeah, this is where this sandbox with the Italian came from, right? You'll notice that Turkey has a ludicrous amount. They've managed to get the entirety of Scandinavia, which, for the record, I don't think is possible even if Russia is throwing to them, right? Getting a Turkish army to here is really difficult. It's like insanely hard. More likely they just push into Berlin and Munich, but everyone knows those stalemate lines anyway, so I wanted to make one that demonstrates, hey, there is a stalemate line possible that, you know, involves Turkey actually being thrown to as much as Russia can possibly throw to them. So this is actually a complete stalemate line, even in the north. If you put in Burgundy support Munich, Ruhr support Munich, so therefore that defends against the 3 units that can attack Munich, you have Baltic support hold Berlin, and you just have Kiel hold, then the Turkish armies that have got round to Denmark, they can't get in because they're unsupported by anything. The 2 Turkish units here can't get into Berlin. And of course, Turkey can't have fleets in the north because Turkey is stuck behind the Italian line down here. So it could be a problem if Russia still manages to keep the fleets on and manages to, like, break Baltic support, stuff like that. But I think, well, obviously, if this has already happened, then Russia can't be alive anymore because Russia has already been eliminated. But I was making this stalemate line to demonstrate, hey, you know, even if Turkey manages to get to the greatest extent of what they can get to, we should be okay. So it's okay to attack the Russian here. And this is where Italy makes that comment I said earlier about players fetishizing stalemate lines. He goes and takes a look at this and he goes, what the hell are you thinking? Why do you want to give Turkey this much in the way of supply centers? Why do you want to let Turkey get to this amount, right? And then, like, well, that's kind of not the point of this. It's not saying I want to let Turkey get to this. It's saying even if Turkey can get to this, we still have a way out, right? And therefore, it's kind of reasonable to keep pushing in on Russia. Because Italy was not happy at all that I went for Russia here, even though they said that it would be fine for me to go to Liverpool. It was one of those statements of, you know, I'm going to say it's fine even though it's clearly not fine because I want you to be happy, but you had better not do it. And then I did it, and then, you know, that's where this thing ended up. So Russia is threatening me. Italy is really annoyed at me. You can see here, I'm a little too depressed to keep playing along with your I just want 6 story, so please forgive me if I just ask you to take the draw instead of dragging out Turkey's march to victory. Right? And then I send this message back, you know, he's really annoyed that I haven't sent a unit south to assist him as well. And he says, you know, you should never plan on holding someone at 17. And then he also says, I desperately wanted you to back me up, but you keep dotting people without much thought to the consequences. I'm thinking, is it without much thought to the consequences? I feel like I'm putting quite a lot of thought into the consequences here, right? Yeah, it's dotting. The reason people get so frustrated about dotting is that you're taking a tiny amount of supply centers for basically no gain to yourself, right? And risking far more by making that person mad at you. But I'm kind of saying, hey, you know, the end result of this dotting is still fine, it's still a draw, so it's not the worst situation in the world. And I feel like even making this sandbox in the first place is putting a lot of thought into the consequences. He says, it certainly gives me pause, and I'd rather just take my chance guessing right against Turkey. Please stay out of Piedmont and the Med. And I was reading this, I was like, yes, hell yeah, I don't need to send a unit south. At the same time, I was like, okay, actually, I do need to talk to Italy and try and make them a little less mad at me, because this is the kind of talk that leads up to someone throwing, right? Because Italy is clearly getting pretty frustrated at me here with my play. But, and I need them not to think, hey, you know, I'll dot them if I go south and help them, because they will need my help at some point, and I need to make sure they accept that. But at the same time, I'm going, yes, I'm not going to get requested to go into Tyrrhenian Sea anytime soon. That's actually quite good, because I don't want to send anything into Tyrrhenian Sea anytime soon. That would be a waste of my fleets when I really need them in the north to deal with all these Russian fleets. He said, you know, I believe that you'll simply snatch what you can from me, consequences be damned. That's not true. If I went south to help Italy, I would absolutely help Italy support the line, because stabbing Italy does actually lose me the game, right? It doesn't lose me the game if I have all of Germany and Russia on site, because we can just form the major stalemate line along here, which is a super, super easy one to form. But, like, if I'm looking for supply centers, this is not the place to get them. because I can take Tunis and hold Tunis in a stalemate line. In order to hold any of these centers in a stalemate line against the Turk here, I would need to take basically all of them and have a ton of units in this region, which I'm not going to be able to do. I've got 5 centers. Like, if I went south against Italy, the only extra builds I'd be getting are the ones I pick up from Italy, and this is just a slog to get through. So I don't think this is, like, even a viable path for dotting someone. I think it would be a terrible place to go for dotting. Whereas you see up here, I get Liverpool immediately, I get Edinburgh nearly immediately after that, and I can hopefully push into Norway and Denmark and, you know, secure this area as well. And if we do manage to secure this area, there is zero chance that Turkey gets around the top of it. That is a big if. We need to push past the Russian fleets in order to do it at all. But it is absolutely a possibility, and it's something I can aim for. Whereas down here, aiming for taking Venice, Rome, Naples is not. It's just not possible. There's 0 point. So I go ahead and say, you know, I'm playing for center count. It's not without thoughts of the consequences. I'm well aware of the consequences. I just don't think that dotting the Russian leads to a Turkish solo. And I do also say, hey, I'm going to keep the army in Marseille just in case you do ever need me in Piedmont. And then he goes ahead and he says, yeah, this is unfortunate personal stuff, and I'm really sad for him on this. But he also says that he, you know, he's told me what he thinks of the strategy. It doesn't, you know, this is all pretty foolish, just dotting people and letting Turkey grow bigger. So, you know, this is again, I think, the difference in like just values about the end game. The fact that I'm making the leader get bigger means that it's bad in most scoring systems, so this is not something I should be doing, right? And then I would have happily sided with you and Germany if you'd had a plan to press Turkey, but this just seems like a bunch of silly greed plays on all sides. And he also says, you know, let me get back to you after builds. Maybe if Germany is really going to be monomaniacal about Russia, I cannot pronounce that word, I could get you into Tyrolia and Vienna. Would that be of any interest to you? Yeah, it probably would. I do have the army free down here. I can go and help him against Turkey. And I am good to do that, if he's willing to do that. But notice that this is conditional on Germany being a maniac. And this is because earlier, when I was giving the excuse for why I'm attacking Russia instead of Germany, I think I say here, I did end up targeting Liverpool because while Russia said they'd be down for going back in on Germany, the plan they presented for it didn't make any sense. Well, I mean, it kind of made sense, it just, there wasn't a solid plan at all, right? And it sounded like he was depressed and waiting for the game to end. But I didn't want to say it sounds like he's waiting for the game to end, because that indicates that I don't have my draw vote in, and I'm trying to give the impression to Italy that I do. I kind of assumed they weren't actually going to do it, which seems true looking at the East. Whereas Germany is champing at the bit to murder Russia, and I'm 100% sure he's deadly serious. He hates that New Russia immediately stabbed him, and he wants to punish it. Right, so Italy has taken this to mean Germany might be the draw holdout, Germany is the one at fault for this. What I actually meant it as was, I can't kill Germany quickly because Russia isn't on board with that. Whereas I can potentially kill Russia quite quickly because Germany is on board with that, right? It doesn't mean Germany is not pro-draw. It just means that Germany is more willing to do stuff right now than Russia is. So, yeah. He also says he'd be happy to work towards getting me a win. I don't believe that. I also don't believe that a win for me is even possible, but I understand why he thinks that that's on my mind, because the way I'm playing right now with taking more dots does make the most sense if I was aiming for some kind of, like, win result. But I don't think it is actually possible at all. And yeah, I think that's about it as far as the press goes, and that leaves me with this current situation, right? I think I didn't talk through this message. So this is my response to the Russian. Turkey is topping this board regardless, as far as I see it. You and Italy has done a hell of a lot better than I expected, but I don't think it's possible for you to push in. I still want to do as well as I can without costing me the game, or without costing us the game, really. The main reason I went this way, instead of trying to push for anything any German centers, was that last message you sent. I'm not sure if it's fair because it was me who brought up the video as part of my reasoning in the first place. That's something I absolutely shouldn't have done, but okay, I didn't even mention this in the video, but here, last message you said, I was like, I think I focused on this. He said he could disband North Atlantic Ocean. He also goes, you just let me know, I'm happy to ride with this, however you want to see things go. And then the ending of this message was just, your video after all, and I'm just a sub. Right? And it wasn't... This is possibly the most... Like, the rest of the messages have all given this impression too, but this message in particular gives the impression that he is not wanting to continue playing this game. Because the your video after all thing makes it feel like it's, you know, the reason that he's going along with any of this is because I need it for the content. Which isn't exactly untrue, right? I am trying to make a video on this, and that is why I'm pushing for more dots. Otherwise, I could be trying to peace out here, right? And just end the game. But everyone's supposed to be equal in this game, right? It's not... This game isn't happening because I want to make a video about it. This game is happening because everyone on the board can make content about it. And I get why he's feeling left out from that, because I don't think he's planning to make anything. He's not been in the game for long enough to make anything, right? He's only been in for these last couple turns. The game is probably going to end relatively soon, and there's not really going to be enough twists and turns for him to talk about. I think there might be enough to make something interesting, but you can't really guarantee that, right? And it would just be a weird thing to have to try and make. So he kind of feels left out from this, and he also says, I'm just a sub. And just those things together, and I think it was my fault for mentioning the video and breaking that fourth wall in that earlier conversation about, you know, this is the reason why I don't want to draw right now and why I want to show the end game. But just this part of the message rubbed me the wrong way so much, right? Your video after all, and I'm just a sub. Of course, I was already considering attacking him before that point, so this is more of an excuse than of the full reasoning. But it, like all good excuses, it's an excuse that's based in truth. So your video after all, and I'm just a sub, rubbed me the wrong way. It sounded like you'd given up. That wasn't the Russia I allied with when we were planning to all in Germany. You pivoted, you stabbed Germany hard, you made your own path in this game, right? You clearly weren't willing to stick with the path that Oliver Lugg had put you down. And so, you know, you then were the reason why Turkey and Italy changed alliance structure here, why Turkey stabbed and then why Italy has started going back the other way. You've turned this entire game on its head. That is not what someone who isn't invested in the game does. And yet, after the pause, all that I felt is that you don't want to play this game anymore. So, is allying that person who doesn't want to be playing really in my best interests? I don't. Maybe tactically it is, because he was still willing to work against Germany, and he does do that, he just doesn't do it with enough units, right? I would have really liked these units to, instead of contesting Turkey, even though contesting Turkey is good, just come up to the line and smash Germany as hard as possible if we're going to take out Germany, because we need to kill him very quickly and then secure this line. So, I don't know. Maybe tactically it would have still made more sense to side with him, but I want an ally who wants to be pushing in, who wants the game to continue, right? And he is not that person, and I'm explaining that to him now. And, you know, going from that to, yes, alright, I'll be a vassal, whatever, has me scratching my head. I didn't want someone who followed my lead. I wanted someone I could actively work with and feel good about working with. I understand the threat. I understand why you're threatening it. It does feel legitimate to me, so let's come to an understanding. But I want back the Russia who was playing for best result, not the Russia who isn't invested in this game anymore, if you're willing. I don't know how I feel about having sent this message, right? Because the response that it's likely to get is either anger, that I'm willing to cast him aside over the fact that he's not, completely invested in this game after we had a huge pause that probably took out everyone's investment from the game a bit. Or it's going to be, oh, alright, I'll turn the dial up, right? I'll go for, I'll try and get you back on side. And if he does that, what's my response to that? Do I pivot back against the German? Does that make any sense at all in this situation? I don't think it does. I feel like I have to continue the attack against Russia at this point. I could try and push him out of London, sure. But then, what's my follow-up to that? I would have moved a unit into Burgundy, and then I have 2 on Belgium, I guess? But I'm in an objectively worse position against the German than I was a turn ago. So, do I really want to be this kind of flip-floppy person? I feel like the best result that I can hope for out of this message is that he comes to some agreement that involves just giving me Liverpool in order to get me back on side against the German, because then I can kind of justify it, right? I can say, okay, I'm going to move this fleet into Liverpool, and I'm going to attack London with these 2 units, and then I'll go for Belgium, which I probably won't get, right? So, in that case, I'll be going +3, that's probably well worth it, and it probably takes the German enough by surprise to still be decently effective. And it gives me a decent amount of control in the north. Like, a pretty solid amount of control in the north, because I'll have 2 of the British supply centres at that point. Which is objectively better than I'd be getting if I just stick with Germany and attack the Russian. But I don't think that's the result of this message. I don't think Russia is going to back off on his threat that he will throw if he loses a dot. So this doesn't really have a purpose. It's more just me expressing my feelings. And sometimes you have to keep back your feelings if you don't want to make someone madder at you. Because if this has the response that, the message almost indicates that I want from him, that he commits fully to me, and then I don't help him, I keep attacking him, that's just going to make him even more angry, right? And do I want him even more angry? Right now, this could still be a bluff. I don't think it is, but it could be a bluff, and he's actually intending to continue attacking Turkey. But I don't... And like, if I make him even angrier, maybe it doesn't end up being a bluff anymore. So, I'm not sure this message was a good idea. Yeah. I don't have anything more to say about that, I guess. This is where the game stands right now. We're in the retreat phase. Russia has to enter his retreat from Warsaw. He has not done so yet. In fact, I will just refresh to make sure, but I think, yeah, we are still in this phase. You will see down here, it says solo victory. This is the draw menu, so you can't see it on the screen. But when I click this drop down, I get options. So I can set it to like 5-way draw, I can set it to 4-way draw, I can set it to solo victory. If I want the draw, I need to set it to 5-way draw. And when I saw the Russian response combined with the Italian response of just, Russia going, I'll throw, and Italy going, what you're doing doesn't make any sense, right? Stop dotting people. I did actually set this to 5-way draw. And then I set it back to solo victory, because I was like, no, I don't want to give up, right? This is for a video, and I've spent the entire video on the defensive, and now I'm finally having the capability to expand out, and everyone wants to quit. Why should I let you quit when you are suddenly the person experiencing hardship, right? I didn't quit when you were attacking me for however many years, and yet the moment your ally turns on you, you want to end this thing. So I don't want to do it, but like at the same time I do get that point, right? It doesn't make sense what I'm doing. I'm not playing well. I'm just taking random dots off of people and saying, oh, look, I've got this stalemate line. Excuse me. You'll see here that what I'm doing is justified, because even if they get into Denmark, we can still set up this line, and therefore they can't get 18 supply centers. It's not... It's not good diplomacy play. Why am I doing it? I should just be accepting the draw. I think, like, logically... I don't know. It's not just about logic, even. So here, if I set this to 5-way draw right now, there's no immediate result, right? The way the backstabber works is that it will wait for the next phase, then at the beginning of the next phase, it checks how many people have the draw vote in. If everyone is agreeing to the same kind of draw, then the draw will go through at that moment, so at the end of the phase. So I can change this as much as I want during this phase, as long as I don't change it to surrender. That would be a pretty terrible idea. So I can change this as much as I want right now. It's not going to do anything, right? But the important thing is, what do I have it on when we go into the next phase? And if everyone else is voting to draw, and I vote to draw, it will draw. The question here is, does Turkey have their draw vote in? And I think the answer is yes. Primarily because of things you don't see in this game, the Discord chats alongside this that are happening in like the Media Wars Discord, is Turkey has basically been saying for a while, you know, I am not the draw holdout. It is someone else. I don't care if we play this game on. I think I've done well enough, basically. I feel bad about the fact that I stabbed my ally, and I'm good to just stop. And that opinion honestly annoys me a little bit. I think that someone in Turkey's position should be pushing for the best result they can. But I think that Turkey's initial goal in this game was, I'm going to... Well, after the early game, right, when they found a very strong alliance partner, they were like, I'm going to stick with this alliance partner and I'm going to play the best alliance possible, right? And then this change-up happened with Russia, and then Turkey stabbed out of fear, and then they, you know, ended up in this situation where they couldn't play on the alliance. And so they've decided to call it quits. And I might be completely mistaken on that. Maybe they are voting to draw. So maybe they are voting to continue the game. I don't know that because I've been not voting to draw for this entire time. So I could find out, I guess, by setting the draw, but then the game might end. But I think they are telling the truth. The messages come across as very sincere. If they're not sincere, damn, he's good at this game, right? he managed to convince me otherwise. So do I draw this game? Or do I force... Because Germany also has their draw vote in, as far as I'm aware. They are just ready to end this. They want to kill Russia if the game continues, but they have said they have their draw vote in and are ready to end the game. So do I force 4 people who don't want to play this game to continue playing because I want a couple of extra dots? That is the current question. Do I force people to play to like this situation way off in the future where Turkey has too many SCs to count because I want an end game where I'm on 7 instead of 5? I think the answer to that is no. And I think this may disappoint people who really enjoyed the original Media Wars. The game where we went down to the line on, you know, a very final phase of, is this person going to win? It comes down to whether this person decides to throw or not, right? It comes down to one person's one remaining unit, I think, in that game. And that was a hell of an exciting end game. And, you know, I think this could actually be exciting to the same level because of the number of Russian fleets up here. If Russia decided to throw the fight to make sure that Russia couldn't would actually be pretty interesting. But I'm not gonna force that to happen just because it's interesting. Alright, well, final update. That one was a bit sudden, but my PC crashed while I was recording the last episode. And I went to record the rest of it, and then I looked at the amount of time I'd been talking in that ep, and I thought, hang on, that's probably enough. As you can see here, the draw did go through. So the phase ended. Turned out I was the only holdout on that phase. And yeah, the game is now over. I seriously regret hitting the draw button. I very much ended this with a feeling of regret, and a lot of that comes down to stuff that I talked about with other players after the game ended. I've just finished editing the rest of the footage together, so it's all quite fresh in my mind right now, but also there's been a bit of time since this ended, like a couple days. I've had a bit of time to talk to everyone. First response to the draw was Italy going, "No, wait, I didn't mean to draw," which was amusing. Because he had apparently only set his draw vote in order to send a screenshot to Turkey to prove that he'd set his draw vote, and then he'd just forgotten to set it back again, which is it's a painful mistake, right? But I also can't really blame him for it, because I also didn't. Like, I also set my draw vote, so like if I had just held back on the draw, that wouldn't have mattered at all. Another thing was that Russia sent me this press, and he expanded on it in Discord chats afterwards, right? He came to me and he said, you know, my best result is more or less achieved. So I think he said this better in the Discord chat afterwards, but he said, like, he's kind of required to have his draw vote in this situation, because he's never going to have a better result than this, right? But he was perfectly fine playing on in the game, and he would have helped me to attack Germany if I had wanted to work with him, right? Because that is a decent path forward for him. It gets him a good ally in me. He can get a few extra centers out of Germany at the same time. It's not as ideal for him as if Germany worked with him, right? Because if Germany worked with him here, he can focus entirely on his own Russian front, and then just dedicate some fleets to here. But Germany wasn't particularly happy working with him after he stabbed Germany, so I had a bit of a lifeline there, and, you know, I was his option of an alliance. So what I mistook for, like, a player who had lost their interest in playing the game was actually a player who was playing for their best result, and as a result had to have their draw vote in, but was also kind of fine to continue playing. They just had to have their draw vote in because of that, right? And this is kind of the same with Italy, which it highlights something in my mindset that I need to improve on, which is being able to look at things from perspectives other than my own, right? Because if I was in this Italian position, I would be pushing hard for the draw continuously and going, okay, you know, if this game continues through to endgame, I'm either stuck on 4 supply centers or I'm probably dead. There's no chance I make gains from this position. Not substantial gains in any case, and not holdable gains. So, like, I will get pushed back, and I will get pushed back just to these supply centers. Therefore, it's better for me to draw right now. And I think I mentioned in the last video that I think that the Italian player has a very different view of the endgame to the one that I had. And I think I was kind of disparaging about it in that segment of the video. I was kind of tempted to cut it out while I was editing, but I don't actually cut anything out in these Media Wars things other than my stammering and whatnot, just because I want to give the full impression of what I was thinking in that phase. But yeah, I was a bit disparaging and, like, rude about it. I think it works both ways, right? I think it's not a bad thing that he thinks in a different way to the way I do. It can be bad in some circumstances, right? He's not considering the same endgame things that I am. He's not considering where's my eventual line here. He's just considering, what can I do right now to improve my position right now, right? And by looking at it that way, he and Russia actually came up with a possibility that I wasn't even considering at the time, which is basically, what if we actually managed to push Turkey back? Right? And I kind of ruled this out completely, even the turn before this all happened, mostly because I wasn't looking at the possibility of all these Russian armies, right? I was thinking, these Russian armies are going to come in, they're going to kill Germany with me, and I was very surprised when Russia pulled back off of Germany, right? But I was kind of counting on them coming in and attacking here, because in the eventual endgame situation that I was envisioning, the best way for Russia to ensure their survival is to make sure they've got a stable position behind the line. And that involves killing Germany, right? That involves taking these centers here. Because if they focus everything on attacking Turkey and on stalling out Turkey, then myself and Germany can push into their backline here, take this stuff behind them, and then when Turkey eventually manages to push forward again, Russia's got nowhere to run to. They've lost their centers behind the holdable line, and so they just get crushed in the middle and die, right? So if I was in this Russian position, I would be barreling headfirst into Germany, or I would be aligning myself with Germany, but as mentioned before, I didn't think that was a particularly possible thing to happen. In order to secure my very final endgame position, right? I'd be looking way off into the future and thinking, okay, Turkey's already topping this board, I'm going to ensure that I get into the position to get into the draw at the end. Whereas what this Russia decided to do was focus so hard on the Turkish front that what I considered to be inevitable, the Turks steamrolling everyone over there, right, wasn't really inevitable anymore. And I didn't look at that. Because look here, right? Warsaw is really undefended. Maybe it gets to retreat to pressure and do something here, but these armies aren't in particularly good positions to defend. When I was looking at the Italian position, I was thinking, okay, Italy's lost these dots here, right? They've lost the entirety of Austria, they're going to end up just defending this. Because the Austrian position looks really bad for them. In fact, when I started out looking at this situation, they had just one army there against the entirety of the Turkish force, right? And it still looks quite bad. They've got one army here, they've got 3 enemy armies here, and so these units can get squashed out. But then you look at this position, you think, well, if those Russian armies make it onto the front line, maybe they can make some progress here. Maybe they can actually push back that Turkish threat. I haven't examined the position well enough to know whether that was the case, right? I don't know whether the Turkey has, so dominant of a position here that they can withhold even if the Russian and Italian armies come at them. And of course, if I'm attacking Russia, then that ruins this whole plan. Right? Because Russia's armies can't come in, Turkey steamrolls everything anyway, and so, this doesn't work. But that wasn't even something I was looking at, because I just took it for granted that Turkey is going to steamroll this. So, it's a problem with my mindset as well. I failed to look at this from the perspective of Italy and Russia, who are hungry for a chance of victory, or hungry enough at a chance for victory, that they're willing to risk their endgame position in order to try and change the endgame by crushing this Turk. Which is just something I would never do, and so it didn't occur to me to do it. And with that in mind, everything they were doing makes a lot more sense, right? So Russia pulling back off of the German front, even though he doesn't have particularly good relations with Germany, leaving it to me, and then basically saying to me, hey, you can go in on Germany by yourself, you have my permission to do that. And at the time I was just going, wait, what? You're expecting me to do that? I'm going to end up in some random war with Germany that's going to be like a really slow slog while Turkey is just expanding in the corner? Well, no, because the whole point of that, from the Russian perspective, was that if I do that, Germany is off his back, right? I end up in a isolated war over here, and he and Italy can work to contain Turkey here. And I don't know whether it would have been possible, I don't know whether they would have been able to push Turkey back, but it's certainly more possible than I was giving it, than I was judging it. And I just considered none of this during the course of the game. And of course, there was also the case that there was a lot of conversation in Discord about the draw vote and the fact that I was the holdout, and so from my perspective, I felt like a bit of a loner in wanting the game to continue, right? And in wanting to push on, especially with Italy getting a bit angry at me for doing stuff like moving against Russia in the north or moving against Germany in the north, right? Even the term before that, it felt a lot like I was the only person who wanted to do anything. Because also the only other big person who I thought had reason to be continuing the game, which was Turkey, had already kind of resigned the fact that they were drawing. I think they came in with the mindset of, you know, I'm gonna make this alliance be the best alliance possible. And then they stabbed it, and then they just felt bad, so they decided they wanted to draw. They end up saying this in the draw proposal chat. Sorry to IR for stabbing here. I thought you were going to pivot, and then I just had to commit. Italy and Russia didn't outright say this in the post-game chat in Discord, but they certainly implied that they actually were going to pivot, so I think Turkey made the right move here, right, in stabbing both of them. But yeah, Turkey didn't want to continue, that was pretty obvious. Italy was pushing for the draw vote. Russia had basically said, hey, you know, I'm gonna draw, and I didn't see their message about it until after the game had drawn, this one here. So, you know, and Germany had also gone, you know, my draw vote is in at this point. I'll kill Russia if the game continues, but if the game doesn't continue, that's not a problem for me. So I was looking at this and thinking, I am the only one who wants to continue playing. Do I really force these other players to continue playing as well, just because I'm going for something that isn't even in the declared victory conditions? And like, when I'm looking at this now, this is an insane position to draw in. Why would you ever draw here, right? I was kind of not paying enough attention to the East and thinking, you know, hey, this Turkey is not a game-winning Turkey yet, right? I have expansion possibilities. I don't think I'd be able to get anywhere close to a solo without someone trying to throw to Turkey. And of course, I had the thought in my head that Italy would probably get frustrated and throw at me if I take Russian dots here. So there was that kind of side effect. But it doesn't justify drawing this position. I absolutely had the capability to play on, and I think if I was watching this match and commentating on it, I would be so critical of the French player for drawing while this has happened. I would go, okay, well, it's clear the French player gave up just as they started to, you know, get the advantage. That's ridiculous, right? Why would you do that? And I guess you've seen why someone might do that in this game, right? It's not always... You can't always get the full impression of everything from looking at the board, but I'm still just disappointed that I did that in the first place, because I absolutely shouldn't have. It's one of those things where I clicked one button, and now I'm going to be left regretting that for as long as this video is in existence. Although I guess it makes the video come in at a reasonable length. If this has gone to 1915, I have no idea how I'd make that into a video. I think YouTube has an upload limit of 12 hours, so I'd certainly have to speed up on my last commentaries. But yeah, that is this endgame here. I think I just was so focused on thinking about the final position if Turkey gets big that I didn't look at the moment. And if I'd looked at the moment, I shouldn't have drawn in any circumstance. Still, it's been a fun game. I think it's been a more grinding game than Media Wars 1 was. And I think it's ending on a more bitter note than Media Wars 1 did, right? Media Wars 1 had like a story that ended on a high note. I guess minor spoilers there for it, but yeah. Whereas Media Wars 4 ends on this note of, I did something I shouldn't have done, and it just stopped everything when there was so much more gameplay in this, right? And the best I can do is talk through what I would have done beyond this point. It's not going to be as interesting as if I actually got to play it out, right? But it's something to look at. I was pretty convinced that in order to work with Russia again, so these Russian messages have come in, right? And looking at these Russian messages, I think I mentioned it in the last video segment as well, that my best bet for working with Russia is for trying to convince them to give me Liverpool and to go in on Germany at the same time, right? To get them to let me put my fleet in Liverpool and then attack Germany full force. Because I think I'm committed heavily enough against Russia that if I don't do anything against Russia now, it's a bit of a waste of what I've done. And the fact that Russia is committed so heavily against Turkey, they're willing to help me against Germany, but they're not willing to full force help me against Germany, so I'm gonna need the units myself in order to push in on this. So I would have tried to negotiate on that. I chatted a bit with the Russian player after the game, and they basically said no, I would have fought tooth and nail against that to avoid losing Liverpool, and I would have absolutely fulfilled the threat to work with Turkey and figured out a way to work with Turkey if you had done that. And so maybe I should have actually pivoted into, just pretending to accept the conditions with something that would be a little less unacceptable to them, like maybe asking them to take Clyde off. Although, if they weren't willing to give me Liverpool, I don't think they'd be willing to take Clyde off either. But just try and get some kind of concession by lying in this phase, and then push in and try and take these dots anyway, right? I think it's probably best for my game if I stick with Germany and continue attacking the Russian, just because I don't have enough Russian support to push in properly against the German. And there's always the thought of, you did say that if you attack Germany here on your own, right, even without Russian assistance, there is the possibility that Russia and Italy managed to force Turkey back. But of course, that wasn't something I was thinking about in the game. That was something I was thinking about after the game based on what people said to me outside of the game context. And so I don't think I would have gone down that path. Like, my mind would just not have gone down that path. It's something I need to fix about my gameplay, being able to see things from that perspective and not just think about the final position of the game, right? So, yeah, I think that was a reasonable possibility, but it wasn't one I would have accepted or played for. So I would have probably attacked Russia full force up here. I would have tried to help Germany attack Russia full force, and then we would have had probably Russia and Turkey trying to team up against myself, Germany, and Italy. Now that I've talked to Italy outside of the game, I'm aware that they wouldn't have thrown, right? They weren't going to throw to Turkey on the basis that I attacked Russia in the north. They might have thrown to Turkey if I went for them here, right? But I was never going to do that. So I think we would have been fine in that situation. Russia plus Turkey here, it's a bit threatening, especially considering they can run straight up to the line with quite a lot of units and try and take Munich and Berlin. But even if we lose Munich and Berlin, we're still probably pushing quite hard into Scandinavia up here. We've got the 4 extra dots on this side, so we're not pushed right the way back to the major stalemate line. So I think that would have been a fine thing to gun for going into the end. And of course, there's always the possibility that something changes up, which is exactly why my mindset of just focusing on the very, very end game, far off possibility that you think is most likely is not necessarily good play, because if you completely focus on that and don't think about anything else, well, that's just not good diplomacy play. Diplomacy is about making things happen that aren't necessarily in the interests of the people who are doing them, right? I mean, it's not always about that, but that is a pretty significant part of it all. And so there's always the possibility for something to change, which is where I think the play style of like Russia and Italy in this situation, where they don't back off to the line, actually works really, really well. They're prepared for something to change. And it's kind of weird that I overlooked that, because that was all my early game was, right? Trying to hold on until something changes, because the end game of the situation where I'm being attacked by everyone, or where I'm being attacked by an unbreakable Turkey-Italy alliance, or whatever, or where England is suiciding into me, those were not good end games for me, and so I tried to change what was going on with them. I tried to make sure England died as quickly as possible, right? I mean, I didn't manage to do very much against the Italy-Turkey. That was all someone else's doing. But it really makes you think. I should have been more open to like the play style that these guys were playing. Anyway, that has been Media Wars 4. It's been a great experience, a more intense experience than some of the others, I think. Certainly in certain ways. I'm very excited to watch the content that these other people are going to produce. I'm very much looking forward to that, and I will link that in the pinned comment and in the video description once they are out. I need to also say, I never say this in videos, but I think with this one being as long as it is, it kind of justifies it. Please don't forget to... You know what? I'm not even going to cut that one out. I think this video has to have at least one proper Diplostrat siren, right? That's the like and subscribe siren. Please like and subscribe to the Diplostrats channel. We have a Discord as well. If you feel like playing some diplomacy, we run pretty regular games in there, so hop on in. Give yourself either the beginner role or the intermediate role, or like the looking for long form games role, and we'll ping you when we set them up. And hey, there'll also be some tournaments from time to time. Thank you very much for watching. It's been absolutely awesome to be able to make another one of these after so long, and I'm looking forward to making more in the future. This certainly won't be the last Media Wars game. This is CaptainMeme, signing off.